Chapter 4199. There might not be any in the star market. Yang Kai shook his head slowly. He had stayed in a star market for a while and had interacted with many shopkeepers, but he had never heard of anyone selling the pill formula of the Kai Tian pill. This undoubtedly meant that even in the star market, the pill formula of the Kai Tian pill was a rare item. As he spoke, his eyes suddenly lit up. I know who to look for. Yuhi smiled and said, Sister Lan. Yang Kai nodded and said, Lady Boss definitely has the pill formula. Moreover, Yang Kai had originally planned to wait until the 9 heavens array was completed before he went to find the Lady Boss. Without him, his current cultivation had fallen into an awkward situation. Without suitable resources from the gold row, even the cleverest housewife could not cook without rice. Lady Boss had stayed in the first inn for a long time, the flowing time Great Emperor, and had a lot of precious information. Perhaps he could find out where to find the item he needed from her. Now that the 9 heavens formation was completed, and Zhu Jiuyin had recovered some of his strength, the void had a strong ability to protect itself. Therefore, even if Yang Kai left, there was nothing to worry about. Without wasting any time, 3 days after Great Master Wuliang left, Yang Kai made some arrangements in the void and set off. This trip was different from the previous one. Previously, Yang Kai only brought Lu Xue and Guozian, but this time, he brought many people. The falling lotus flower that he had extorted from the flying flower boat was a large-scale secret treasure. It required many people to work together to control it. Most of the cultivator who came from the star realm were cultivating. Yang Kai simply brought Lang Qingshan and the rest who had followed him out of the great cosmological realm. Yu He and Guozian would also accompany him. With Yu He, a 6th grade Kai Tian, holding the fort, no one would dare to provoke him. In the void, Lu Xue, Chen Tianfei, and Bian Yuqing stood side by side and said respectfully, Farewell, true lord. Lu Xue and Bian Yuqing were fine, but Yang Kai didn't know why Chen Tianfei looked so bitter, as if he was an abandoned woman. Chen Tianfei had volunteered to stay by Yang Kai's side when he decided to find the Lady Boss. However, considering that he needed to take care of the gourd vine, Yang Kai did not agree. Chen Tianfei's fat face scrunched up like a bitter gourd. Ignoring the resentful eyes of this fellow, Yang Kai nodded and plunged into the huge lotus flower. The others followed closely behind. A moment later, under Yu He's control, the huge lotus flower's petals slowly unfurled. As it rotated, it turned into a stream of light and flew out. A crack appeared in the formation with a rumble, and the lotus shot up into the sky, disappearing without a trace. Sigh. Staring at the void, Chen Tianfei sighed heavily. Last time, Guozian and Lu Xue had followed Yang Kai on a trip and had both broken through. After that, he had asked the two of them to find out what kind of opportunity they had encountered. However, Guozian and Lu Xue both kept their mouths shut and did not tell him the details. They only said that it was Yang Kai's kindness that allowed them to achieve what they had today. Chen Tianfei, a 4th grade Kai Tian, had been stuck for many years, but if he wanted to break through, he would need at least dozens or hundreds of years of bitter cultivation. If he could break through after going on a trip with Yang Kai, how could he not seize this opportunity? Unfortunately, Yang Kai did not agree. He could not help but sigh. Reluctantly withdrawing his gaze, Chen Tianfei turned to look at Bian Yuqing and said with a smile, Second steward, now that perfected cultivator is not here, and Miss Yueha has left with him, I'll have to trouble you with everything in the void. Bian Yuqing said politely, I'll need both of your help. Chen Tianfei said, Of course. If second chief steward has any instructions, just let me know. I, Chen Tianfei, am loyal to true lord. If it's within my power, I will not refuse. Then I'll thank you in advance. Chen Tianfei said enthusiastically, if second chief steward has any questions about cultivation, you can also come to me. I will not hide anything. Lu Xue looked at him warily and said lightly, I will explain to second chief steward about cultivation. Saying so, she pulled Bian Yuqing's hand and walked towards the central hall. Chen Tianfei was speechless. He sighed heavily and could only walk towards the gourd vine. When he arrived, he saw that the gourd vine had disappeared, leaving only a huge hole in the ground. His face immediately turned pale. "My little ancestors, where did you go?" He searched in a panic. Fortunately, after the 9 heavens formation was set up, the formation was not opened. The entire void was a sealed space. Even if the gourd vine escaped, it could not escape from the void. The speed of the falling lotus was extremely fast. In just a day, they arrived at the Star City in the Void Territory. Every large territory had its own Star City. However, the scale of the Star City was directly related to the foundation of the large territory. In a large territory, there were many forces, so the Star City would naturally be lively. Otherwise, it would be bleak. The foundation of the Void Territory was not very strong. It was only a second-grade force in the 7 Opportunities land. Therefore, the Star City here was not very big, and the goods that came and went were not very rare. However, Yang Kai's trip this time, other than asking the lady boss for the heaven-opening pills recipe and information, he also had plans to buy cultivation resources. He still had 700 to 800 million heaven-opening pills on hand. However, to the current void land, the heaven-opening pills were not urgently needed. What was urgently needed were cultivation resources of various grades. Therefore, it would be best if he could exchange the 700 to 800 million heaven-opening pills for cultivation resources of various grades. Since he had come to the Star City, he naturally could not let it go. It was also Yang Kai's first time coming to the Star City in the Void Territory. The falling lotus stopped outside the Star City, leaving Guozian to oversee it. He then led Yu He and Lang Qingshan into the Star City. After half a day, they walked out of the Star City. Within this half a day, Yang Kai had spent a total of more than 100 million heaven-opening pills, all of which were used to purchase materials of the 3rd and 4th grade. In such a small Star City, there was no hope of finding 6th grade materials. This was because in the entire Void Territory, other than Yang Kai's side, no one had the ability to consume such high-grade materials. As for 5th grade materials, Yang Kai did not plan to buy them. The gourd vines in the Void Land were enough. They could be harvested once a month, and each harvest was enough to satisfy all the needs of a cultivator. After accumulating them over the years, it would be enough. Therefore, he only bought 3rd or 4th grade materials. A set of 4th grade materials only cost 150,000 heaven-opening pills, and 3rd grade materials only cost 15,000. More than 100 million heaven-opening pills, almost all the 3rd and 4th grade materials in the Star City were swept clean. In all these years, when had the Star City in the Void Territory ever had such a large transaction? Every shop treated Yang Kai as the god of wealth, respectfully welcoming and sending off his customers. Yang Kai did not buy materials below 3rd grade. For the 600,000 people in the Star Boundary, they had a very good reason. They had the entire Void Land as their backing, so they could either reach the heaven-opening realm or reach the 3rd grade at the very least. The people Yang Kai brought from the Star Boundary were all carefully selected elites, so reaching the 3rd grade of heaven-opening realm was not difficult. Of course, the prerequisite was that they could condense their own Tao seals. Countless venerable sovereigns cultivated painstakingly, but were unable to comprehend their own Tao, so naturally, they could not condense their own Tao seals, and their achievement stopped there. Of these 600,000 people, how many could reach the heaven-opening realm in the end? Maybe 10%, maybe not even 5%, but it was the foundation of the entire Void Land, so it was worth a large investment. A few days later, they arrived at a Star City in another large territory. This large territory was called Flying Smoke Territory on the universe map. This was the large territory where Flying Smoke Hall was located. Originally, Qiqiao Land and Flying Smoke Hall were neighbors, so there was a lot of friction between them. If Flying Smoke Hall had not attacked Qiqiao Land with all its strength, Qiqiao Land would not have fallen into Yang Kai's hands by accident. To some extent, it was Flying Smoke Hall that helped Yang Kai occupy the Void Land. The Star City in this large territory was not much different from the previous Star City. Falling lotus flowers stopped at the Star Field Ferry in Star City as Yang Kai, Yu He, Lang Qing, and Qing Shan stepped into Star City. Half a day later, Yang Kai strode away under the respectful smiles of the shopkeepers of the Star City's large shops. Along the way, he bought things. After 3 or 4 star markets, Yang Kai was left with less than 400 million heaven-opening pills. The heaven-opening pills he spent were converted into thousands of Tier 4 resources and tens of thousands of Tier 3 resources. Such a number was terrifying. Half a month later, Falling Lotus Flowers entered a large territory called Graceful Territory. Using the universe map, they found the direction of Star City. Under Yuhi's direction, Falling Lotus Flowers headed straight for Star City. Yang Kai estimated that after purchasing all the Tier 4 and Tier 4 resources in this Star City, it would be enough for the early stages of the Void Land. As for the remaining heaven-opening pills, he was prepared to see if he could buy some Tier 6 resources. However, Tier 6 resources were really rare and had always been priceless. Ordinary people would not have the chance to see them. Once they appeared, they would usually be fought over. Perhaps he could go to the Star City where the first inn was located to take a look. That Star City was not small and might have Tier 6 resources. Moreover, he would need to keep some in reserve. After all, although there were not many heaven-opening realm cultivators in the Void Land, they still needed heaven-opening pills to cultivate. This was especially true for Yu He, who was at the Tier 6 heaven-opening realm. She needed thousands or even tens of thousands of heaven-opening pills every day. Within Falling Lotus Flowers, Yang Kai pondered for a while before raising his head, only to see Guoziyan staring at him. When their eyes met, Guoziyan hurriedly looked away. Yang Kai laughed. "Commander Guo, do you have something to say? If you have something to say, just say it." Guoziyan awkwardly scratched his head and said somewhat bashfully, "Master, this lowly one wishes to take a few days off." "Take a few days off?" Yang Kai looked at him strangely. "Where are you going?" Yu He also turned to look at him. Guoziyan's old face reddened slightly. "Master, do you remember this lowly one telling you that this lowly one has a daughter?" Yang Kai was startled for a moment. After thinking carefully, he nodded. "I remember. You said you sent her to a place to become a disciple and cultivate." This was what Guoziyan had mentioned in the great cosmological realm. At that time, when Yang Kai gave out rewards based on merit, Lang Qingshan, Mangy Head, and the others had all chosen suitable cultivation resources for themselves. Only Guoziyan had reached the heaven-opening realm and did not need anything. Chapter 4200. Although Guoziyan was only a second order opening the heavens back then, he had been loyal to Yang Kai in the Great Void Boundary, so there was no reason for him to not reward him. Later, Guoziyan mentioned that he had a daughter and wanted to ask for some resources for her, and Yang Kai agreed at that time. Yang Kai still remembered Guoziyan's face full of pride when he mentioned his daughter, saying that her aptitude was countless times better than his. In terms of aptitude, she had the potential to reach mid-rank opening the heavens. However, Guoziyan was Crimson Star's great commander back then, his status was neither high nor low, and his cultivation was neither high nor low. Every day, he tasted blood from his blade and his future was uncertain. Perhaps one day, he would be beheaded by his enemies, so his daughter was not in Crimson Star but had been sent to a certain great force to cultivate. Thinking of this, Yang Kai's heart stirred. "Is your daughter's cultivation place in Graceful Grace's territory?" Guoziyan smiled embarrassedly. "Master is right. There is a great blood province in Graceful Grace's territory. This lowly one is old friends with Great Blood Province's elder Gu Zixin. Not long after my daughter was born, this lowly one entrusted her to Great Elder Gu's care. Speaking of his daughter, Guozian was still full of pride, cupping his fists and saying, "Master, this lowly one would like to take my daughter back to the void and teach her personally. I hope Master will allow this." Yang Kai smiled and said, "This is what I promised you earlier, so how can I not allow it?" Saying so, he took out the universe map and found that the Great Blood Province was not far from Star City. With Guozian's current speed, a round trip would take 3 or 4 days. Waving his hand, Yang Kai said, "Go and bring your daughter back." This king cannot guarantee anything else, but the only thing this king can guarantee is that she will be provided with the best cultivation resources within her ability to bear. This lowly one thanks Master. Guozian said solemnly, turned around, and was about to leave. "Wait!" Yang Kai called out again. "Is there anything else, Master?" Guozian turned his head and saw Yang Kai throw him a space ring. Sweeping it with his divine sense, Guozian found that there were hundreds of thousands of heaven-opening pills inside and couldn't help calling out in surprise, "Master, this is..." Yang Kai smiled, "You've been nurtured by them for so many years. Now that you're taking them away, you should at least thank the Great Blood Continent. Take these things as a token of appreciation. No matter what, you and your father are still people of the Void Lands. You can't ruin the reputation of the Void Lands." Guozian gripped the space ring tightly and said gratefully, "Many thanks for Master's grace. Come back early. Be careful on the road. We'll be waiting for you in Star City." Yang Kai waved his hand. Guozian nodded and rushed out of the Falling Lotus Flower, heading towards the direction of the Great Blood Continent. After he left, Falling Lotus Flower continued its journey towards Star City. A short time later, the pair arrived at the Star City's Void Ferry. The ferry was bustling with people coming and going from time to time, and there were also many large flight-type artifacts docked around the ferry. After finding a place to land the Falling Lotus Flower, Yang Kai led Yuhi down, immediately attracting the attention of many people. Compared to other artifacts, Falling Lotus Flower's aura was extraordinary and its shape was unique. After all, it was a flying flower boat, a second-class great force, which had spent a great deal of resources to construct it. It was not something that ordinary artifacts could compare to. Even third-class great forces did not have such capital. In Graceful Grace's territory, only the Pure Swan Pavilion was a second-class great force, but even so, it was unlikely they could produce an artifact on the level of Falling Lotus Flower. Many pairs of eyes looked over and were surprised to see that Yang Kai, who was walking in front, was just an Emperor Realm Master. The ferry was guarded by the disciples of the Pure Swan Pavilion. Yang Kai and Yuhi had to pay some fees before they could enter. Basically, every Star City was like this. The strongest force in the territory where the Star City was located controlled the Star City and guarded the Void Ferry. They collected some fees from those who entered the Star City, and all the shops in the Star City had to pay a fixed fee to this force. Of course, while controlling the Star City to reap profits, they also had to ensure the safety of the Star City. In the Void, there were many star beasts. Once the Star City was attacked, this force would have to send someone to defend it. The Star City in the Void's territory used to be guarded by the Qiqiao Land's people to extract resources from it. However, after the Qiqiao Land was occupied by Yang Kai, the Star City was in a state where no one was in charge. It was not that Yang Kai could not see the huge benefits hidden in the Star City, but that he was powerless. If he wanted to station someone in the Star City, he would need at least a middle-ranked Kai Tian to oversee it. He would also need to send many disciples in charge of patrolling to resolve any disputes that might exist in the Star City. How many middle-ranked Kai Tian geniuses were there in the Void? Yu He, Chen Tianfei, and Lu Shui. Even if He was left in the astral boundary, there were only 4. He could not be sent out. Her sixth-ranked Kai Tian was the Void's greatest safeguard. It would be a waste of talent for her to guard the Star City. As the head of the martial hall, Lu Shui had the heavy responsibility of guiding the disciples in cultivation. Chen Tianfei had to look after the gourd vine. The gourd vine nurtured fifth-ranked power, and it would be difficult for anyone who was not a middle-ranked Kai Tian to look after it. He could not be counted on either. Among these people, the only one who could be mobilized was Chen Tianfei. Even if Chen Tianfei could be mobilized, without the help of other low-ranked Kai Tian, it would be difficult for him to do it alone. Therefore, even though he knew that controlling the Star City would give him an endless supply of cultivation resources, Yang Kai could only watch helplessly. He could only make plans for the Star City in the Void after a portion of the Void's cultivator had matured. Fortunately, Lang Qingshan and the rest of the group had followed him for so many years, and a few of them were about to advance to Kai Tian. When the time came, it would greatly alleviate the awkward situation of the Void's lack of Kai Tian cultivators. Everything required time. Stepping into the Star City, Yang Kai swept through the shops one by one, and naturally bought large amounts of resources. Just like the previous star markets, the shopkeepers of the various shops were very attentive to him, almost worshipping him as the god of wealth. What made him feel surprised and pleasantly surprised was that in such a star market, he actually bought a sixth-grade resource. This sixth-ranked resource came from a shop that was not very large. It seemed that the shopkeeper had just gotten hold of it and was preparing to send it to a larger star city to participate in the auction. However, after seeing Yang Kai's astonishing wealth, after probing a little, Yang Kai immediately expressed his intention to buy it. After a round of haggling, Yang Kai finally bought this sixth-ranked resource for about 17 million. When Yang Kai had just entered the Qiqiao lands, Daiyu had explained to him the value of various cultivation resources. At that time, Daiyu had told him that a sixth-ranked resource would cost about 15 million. However, this was only the most ideal situation. The reality was that sixth-ranked resources were rare and precious, so the price would definitely be more expensive. However, it would not be too expensive. After all, there were not many cultivators who could use sixth-ranked resources to cultivate. This had extremely high requirements for the cultivator's own foundation and Dao seal. 17 million was a fair price. The shopkeeper would not have to travel long distances and would not have to take a cut from the auction house. It could be considered a happy ending. For an ordinary cultivator, a sixth-ranked resource was precious, but for Yang Kai and the entire Qiqiao lands, a single resource was not enough to make up for future consumption. The 8 great emperors all needed sixth-ranked resources. After sweeping through the entire Star City, Yang Kai and Yu He were not in a hurry to leave. In any case, Guozian would not be back for a few more days. The two of them simply found an inn to stay in, enjoying the different customs of the different places while searching for the heaven-opening pills recipe. 3 days later, in the main hall of the inn, Yang Kai and Yu He ordered a few dishes and a pot of wine, sitting opposite each other and drinking. Although Yu He was a sixth-ranked cultivator and had a high cultivation base, she could not hold her liquor. After just 2 or 3 cups of wine, her small face was flushed red. Her skin was white to begin with, but now it was rosy, as if water could be squeezed out with a casual pinch. This caused many cultivators in the main hall to secretly look at her, secretly swallowing their saliva. Yu He could not help but feel annoyed. She secretly gritted her teeth, looking even more bashful. After drinking a few pots of wine, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed, and he listened carefully. He heard a cultivator at a table say that Yun Xinghua was in seclusion for more than 10 years, and he came out half a year ago. He actually really advanced to the 4th rank of heaven opening pill. How enviable. Another thin cultivator said, he has been accumulating at the 3rd rank of heaven opening pill for nearly 50 years, so what's so strange about him advancing now? Suddenly, he lowered his voice. Moreover, I heard that this Yun Xinghua's aptitude was extremely good to begin with. Back then, he was expected to directly advance to the 4th rank of Heaven Opening Pill, but later, under the interference of the Pure Grace Pavilion, he was forced to advance to the 3rd rank. The person who spoke earlier nodded. I have also heard of this matter. Now it seems that there is no smoke without fire. The second person coldly snorted. The Pure Grace Pavilion controls a large part of this territory. Although the old pavilion master was at the 6th rank of Heaven Opening Pill, he is old and weak, and probably does not have many years left to live. Below him, the Pure Grace Pavilion does not even have a 5th rank Heaven Opening Pill. If that Yun Xinghua really advances to the 4th rank, after he returns, who in the Pure Grace Pavilion can stop him? When that Yun Xinghua grows up, the Pure Grace Pavilion will most likely be swallowed up by the Great Blood Continent, and the Pure Grace Pavilion's territory will be changed to the Great Blood Territory. Brother Sun's words are reasonable. This Yun Xinghua, as the head of the Great Blood Continent, is indeed a rare character. Unfortunately, he was born at the wrong time. What a pity. But now that Yun Xinghua has advanced to the 4th rank, I wonder what kind of attitude the Pure Grace Pavilion will have towards him. Will they try to rope him in or suppress him? What does other people's business have to do with us? Come, let's drink. Ha ha ha, that's true. Brother Lu, I heard that you recently obtained a new batch of beauties. Is this true? I can't hide anything from Brother Sunday. If Brother Sun likes them, you can come with me later and take away whichever one you like. Then I will thank Brother Lu in advance. The two of them raised their cups and laughed. Chapter 42:01. The cultivator at the table briefly discussed Yun Xinghua and the situation in graceful territory before changing the topic. There was no more valuable information. Yang Kai raised his cup and drank slowly, shaking his head. From their conversation, Yun Xinghua seemed to be the leader of the Great Blood Continent, and the Great Blood Continent was the faction that Guozian's daughter belonged to. Yun Xinghua's aptitude was originally not bad, and he had a chance to directly reach the 4th stage of splitting the heavens. Unfortunately, under the suppression of the graceful pavilion, he had no choice but to reach the 3rd stage. After spending 50 years in seclusion, he finally broke through to the 4th stage. Although he was a few decades late, he had still reached the 4th stage of splitting the heavens. However, different cultivators had different potential for future growth. If Yun Xinghua could directly reach the 4th stage, his limit would be the 6th stage. But now, his limit was only the 5th stage. Although it was only a difference of 1 stage, this difference was often the difference between heaven and earth. When Yuhi was at the 5th stage of splitting the heavens, facing the 6th stage lady boss, she had no power to fight back. Now that she had also advanced to the 6th stage, Lu Shui, a 5th stage lady boss, would not last more than 10 breaths of time. People had no choice but to lower their heads under the eaves. This Yun Xinghua was born at the wrong time. Yang Kai could not help but think of himself. The lady boss had told him before that if he wanted to directly reach the high stage of splitting the heavens, there would be many dangers. Those blessed paradises would not sit idly by and would definitely suppress him. Otherwise, if he directly reached the high stage of splitting the heavens, his growth would be too terrifying. Since ancient times, in the 3,000 worlds, those who had the qualifications to directly reach the high stage of splitting the heavens had always been the disciples of those blessed paradises. These people had a unique advantage and were loyal to their respective sections. Those blessed paradises naturally would not worry about them overthrowing their ruling positions. Yang Kai was different. He had no connection with any blessed paradises, so naturally he did not receive any protection. Now it seemed that this kind of suppression of others was not a rare thing in the entire universe. If Yun Xinghua was already in Jinghong's territory, what about the other large territories? It was not a secret that Yang Kai had condensed rank 7 power. He had displayed the divine technique Dharma characteristic many times in the great cosmological realm and was on good terms with several disciples from the blessed and heavenly lands. After the great cosmological realm closed, those people returned to their respective sections. Their masters would definitely ask about the various matters in the great cosmological realm. Even if those people were grateful to Yang Kai for saving their lives in the great void realm, they would not be able to hide it for long. Therefore, Yang Kai reckoned that he had already been targeted by some of the blessed enclaves. He didn't know when a suppression similar to that of Yun Xinghua would come. This caused him to involuntarily feel a sense of urgency, as if time waited for no man. Unfortunately, resources of the 7th rank and above were too scarce. He still lacked the metal element and the yin and yang elements, so he had no idea where to find them. He hoped that the lady boss could show him the right way. Yuhi seemed to see Yang Kai's depression and silently poured wine without saying a word. After waiting for 6 or 7 days in this star market, Guozian still had not returned, which made Yang Kai feel that something was not right. He had also checked the map of the universe before. The Great Blood Continent was not too far from the star market. With Guozian's current speed, a round trip would take 3 or 4 days, so how could he be delayed for so long? Moreover, Guozian also knew that Yang Kai was waiting for him. If he was delayed by something, he would definitely send someone to inform him. Now that there was no news and no trace of him, could something have happened? With this thought, Yang Kai no longer waited, but returned to the Lotus Flower Landing with Yu He and asked everyone to control the Lotus Flower Landing and fly in the direction of the Great Blood Continent. After flying for less than half a day, Yu He, who was standing next to Yang Kai, suddenly turned her head and looked in a certain direction, a look of surprise on her face. Yang Kai followed her gaze and saw a spirit province in the distance, but there were no traces of spirit arrays covering this spirit province, so it should be an ownerless spirit province. There were many such spirit provinces in the 3,000 worlds, and they were scattered everywhere in the void. However, because they did not have a deep foundation, some slightly stronger forces did not pay attention to them. Some heaven-opening realm masters, on the other hand, liked to occupy these spirit provinces and establish their own sects and slowly develop. If they were properly managed, perhaps many years later, these spirit provinces could become the headquarters of a 3rd or 2nd grade force. Young master, there are people fighting over there, He observed carefully for a while before suddenly speaking. In the vast universe, countless people fought and fought every day, and countless people died every day. This kind of battle was very common. However, encountering a battle in this direction made Yang Kai frown involuntarily. He could not help but think of Guozian who had not returned for a long time. He turned his head to look at Lang Qingshan and said, "Contact Commander Gua and see if you can contact him." Lang Qingshan received the order and immediately took out the communication bead used to communicate with Guozian. After a while, he looked up and said, "Master, Commander Gua is being besieged. The situation is not good." Yang Kai was furious when he heard this. Who is it? How dare they? There was no doubt that one of the parties fighting in the ownerless spirit province was undoubtedly Guozian. Without needing Yang Kai's order, Lang Qingshan and the others immediately controlled the Lotus Flower Landing and rushed in the direction of the spirit province. At the same time, they continuously used the communication bead to contact Guozian. Unfortunately, they did not receive any response. Guozian's situation was probably really bad, otherwise, he would have had the time to reply. The spirit province seemed to be far away, but the speed of the Lotus Flower Landing was extremely fast. In less than 30 minutes, they had arrived at the periphery of the spirit province. Yang Kai and Yueha arrived outside the Lotus Flower Landing in a flash. Looking over, their faces could not help but darken. On the spirit province, Guozian was protecting a woman and retreating step by step. His whole body was covered in blood, and his breath was unstable. It was obvious that he was severely injured. The clothes on his chest were tattered, and there was a bloody wound on his waist and abdomen. His flesh was torn, and one could vaguely see his squirming organs. He defended and retreated, and blood splattered everywhere he passed. The woman he was protecting behind him was only an Emperor Realm Master, and her appearance was somewhat similar to Guozian's. Although she wasn't as beautiful as Guozian, she was still tall and slender. 2 streaks of tears that had not yet dried up hung on her cheeks, making one feel pity for her. Her beautiful eyes were filled with panic and worry. Although she wanted to help, her strength was too low. She could not help at all in such a battle, and instead, she was a burden to Guozian. There were 4 people besieging Guozian, and there were 2 corpses lying on the ground. The 4 people had many injuries, but they were all light injuries. One of them exuded the aura of the 3rd stage heaven opening realm, and the other 3 were all of the 2nd stage. Guozian fought 1 against 6 and killed 2 of his enemies. However, at this moment, he was obviously an arrow at the end of its flight. The mighty world force emanating from his body fluctuated, and the power he exerted was sometimes strong and sometimes weak. He was no longer at his peak. On the other hand, the 4 people were despicable and shameless. They had already outnumbered Guozian, and now all of their attacks were aimed at the woman behind Guozian, forcing Guozian to divert most of his energy to protect her. When Yang Kai and Yuhi appeared, they just happened to see the 3rd stage heaven opening realm strike Guozian's shoulder while he was unprepared. With a cracking sound, Guozian's left shoulder drooped down, as if even his shoulder blade had been smashed to pieces. "Bastard!" Yang Kai angrily shouted. As the golden crow cried out, a golden sun appeared behind him. Scorching hot strength surged outwards as the golden crow forging sun appeared once more. The roar of a dragon shook the heavens as the blue dragon spear appeared. Yang Kai stepped forward and thrust his spear towards the 3rd stage heaven opening realm. Before the spear arrived, the spear was already wrapped in pitch-black golden crow true fire, as if it could incinerate all things. At the same time, Yuhi also released a fragrant caltrip, which turned into a whip and lashed out. World force surged as the aura of a 6th stage heaven opening realm enveloped the entire battlefield. How could the 4 heaven opening realms besieging Guozian have expected such an unforeseen event? Sensing the majesty of Yuhi's 6th stage heaven opening realm, all of their expressions changed. They were inexplicably horrified, feeling as if they had fallen into a swamp. Asterisk pa pa pa, asterisk with a soft sound, the 3 second-rank heaven splitters exploded into dust and disappeared in an instant without even a sound from their mouths. Another muffled groan rang out as Yang Kai's spear stabbed into the chest of the remaining 3rd stage heaven opening realm cultivator, piercing through his back and out his chest. As he pulled out the spear, blood splashed out as a huge hole appeared in his chest. That 3rd stage heaven opening realm cultivator stiffened, his eyes widening as he staggered forward a few steps. He tried to turn around, but before he could do so, he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. In front of Yuhi, a newly advanced 6th stage heaven opening realm cultivator, for lower grade heaven opening realm cultivators were simply ants. If it weren't for Yuhi's aura suppressing that 3rd stage heaven opening realm cultivator, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to kill him so easily. Pooh! Guozian coughed up a mouthful of blood as he half-knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. The sound of a broken bellows being pulled could be heard. Yang Kai quickly walked towards him. At this moment, the woman who had been protected behind him suddenly jumped out with a long sword in her hand. Although her face was pale, she stood firmly in front of Guozian. She clenched her teeth and said with a trembling voice, "Who are you people?" Seeing Yang Kai and Yuhi kill people like flies, she was naturally frightened. Guozian gasped for breath, "Meow, don't be rude. This is the master I mentioned to you before." The woman was surprised at first, but she quickly put away her sword and knelt in front of Yang Kai, crying and begging, "Master, please save my father." Yang Kai raised his hand to help her up and comforted, "Don't panic, with me here, your father won't die. He signaled to Yu-He with his eyes and she immediately stepped forward to check Guoziyan's injuries. A moment later, she took out a spirit pill and fed it to him, saying, although Commander Guo's injuries are not light, there is no danger to his life. He just lost too much blood and consumed too much energy. He will be fine after a few days of rest. Chapter 4202. While Yu-He was speaking, Guoziyan's eyes suddenly closed and he collapsed to the ground. Father! The girl called Miao turned pale and cried out in alarm. Yu-He said, don't worry, he just fainted. Previously, he had been besieged and could have died at any time. Now that Yang Kai and Yu-He had saved him, his tense mind finally relaxed. In addition, he had consumed too much energy in the previous battle and could not hold on any longer. Although she knew Yu-He would not lie to her, Miao still personally checked Guoziyan's injuries. After confirming that he had really just fainted, she sighed in relief. Wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes, she bowed respectfully, thank you, Master, for saving my life. Thank you, Master. Yang Kai said, Commander Guo is a member of the Void Land and has followed me through life and death for many years. If he is in trouble, I will naturally help. There is no need to thank me. This time, it was my negligence. Guoziyan had only gone to find his daughter, how could Yang Kai have known that his life would be in danger? If he had known earlier, he would have gone with Guoziyan. With Yu-He by his side, such a thing would not have happened. What is your name? Yang Kai looked at her. The girl sniffed and said softly, my name is Guo Miao. Yang Kai nodded and called Lang Qingshan, Scabby Head, and the others to carry the unconscious Guoziyan back to Lotus Landing and settle him down. Yu-He held Guo Miao's hand and comforted her softly. A moment later, in Lotus Landing, Yu-He asked softly, what is going on? Who are those people who made things difficult for you? Didn't Commander Guo go to Great Blood Continent to pick you up? Guo Miao should also know about the existence of Yang Kai and Yu-He, probably because Guoziyan had told her before. Under Yu-He's comforting words, her emotions had slowly calmed down. Hearing this, Guo Miao replied, those are Great Blood Continent's deacons and elders. The third great heaven splitter is called Guzhishin. Yang Kai was shocked, Guzhishin? After thinking for a moment, he said, isn't that your master? Guoziyan mentioned this person a few days ago, saying that he and Guzhishin were old friends, so he entrusted his daughter to him. Guo Miao gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with hatred. I don't have such a sinister and despicable master like him. He almost killed my father. Yang Kai frowned. What the hell is going on? Guo Miao exhaled softly and narrated the cause and effect. After listening to her story, Yang Kai finally understood the whole story. A few years after Guo Miao was born, Guoziyan had sent her to the Great Blood Continent and had her take Guzhishin as her master. Firstly, at that time, Guoziyan's environment was very bad, and the three great forces were fighting openly and secretly in Star City. He had sent his daughter away to protect Guo Miao. Secondly, Guoziyan was only a second-grade heaven splitter and wasn't very strong. Although the Great Blood Continent was only a third-grade force, Guzhishin was a third-grade heaven splitter and was stronger than Guoziyan. If Guo Miao was sent there, she would receive better training. Guo Miao's aptitude was not bad. Over the years, she cultivated hard in Great Blood Continent, and Guoziyan often sent her some cultivation resources, so she gradually rose to the peak of the Emperor realm. Before the Star City was swallowed by the Great Cosmological Realm, she was preparing to condense her own Dao Seal. Once the Dao Seal was successfully condensed, the next step was to condense the power of Yin and Yang and the five elements, splitting the heavens and earth in her body and reaching the heaven splitter stage. Guoziyan's cultivation was not high, a mere second-grade heaven splitter, but for his daughter, he put a lot of thought into it. He risked his life in Crimson Star and basically converted all his gains into various cultivation resources, which he sent to Great Blood Continent and gave to Guomiao. Since Guomiao wanted to condense her Dao Seal, Guoziyan was naturally prepared in advance. He had spent his life savings to buy 2 sets of 4th-grade resources and handed them to Guomiao. Once she condensed her Dao Seal, she could refine the 2 sets of resources. If the Star City where Crimson Star was located had not been swallowed by the great cosmological realm, none of this would have happened. However, more than a decade ago, the Star City where Crimson Star was located suddenly disappeared. Even Crimson Star, Thunder Radiance, and Sword Pavilion, which had been entrenched in the Star City for thousands of years, disappeared without a trace. The whereabouts of millions of people in the Star City were unknown. At that time, this matter caused a great uproar in the nearby territory. Many people had gone to investigate the situation, but unfortunately, they found nothing. Guomiao also went to take a look under the leadership of Gu Zhixin, but she could not find any clues. Several years later, there was still no news of Guoziyan, and everyone thought he was dead. At first, Gu Zhixin still cared about their old friendship. Although he was not very partial to Guomiao, at least he was fair to her. But one day, several years later, Gu Zhixin called Guomiao over for a talk, repeatedly mentioning the 2 sets of 4th-grade resources that Guoziyan had given to Guomiao before, as if he wanted her to give them to him. Hearing this, Yang Kai was puzzled. Gu Zhixin is already at the 3rd-grade Heaven Splitter realm, so what does he want 4th-grade resources for? What use do these 4th-grade resources have for him? He said, he probably wants to exchange them for 3rd-grade resources, then refine and absorb them to strengthen his foundation and improve his strength. Yang Kai asked curiously, what? Can a Heaven Splitter realm cultivator continue to refine those resources? He explained, young master has not yet reached the Heaven Splitter realm, so you may not know, but after a cultivator reaches the Heaven Splitter realm, it's not that they no longer have any desire for cultivation resources. Instead, their need for them will increase. Young master should know that the Heaven Splitter realm can strengthen one's foundation in the miniature universe world. Once one's foundation accumulates to a certain extent, they can break through. Yang Kai nodded, I naturally know this. Lu Shui had told him about this before. The most common and reliable method to strengthen one's foundation in the Heaven Splitter realm was to take a Heaven Splitter pill and absorb its medicinal efficacies. Apart from this, there were many other methods. For example, old ancestor Mou had set his sights on the demon territory, wanting to devour and refine the world force and laws of the demon territory. However, this method had both advantages and disadvantages compared to taking a Heaven Splitter pill. The advantage was that it was faster. Taking a Heaven Splitter pill was a process of accumulating grains of sand into a tower. The advancement of each grade required many years of accumulation. However, if one could devour and refine the world force and laws of a cosmos world that was compatible with one's body, one would be able to obtain massive benefits in an extremely short amount of time. The disadvantage was that no matter how compatible the cosmos world was, it would definitely not be completely compatible with one's own miniature universe world. As a result, this kind of advancement had some hidden dangers, and one had to spend a large amount of effort to slowly eliminate them. However, comparatively speaking, devouring the world force and laws of a cosmos world was countless times more efficient than simply taking a Heaven Splitter pill. Apart from these 2 methods, there was also the most common method, which was to refine various resources of various grades. The reason why a cultivator could create a Heaven Splitter earth in their body was because they had accumulated enough yin-yang and 5 elements energy. After reaching the Heaven Splitter realm, they could continue to refine and strengthen their foundation. It could be said that a cultivator reaching the Heaven Splitter realm did not mean that they no longer needed various cultivation resources. On the contrary, their needs would increase. Only after hearing Yuhi's explanation did Yang Kai understand. It was not that he was ignorant and inexperienced, but that his current strength was not enough to come into contact with these things. When Guo Ziyan was present, even though Gu Zhixin knew that Guo Miao had 2 sets of 4th-grade resources, he did not dare to make any moves. After all, Guo Ziyan had Qi Xing behind him. He was not afraid of Guo Ziyan, but Qi Xing was someone he could not afford to offend. However, Guo Ziyan's fate was unknown, and it was very likely that he had already died, so Gu Zhixin did not have to worry about anything. Guo Miao was from the Emperor realm, but she had 2 sets of 4th-grade resources. This was no different from a child carrying a large sum of money through a busy market. It was natural for Gu Zhixin to be tempted. That old bastard is really hateful. Commander Guo has really met a bad person, Yang Kai coldly snorted. Guo Miao followed his words and said, that old bastard didn't want these 2 sets of 4th-grade resources for his own use, but because Master is in seclusion trying to reach the 4th stage to open the Heaven Splitter realm and urgently needs a large number of resources. The old bastard snatched them in order to show his loyalty, so that Master can use him more in the future. Hearing her say this, Yang Kai suddenly remembered some news he had heard in the inn in Graceful Territory. It was said that Great Blood Continent's Yun Xinghua had broken through and reached the 4th stage. Now it seemed that this was due to Guo Miao's 2 sets of 4th-grade resources. And then? Yu He asked softly. Guo Miao said sadly, that old bastard asked me for them, but these were resources that father had risked his life to accumulate, so how could I agree? I wanted to condense my Dao seal as soon as possible and then refine these 2 sets of resources, so that old bastard couldn't even think about it. Who would have thought that after I condensed my Dao seal, he actually forced me to refine a set of 2nd-grade wood attribute resources? As she spoke, Guo Miao's red lips were almost bleeding from biting them, and her eyes were filled with tears. For any cultivator, one's foundation was the most important. What grade of resources one condensed would determine what grade of Heaven Splitter one could reach in the future. Guo Miao had been forced to refine 2nd-grade resources, so in the future, she could only reach the 2nd-grade Heaven Splitter realm. Cutting off one's future was tantamount to murdering one's parents. However, what was done could not be undone, and she was living under someone else's roof. How could a weak little girl like Guo Miao keep those 2 sets of 4th-grade resources? In the end, the 2 sets of 4th-grade resources were snatched away by Gu Zhixin and given to Yun Xinghua, allowing him to break through to the 4th stage recently. Originally, Guo Miao had already accepted her fate. After all, she was alone, so even if she was unwilling, what could she do? Unexpectedly, a few days ago, Guo Ziyan, who had been missing for more than 10 years, suddenly appeared in Great Blood Continent. Father and daughter reuniting after such a long separation was a joyous occasion, but when Guo Ziyan realized that his daughter had only condensed 2nd-grade strength, he was both shocked and angry. He had clearly prepared 2 sets of 4th-grade resources for Guo Miao, and Guo Miao's aptitude was enough to refine them, so why was it like this now? After asking, Guo Miao had some misgivings and didn't dare tell him the truth. Guo Ziyan felt that something was wrong but didn't ask anything, instead feigning ignorance and chatting freely with Gu Zhixin. Chapter 4203. That night, while the Great Blood Continent was unprepared, Guo Ziyan fled with Guo Miao, learning of what had happened on the way. When he heard that his daughter was actually bullied in such a way in the Great Blood Continent, Guo Ziyan naturally flew into a rage. He swore to take revenge and seek justice for his daughter. However, he also knew that he wasn't strong enough, so he wanted to hurry back and find Yang Kai. Unfortunately, before he could reach Star City, Gu Zhixin and his men caught up with him. If it was just stealing 2 sets of 4th-grade resources, this enmity could be resolved. At worst, the Great Blood Continent could just compensate him. Now that Yun Xinghua had broken through to the 4th grade, his need for cultivation resources wasn't too great. Although the Great Blood Continent was only a 3rd-grade force, they should have enough money to compensate for 2 sets of 4th-grade materials. Gu Zixin shouldn't have forced Guo Miao to refine a set of second-grade resources and condense second-grade strength in order to cut off her hopes. This was completely cutting off any hope of Guo Miao's future. How could such a deep enmity be resolved so easily? The Great Blood Continent should also know this, so after discovering that Guo Ziyan had fled with Guo Miao, they immediately sent people to chase after them, cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots to prevent future trouble. Although Guo Ziyan had broken through to the third grade after refining a low-grade world fruit, how could he be a match for 6 heaven-opening realm masters? What's more, he still had to protect Guo Miao. After a fierce battle, he was outnumbered and heavily injured. He knew that today was a disaster, so if he wanted to escape, he could only take risks and risk his life. Although he had killed 2 second-grade heaven-opening realm masters, in the end, it was difficult for him to escape. At this critical moment, Yang Kai and the others had come to meet him, and what happened next was needless to say. Great Blood Continent, very good. Yang Kai lightly sneered. When he had heard that Yun Xinghua had been suppressed in the Star City Inn and had been forced to break through to the third-grade heaven-opening realm, he had felt some sympathy for him. Thinking about his own future, he had even felt a bit of kinship. But now it seemed that this fellow didn't deserve the slightest bit of sympathy. Even though Yun Xinghua had no idea when Gu Zixin had snatched the 2 Tier 4 resources from Guo Miao, how could Yun Xinghua not know when Gu Zixin had brought people to kill Guo Ziyan and his daughter? He turned to look at him. Young master, what are your plans? Not only her, but Lang Qingshan, Scabby Head, and the others also looked over. They had followed Guo Ziyan for a much longer time than they had followed Yang Kai. When they were in Crimson Star, they were Guo Ziyan's subordinates. Usually, Guo Ziyan took care of them and saved them from danger many times. Now that they saw the Grand Commander being beaten to such a state, and the Grand Commander's daughter being bullied like this, they naturally shared a common enemy, and their eyes burned with rage. Since he dared to touch my people, I naturally won't let him off so easily. Turn around and go to the Great Blood Continent. I want to find that Yun Xinghua and demand justice. I want to see if he ate a bear's heart and leopard's guts or grew 3 heads and 6 arms. The expressions of Lang Qingshan and the others shook as they immediately left. Guo Miao was stunned and said gratefully and worriedly, Master, the Great Blood Continent isn't weak after all, and we only have so few people. Yang Kai smiled and said, the one beside you is a Tier 6 heaven splitter, what is a mere Great Blood Continent? Guo Miao looked at He and covered her mouth in surprise. Although she had sensed that He was a heaven splitter, and definitely a mid-tier heaven splitter, otherwise it would have been impossible for her to kill the people from the Great Blood Continent so easily, she hadn't expected her to be a Tier 6 heaven splitter. The falling lotus flower tore through the void and rushed in the direction of the Great Blood Continent. At the same time, in the Great Blood Continent, the sound of a bell suddenly resounded through the sky, alarming countless disciples of the Great Blood Continent and causing them to look towards the central hall. A disciple of the Great Blood Continent solemnly counted the bell tolls. Only when the tolls stopped did he say with a pale face, the bell tolled 9 times. This is a death knell. An elder has passed away. Which elder? A disciple beside him said, Our Great Blood Continent has 4 elders, but none of them have reached the end of their lifespan. Did something happen to them? A third person said, I saw Elder Gu lead a group of people out. I don't know what they were doing, but they were so aggressive and filled with killing intent. Could it be that Elder Gu was killed? As they spoke, figures flew out from various parts of the Great Blood Continent and rushed towards the central hall. They were all heaven splitter cultivators of the Great Blood Continent. There weren't many of them, but they weren't few either. There were over 20 of them, and apart from the 3 Tier 3 heaven splitters, the rest were all Tier 1 and Tier 2 heaven splitters. They held various positions in the Great Blood Continent, and upon hearing the bell tolls, they all gathered towards the central hall. Numerous figures flashed into the central hall. A middle-aged man with a dignified appearance sat upright on the main seat. This man's hair was jet black, but his temples were grizzled white. He seemed to have experienced the vicissitudes of life. This middle-aged man was the leader of the Great Blood Continent, Yun Xinghua. A tall and sturdy third-rank heaven splitter strode in. Looking around, seeing everyone's gloomy expressions, he frowned and cupped his fists. "Boss, whose death knell is it?" Yun Xinghua said solemnly. It was Elder Gu Zhixin. That Tier 3 heaven splitter's eyes widened in surprise. How could that be? "Yesterday, I was drinking and chatting with Elder Gu, and he was fine. Also, didn't he go to receive that Grand Commander from Crimson Star? Could this matter be related to that Guozian?" Yun Xinghua nodded heavily. "It should be. That Tier 3 heaven splitter flew into a rage. That Guozian has guts, daring to kill Elder Gu in our Great Blood Continent. Where is he? This one will go and twist his head." A man who looked like a weak scholar next to him said, "That Guozian quietly left last night and is not in Great Blood Continent." The burly man frowned. "Left? What do you mean?" Yun Xinghua said, "This matter is my fault. Elder Gu died because of me. This king has let him down." The burly man was puzzled. "Leader, what's the situation?" Not only was this burly man puzzled, but many people in the hall also felt like they had fallen into the clouds. Yun Xinghua said, "Wasn't this king in seclusion to break through? This consumed a large amount of Great Blood Continent's cultivation resources. My Great Blood Continent's foundation is shallow and cannot withstand such a torment. This king made a miscalculation, and at a critical moment in seclusion, I suddenly discovered that the resources I needed were not enough. This was so I could send a message to Elder Gu Zhixin and ask him to help me think of a solution. If the resources were not enough, it was very likely that all my previous efforts would have been wasted." Inside the hall, the 20 or so heaven splitters all revealed looks of surprise when they heard this, because they had not known about this matter at all. However, Yun Xinghua was the leader of Great Blood Continent, and if he could break through to the 4th stage, it would be a huge boost to the entire Great Blood Continent, so although this was the first time they had heard of such a matter, no one felt that it was inappropriate. "And then?" the burly man asked. Yun Xinghua said, "Elder Gu did not disappoint and sent over 2 4th stage resources not long after. It was because of these 2 4th stage resources that this king was able to smoothly break through." The burly man frowned. Although he had a rough temperament, his mind was smooth and slick. Faintly realizing something, he hesitantly asked, "Leader, could it be that there was a problem with those 2 4th stage resources?" Yun Xinghua nodded. "Elder Guan's words are correct. The problem lies with those 2 4th stage resources. At the time, although I was curious as to how Elder Gu had been able to obtain 2 4th stage resources so quickly, I did not ask. After all, my cultivation had reached a critical juncture, so I could only focus on refining and absorbing them. In the end, I succeeded and broke through to the 4th stage, leaving seclusion. It can be said that the reason this king was able to break through to the 4th stage is because of Elder Gu's great merit. After leaving seclusion, I asked Elder Gu about the 2 4th stage resources, and Elder Gu told me that he had obtained them by accident a long time ago. I was very grateful and prepared to compensate him in the future. But who would have thought that 2 days ago, when Guozian came to find me, I realized that the matter was not so simple. Those 2 4th stage resources did not belong to Elder Gu, but to his disciple, Guomiao. Guomiao's aptitude is quite good, and she has a chance of directly breaking through to the 4th stage, so Guozian had prepared 2 4th stage resources for her as backup. Elder Gu was also aware of this matter, and after receiving this king's message, he borrowed those 2 resources from Guomiao, sowing the seeds of disaster. After hearing his words, many of the heaven-opening realm cultivators in the hall revealed strange expressions. They were not fools, and after interacting with Gu Zhixin for so many years, they were well aware of his character. When Gu Zhixin had taken those 2 4th stage resources from Guomiao, he had spent a great deal of effort, and it was not as simple as just borrowing them. It was even uncertain whether or not this leader had been aware of this matter beforehand. That Guozian came in search of a woman, and my great blood continent received him well, but for some reason, he fled last night. Elder Gu was afraid he would misunderstand, so he chased after him, most likely wanting to explain, but, just now, a disciple reported that Elder Gu's soul lamp suddenly extinguished. Yun Xinghua's face was filled with grief, and his heart ached. Not only Elder Gu, but Deacon Xiong, Hall Master Ran, and the other 4 also had their soul lamps extinguished. What? Everyone in the hall was in an uproar, and they all looked around. Sure enough, they did not see the people Yun Xinghua had mentioned. Including Gu Zhixin, Great Blood Continent had lost 6 heaven-opening realm cultivators. Although this kind of casualty could not be said to be a serious blow to Great Blood Continent, it was still a huge loss. Furthermore, Yun Xinghua's expression was grave as he looked around, slowly saying, Elder Gu, Deacon Xiong, and the other 3 soul lamps extinguished at the same time. Gasps rang out, and many of the low-rank heaven-opening realm cultivators paled. If the deaths of Gu Zhixin and the other 4 had shocked them, then the fact that 4 soul lamps had extinguished at the same time was extremely horrifying. Extinguishing their soul lamps at the same time meant that these 4 had been killed in an instant, so they could not help but make many connections. Chapter 4204. Gu Zhixin was a 3rd-stage heaven splitter while the others were all 2nd-stage heaven splitters. Their combined strength was not weak, so who could kill them in an instant? A 4th-stage heaven splitter couldn't do this, so the one who could was definitely a 5th-stage heaven splitter. Could it be that Zhao Baichuan personally took action? The burly man surnamed Guan's expression was also extremely solemn. It was natural for him to have such an association. Guozian was from Qixing and Zhao Baichuan was their great master, so it made sense for him to stand up for Guozian. Yun Xinghua slowly stood up. No matter who killed Elder Gu and the others, everyone, my great blood continent is very likely to face a great calamity. The slightest carelessness could lead to eternal damnation. I ask everyone to work together with this king to deal with this calamity. Someone stepped forward and asked, Chief, you mean to say that after killing Elder Gu and the others, that person will come to our great blood continent to cause trouble? Yun Xinghua nodded. I can't rule out this possibility. The man said, even if the one who took action was really Zhao Baichuan, this person is only a 5th-stage heaven splitter. No one in my great blood continent is his match, but if he wants to attack this place, it won't be easy. Yun Xinghua said, if it was just Zhao Baichuan alone, my great blood continent naturally wouldn't be afraid. With the protection of the Grand Array, even if he is a 5th-stage heaven splitter, what can he do to my great blood continent? However, it's not like you don't know the situation of Qixing. Just the number of mid-stage heaven splitters they have is as many as 10 years ago. Now that they have reappeared, their strength is likely not to be underestimated. The weak scholar from before said, if this is really the case, my great blood continent will not be able to resist. Chief, I suggest we ask the Pure Grace Pavilion for help. This Pure Grace territory is the territory of the Pure Grace Pavilion, and my great blood continent is also under their command. It is not Qixing's turn to act wildly. Yun Xinghua's expression was complicated as he slowly shook his head. I'm afraid it's too late. If this person really wants to make things difficult for my great blood continent, they will appear in a day or 2. Even if we ask the Pure Grace Pavilion for help, we won't be able to make it in time. Not to mention, the Pure Grace Pavilion may not be willing to help. Everyone's expression turned solemn when they heard that. Yun Xinghua had been suppressed by the Pure Grace Pavilion in the past and had no choice but to advance to the 3rd stage to split open the sky. Now, after decades of bitter cultivation, he had regained the strength of the 4th stage. The Pure Grace Pavilion would not be happy to see this. If he really asked the Pure Grace Pavilion for help, he did not know what kind of price he would have to pay. Perhaps they would take the opportunity to raise some harsh conditions. Don't mention the matter of asking for help again. I hope that everyone can be more vigilant in the near future. If there is any movement outside, report it immediately. Yes. Everyone responded loudly, and scattered in all directions. After everyone had left, Yun Xinghua gritted his teeth and punched the armrest of his chair. He cursed, Gu Zhixin, that bastard, he ruined my plans. He was suppressed and had no choice but to advance to rank 3. Now that he had obtained the strength of rank 4, he could already look forward to rank 5. With his aptitude, as long as he had enough resources, it should not be difficult for him to advance to rank 5 within 200 years. And at that time, it would probably be the time when the pavilion master of the Pure Swan Pavilion would return. Other than that old fart, the rest of the people in the Pure Swan Pavilion would be nothing in his eyes. At that time, with his 5th grade heaven-splitting strength, who in the entire Pure Swan domain would be his match? It would not be difficult for him to unify the Pure Swan domain and let the Blood Great Continent surpass the Pure Swan Pavilion. Only then would he be able to take revenge for being suppressed in the past. However, this beautiful dream had only just begun when he encountered such an unforeseen event. That unknown enemy had been able to instantly kill 4 low-rank heavenly splitters. He knew that he was definitely not their opponent. Even if the Blood Great Continent had the support of a Grand Spirit Array, they might not be able to block this enemy. As for what path to take in the future, he was actually somewhat at a loss. He pondered with a gloomy expression for a while, but he had no countermeasures. He could only hope that the enemy's strength was not so great and that they would retreat in the face of difficulties. However, this hope was shattered in just a single day. Accompanied by a loud explosion, the entire Great Blood Continent seemed to shake endlessly. Berserk energy rampaged, and the Great Blood Continent was thrown into chaos. Some of the weaker disciples began to bleed from their mouths and noses, and some of them even fainted. Yun Xinghua flew out of his cultivation room and looked over. He immediately saw a huge lotus outside the Blood Great Continent's Grand Spirit Array. The lotus slowly rotated, each petal exquisitely crafted, like a beautiful work of art. However, Yun Xinghua could feel an astonishing power from it. This was definitely an artifact that only a second-grade force could forge. Moreover, only a second-grade force with a relatively strong foundation could possess such an artifact. The Pure Grace Pavilion had a similar secret treasure, but it had cost them countless resources to create the Pure Grace platform. In an instant, Yun Xinghua's mouth was filled with bitterness. At this moment, the Blood Great Continent's Spirit Array had been activated and a transparent light curtain enveloped the entire Blood Great Continent. However, somewhere in this light curtain, there was a deep crater that was slowly recovering. Yun Xinghua's eyes twitched as he realized that this crater was definitely caused by the impact of the lotus. Who was this person inside the lotus? Using such an artifact to forcefully impact the Blood Great Continent's Spirit Array, was he crazy? One had to know that although this kind of artifact was powerful, it was not cheap to make. Once it was damaged, it was not easy to repair. Therefore, no matter which great force possessed such an artifact, under normal circumstances, they would take great care of it and not allow it to be damaged, but this person had actually used the lotus to directly impact the Spirit Array. What kind of violent and inhumane method was this? Just as he was thinking this, the lotus slowly retreated a few hundred kilometers before turning into a stream of light and rapidly slamming into the Blood Great Continent. Yun Xinghua's eyes widened as a chill rushed up from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Without hesitation, he summoned the Spirit Array Jade Pendant and desperately poured his strength into it, madly mobilizing the power of the Spirit Array. The world energy in the entire Blood Great Continent seemed to be sucked dry at this moment and poured into the Spirit Array, enhancing its power. The transparent light curtain quickly solidified, as if it had thickened by several layers. Just as he finished doing this, the lotus slammed into the spirit array's light curtain, causing it to cave in at a speed visible to the naked eye. The huge lotus was like an indestructible sword, piercing straight towards the blood great continent's vital points, as if it wanted to shatter the entire blood great continent. With a loud explosion, the great blood continent shook violently. Behind Yun Xinghua, the shadow of a mini-universe world flashed by, and the power of the world force surged. The power of the spirit array did not disappoint. The thick light curtain was like an elastic rubber ball, bouncing the lotus back, but the crater was unable to recover for a long time. Yun Xinghua snorted and took 3 steps back, blood flowing from his mouth and nose, his face slightly pale. He controlled the blood great continent spirit array and his mind was connected to the entire blood great continent, so when the blood great continent was shaken, even he suffered a backlash. Boss! One figure after another rushed over and stood by his side, all of them looking outside with horrified expressions. Yun Xinghua suppressed the roiling blood in his heart and shouted from across the spirit array, "Who is it? Please stop, we can talk." He had placed all his hopes on the spirit array, but now it seemed that this hope had been shattered. Even if the spirit array could hold on and not be broken, he could not bear it. This kind of collision did not need to happen too many times, just 3 or 5 more and he would be seriously injured. At that time, the spirit array would break on its own. The giant lotus did not respond, instead slowly opening up a distance of several hundred kilometers, flashing as it continued to crash into him. Kong, a loud bang shook the heavens as countless blood great continent disciples fainted on the ground. Even the lower-grade heaven-opening masters seemed to be unable to bear such a collision, all of them staggering, their expressions ugly. As for Yun Xinghua, who was in charge of maintaining the spirit array, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his aura suddenly weakening. However, even after 3 collisions, the blood great continent's spirit array still did not break. This was the strength of spirit arrays. Even though the blood great continent was only a 3rd-grade force, by relying on the power of the spirit array, they could still resist enemies stronger than them. On the other hand, the giant lotus had dimmed slightly after 3 collisions, and it seemed to have suffered some damage. From within the lotus, a delicate woman's voice rang out, "Little Guomiao, young master has helped you vent your anger. If you don't feel satisfied, then continue crashing. Let's break this tortoise shell and then crush this blood great continent." Within the blood great continent, many of the heaven-opening masters almost coughed up blood when they heard this. Such a vicious and deranged method was actually just to help vent Guomiao's anger. Just what kind of madwoman was hidden within that lotus? Just as they were trembling in fear, another woman's voice rang out, "Thank you, master. Disciple only wishes for father to be safe and sound." The man surnamed Guan whispered beside Yun Xinghua, "It's Guomiao's voice." Guomiao had lived in the blood great continent for many years, so the man surnamed Guan recognized her and could naturally recognize her voice. Yun Xinghua nodded solemnly. Although he had long guessed that the murderer of Gu Zhixin and the others would not let this matter rest, he did not expect that this person would appear so quickly outside the blood great continent. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the anger in his heart and cupped his fists. "Blood great continent's Yun Xinghua greets honored sir. May I ask honored sir's name? Can you show yourself?" The lotus floating in the sky slowly rotated, and from the gap between 2 petals, a door appeared. Immediately after, a group of 2 people appeared from the door. One was a handsome young man with his hands behind his back, his expression indifferent, and the other was a charming woman, her beautiful eyes shining brightly. Yun Xinghua's eyes narrowed slightly. Among the 2 people who had appeared, the woman's body was emitting a terrifying aura. He had only sensed such an aura from the old pavilion master of the Pure Grace Pavilion. 6th grade splitting the heavens. The man surnamed Guan exclaimed, his expression becoming extremely ugly. The hearts of the other heaven-opening realms also sank, and the sound of gulping could be heard. How could it be 6th grade splitting the heavens? This time, the blood great continent had kicked an iron plate. Chapter 4205. No wonder Gu Zixin and the other Deacon Hall masters were killed in an instant. It turned out that the other party had a 6th grade heaven splitter. Which lower grade heaven splitter could resist such a powerful force? However, even though they guessed that Gu Zixin and the others had died at the hands of this beautiful woman, the great blood continent's heaven splitters did not dare to harbor any resentment or revenge. In the entire Pure Swan field, there was only one 6th stage heaven splitter. The old pavilion master of the Pure Swan Pavilion had suppressed the Pure Swan field by himself for thousands of years. He was the overlord of the Pure Swan field, and no one dared to disobey him. It could be seen how tyrannical a 6th stage heaven splitter was. Even if they had really asked the graceful Grace Pavilion for help, they probably would not have gotten involved in this mess. The old pavilion master did not have much lifespan left, so how could he offend another 6th grade heaven splitter for the sake of great blood continent? Yun Xinghua's mouth was full of bitterness as he looked at the young man in front of the woman. Although the young man's aura was not obvious, he was obviously from the Emperor realm, but Yun Xinghua did not dare to underestimate him in the slightest. Instead, his expression became even more dignified. It was because the position this young man was standing was one step ahead of the 6th grade heaven splitter woman. What did this mean? This undoubtedly meant that the young man's identity was even nobler than that woman's. It could even be said that the 6th grade heaven splitter woman was only his follower. Cold sweat seeped out of his forehead, and Yun Xinghua faintly felt that this time he seemed to have provoked an incredible existence. Suppressing the throbbing in his heart, Yun Xinghua politely cupped his fists and said in a deep voice, "Great blood continents, Yun Xinghua greets the two of you. May I ask how I should address you?" Yang Kai was expressionless and did not say a word. Yu He smiled and said, "My young master is the master of the Void Land, Void True Monarch." A mere Emperor Realm Master was obviously not qualified to be called a true monarch, but no one present felt that there was anything wrong with it. Yun Xinghua frowned slightly, his heart filled with doubt. This Void Land was obviously a 2nd grade force, but he had never heard of it before. Hesitantly, he said, "So it is True Monarch, Master. I didn't know True Monarch had graced my great blood continent with your presence. Please forgive us for not coming out to greet you, but, is there some misunderstanding? Why is True Monarch colliding with the formation of my great blood continent? Has my great blood continent offended True Monarch?" He had never been so humble in front of someone from the Emperor realm. Unfortunately, his fists were not as big as his, so he could only lower himself. Yu He was still smiling like a flower, but that smile was extremely terrifying in the eyes of the great blood continent's heaven-opening realm masters. "Don't you know what the great blood continent did? Why ask when you already know the answer?" Yun Xinghua's expression was difficult as he forced out a smile and said, "Madam, please tell me. I have been in seclusion all this time and have just come out a few days ago. I don't know much about the outside world." "Are you sure?" Yu He looked at him meaningfully, her tone leisurely. Under her gaze, Yun Xinghua felt like he was being stared at by an ancient vicious beast, as if he could die at any moment. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead and down his cheeks. Under the pressure of a mountain, his mind raced as he tried to think of a way to resolve the crisis in front of him. At that moment, the scholarly-looking heaven-opening realm master stepped forward and said in a voice that was neither too loud nor too soft, "Chief, I'm afraid today's matter is related to Elder Gu Zixin." "What do you mean?" Yun Xinghua pretended not to know and looked over suspiciously. The scholar said, "I seem to have heard Guo Miao's voice from that lotus just now, and that Guo Miao is one of Elder Gu's disciples. She is also the daughter of a great commander of Crimson Star called Guo Zian. Back then, Commander Guo sent Guo Miao to my great blood continent to become Elder Gu's disciple to cultivate. A few days ago, Commander Guo came to my great blood continent and wanted to take Guo Miao away. Elder Gu refused, and the two of them even drank and chatted happily. I don't know what happened after that, but since Guo Miao is here today, today's matter is definitely related to what happened before. There was such a thing? Yun Xinghua frowned and looked around, shouting, "Where is Elder Gu? Come up and talk." The scholar said, "Chief, Elder Gu is already dead. His soul lamp suddenly extinguished. I was about to report this matter but didn't have time." What? Yun Xinghua was shocked. Elder Gu is dead? Not only Elder Gu, but the soul lamps of the other Deacon Hall masters were also extinguished. Yun Xinghua's face suddenly paled as he lamented, "How could this be?" After a moment of grief, he looked up at Yu He and Yang Kai and asked, "May I ask if the two of you are here because of my great blood continent's Elder Gu Zhixin? If so, I'm afraid the two of you will be disappointed. We don't know who killed Elder Gu, but now even his soul lamp is extinguished." "I killed him," Yu He said lightly. Yun Xinghua stared at Yu He in disbelief. "Why did Master kill my great blood continent's elder? Did Elder Gu offend you in any way?" Yu He looked at him deeply for a long time before slowly shaking her head and looking at Yang Kai, "Young Master." Yang Kai rubbed his hands and said, "I heard that Great Blood Continent's chief was suppressed by the Pure Grace Pavilion and had to endure humiliation. I thought that Great Blood Continent's chief was a person who knew when to yield and when not to and would achieve great things in the future, but now it seems that he was just an actor." Yun Xinghua said angrily, "Why does true monarch say that?" Yang Kai looked at him indifferently, "Chief, don't you think that your performance is too clumsy? Who can you fool? Do you want me to tell you that Gu Zhixin not only stole the 2 4th-rank resources that Commander Guo gave to his daughter, but also forced her to refine the 2 4th-rank powers, cutting off her path and preventing future troubles? That Gu Zhixin colluded with the Pure Grace Pavilion and Zhou Yiying to kill Commander Guo and his daughter? Do you want to tell me that you didn't know anything about this and that it was all done by Gu Zhixin alone? 2 4th-rank resources." Yun Xinghua was shocked. "Elder Gu did give me 2 4th-rank resources to help me cultivate in seclusion. Could it be that those 2 resources were Guo Miao's?" Speaking of this, Yun Xinghua was annoyed. Foolish, as an elder of Great Blood Continent, how could he steal the resources of his own disciples? Such actions, he is unworthy of being a teacher. Yang Kai nodded and praised, "Chief's acting is amazing, I admire it." Yun Xinghua said seriously, "True monarch misunderstood, I really didn't know anything about this. If I had known." Not waiting for him to finish speaking, Yang Kai raised his hand and interrupted him, leaning forward slightly as he stared down at Yun Xinghua condescendingly. "Since this king has come here, do you think I came here to argue with you? Regardless of whether you were aware of this matter or not, it was your Great Blood Continent's people who took it by force. Commander Guo was also injured by your Great Blood Continent's people. If it wasn't for my timely rescue, would Commander Guo and his daughter still be alive? Commander Guo is from the Void Lands, how can trash like you bully the people of the Void Lands?" As soon as he finished speaking, Yu He let out a shout and shook her hand, sending out the fragrant caltrip. As it spun, the caltrip turned into a drill and slammed into the Great Blood Continent's light barrier. The light barrier suddenly caved in, blocking this terrifying attack, but the caltrip continued to spin and drill into it. At the same time, the giant lotus flower suddenly disintegrated and petals flew out like sharp blades, cutting into the Great Blood Continent's array. Not only that, Yang Kai also raised his hand and summoned the Divine Essence-fused gourd. Opening the gourd, brilliant rays of Divine Essence-fused light spilled out and rushed towards the Great Blood Continent's array. Rumbling sounds rang out incessantly, the Great Blood Continent shook, and the heaven and earth spirit chi became extremely chaotic. When the many heaven-opening masters saw this, their faces turned ashen and they all looked towards Yun Xinghua. The moment Yang Kai and the others attacked, Yun Xinghua summoned the Great Formation Jade Pendant again to control the Great Blood Continent's array, but under his perception, his Great Blood Continent's array was collapsing at an extremely fast speed, causing his heart to sink to the bottom. The Great Blood Continent was only a third-grade force, so even if it had a Great Blood Continent's array, it couldn't be considered too strong. If there was only one fifth-grade Heaven Opening Master, the Great Blood Continent's array might be able to resist. But He was a sixth-grade Heaven Opening Master, so how could the Great Blood Continent's array block it? Not to mention that Lang Qingshan and the others were controlling the Falling Lotus, while Yang Kai was controlling the Divine Essence Fused Light to help. With such a fierce attack, it would probably take less than an hour for the Great Blood Continent's array to completely collapse. At that time, even if the Great Blood Continent had a sea of people, they wouldn't be able to block the slaughter of a sixth-grade Heaven Opening Master. True Sovereign, please stop. This is really a misunderstanding. Yun Xinghua shouted in panic, cold sweat dripping down his face. Yang Kai, however, remained unmoved. Instead, he activated the Divine Essence Fused Light even more fiercely. Although the Divine Essence Fused Light was a sixth-grade Heaven Opening Master's strength, it had only one attribute, so its destructive power couldn't be compared to Yu He's, who was a genuine sixth-grade Heaven Opening Master. After all, the Heaven Opening Master used the power of the world. Yin, Yang, and the five elements countered each other in an endless cycle. However, compared to his own strength in the Emperor realm, the Divine Essence Fused Light was much more powerful. Seeing that Yang Kai ignored him, Yun Xinghua shouted again, "The Great Blood Continent is willing to compensate for True Sovereign's losses. Please show mercy." Yang Kai sneered, "I'm afraid it's too late to say this now." If Yun Xinghua had removed the Great Blood Continent's array from the beginning and properly apologized, Yang Kai might not have been so ruthless. After all, if the other party didn't fight back, it wouldn't be good for him to make a move. The main culprit, Gu Zhixin, was already dead. Even if Yun Xinghua knew beforehand, he wasn't the mastermind. But how could Yang Kai allow this to happen, thinking that his acting skills were so good that he could bluff his way through? Seeing Yang Kai's determination, Yun Xinghua's face was filled with despair. He could only desperately urge the power of the Grand Array to resist. However, he also knew that this was akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. Relying on the Grand Array of the Great Blood Continent, it was impossible to stop this fiend in front of him. But if he didn't resist, could it be that he would be trampled upon? Turning his head to look around, he saw that the low-rank heaven splitters of his own clan were all grief-stricken, their faces ashen. Many disciples were also trembling, at a loss of what to do. He sighed in his heart, knowing that the Great Blood Continent would not be able to escape this time. He wished he could grab the dead Gu Zhixin and whip his corpse. Chapter 4206. Kacha, the sound of something shattering could be heard. Under the pressure of Yu He, Yang Kai, and Luo Lian Luo, in less than an incense stick's worth of time, cracks began to appear all over the Great Blood Continent's protective array. Although Yun Xinghua tried his best to summon his own strength and activate the power of the Grand Formation, he was only struggling bitterly. Until a certain moment, accompanied by a violent energy fluctuation, the array suddenly collapsed. Yun Xinghua spat out a mouthful of blood as if he had been struck by lightning, his face suddenly turning pale. An invisible pressure suddenly spread out and enveloped the entire Great Blood Continent. This pressure was so heavy that it was as if 1,000 worlds were pressing down on everyone's heads, making it difficult for them to breathe and despair. This was the pressure of a sixth-grade heaven-splitting sovereign. There were many heaven-splitting sovereigns in the Great Blood Continent, but all of them were like quails that had yet to build their nests in winter, shivering in fear as they looked up at the charming woman in the sky, not daring to show the slightest bit of resistance, let alone the courage to fight. Yang Kai arrived in front of Yun Xinghua in a flash and kicked him to the ground. Stepping on his chest, he pointed the blue dragon spear at his forehead and said coldly, "Speak, how do you want to die?" Yun Xinghua stared at Yang Kai, his mouth full of blood and humiliation. With his fourth-grade heaven-splitting sovereign strength, it would not be difficult for him to kill this person from the emperor realm in front of him, but he did not dare to make the slightest move because the woman's aura was firmly locked onto him, her beautiful eyes filled with a cold light. Once he made the slightest move, he was bound to be attacked like a storm. Perhaps he would be killed on the spot before he could even make a move. Therefore, even though he was depressed, Yun Xinghua did not dare to make the slightest move. Suppressing the unwillingness in his heart, he admitted defeat and said, "True sovereign, please spare my life. The Great Blood Continent is willing to apologize." "What's the use of apologizing?" Yang Kai's face was cold and indifferent. "This king has come today to seek justice for the people of the Great Void Lands and let the 3,000 worlds know that no one can bully the people of the Great Void Lands. Quickly choose a way to die and this king may leave you with an intact corpse." Yun Xinghua's heart sank. He never thought that Yang Kai would be so resolute, not giving him any face at all. Right at this moment, Yu He's expression suddenly changed, and she said, "Young master, Commander Gua is awake." "Oh." Yang Kai raised his head and looked towards the fallen lotus. His divine sense gushed out, and indeed, he sensed that Guazian had awoken. At this moment, Guazian walked out of the falling lotus flower step by step with Guomiao's support. Looking around, he was surprised to find that Yun Xinghua was being stepped on by Yang Kai, unable to move. Many of the Great Blood Continent's heaven-opening realm masters were standing stiffly in place with panicked expressions, as if someone had cast a spell on them. There were also many Great Blood Continent disciples lying unconscious on the ground nearby. He immediately understood that his master had come to the Great Blood Continent. What a tyrannical way of doing things. Judging from the current situation, the Great Blood Continent seemed to be powerless to resist. This was not surprising though. With Yu He, a sixth-order heaven-opening realm master, how could a trifling third-class force like the Great Blood Continent resist? Commander Gua's injuries have not yet healed, so you should be recuperating. Why have you come out? Yang Kai looked at him and asked. Guazian took a deep breath and said, "Many thanks for master's concern, but this lowly one's injuries are nothing and will be completely healed after a few days of rest. This lowly girl has something to ask of master." Yang Kai turned to Guomiao and gently nodded, "Your father served under me, and although his time was not long, he was extremely loyal to this king and had made great contributions. You are his only child and the one he valued the most in his life, the one he was willing to give up his life to protect. If you have any requests, feel free to speak. If this king can help you, he will not refuse." Guomiao hurriedly bowed, "Disciple thanks master in advance, disciple." Disciple does not have any other request, she just hopes that master will be lenient and let off the Great Blood Continent's chief and the other elders. Once this was said, not only did Yang Kai reveal a look of shock, but even the Great Blood Continent's heaven-opening realm masters were shocked. Yun Xinghua, who was being stepped on by Yang Kai and did not dare move in the slightest, had a sharp light in his eyes. Guazian seemed to have known that his daughter would say this, so he was not surprised and simply sighed. "Are you sure?" Yang Kai looked directly into Guomiao's eyes, as if he wanted to see into the depths of her heart, "That Gu Zixin stole your resources and forced you to condense a second-grade true qi, ruining your future. Before this, he even led people to kill you and your father, almost killing you and your father. If this king had not arrived in time, how could you and your father still be alive? This Yun Xinghua, as the Great Blood Continent's chief, not only did he not protect and take care of you, he even allowed Gu Zixin to commit murder. This king came to condemn him, but he put on an act. Such a vile person, such a despicable person, are you sure you want me to show mercy?" Guomiao lowered her head and said, "Mas. Gu Zixin stole my resources and ruined my future. I naturally hate him, and his death is not to be regretted. To tell master the truth, I have thought countless times before that one day I would take revenge and make him die a horrible death. But when that day really came, disciple did not know why, but she felt a little uncomfortable and unhappy. As she spoke, Guo eyes reddened and tears flowed from the corners of her eyes. Guo gently patted her shoulder and pulled her into his embrace. Yang Kai's eyes flashed, vaguely able to see through the contradictions in Guo heart. After all, to her, it could be said that she was brought up by Gu Zixin. When she was very young, Guo sent her to the Great Blood Continent. She lost her mother when she was young, and she was separated from her father. The little girl struggled to survive. To her, Gu Zixin was the closest person besides her father. This closest person plotted against her at the most important moment of her life, causing her to condense a second-grade true qi with a fourth-grade true qi. Guo hated and cursed in her heart, but even the greatest hatred could not cover up the kindness of raising her and nurturing her. The conflict between kindness and hatred caused waves to rise in her heart, and it was natural that she would feel uncomfortable. If it were someone with a little bit of conscience, they would not be able to bear to see the Great Blood Continent's family destroyed. Wiping the corners of her eyes, Guo said, "Now that the main culprit is dead and father and I are safe and sound, disciple pleads for master to show mercy. This matter ends here." This Great Blood Continent was the place she had grown up in, so it could be considered another home for her. Under the cover of this foul atmosphere, there were still the brothers and senior sisters she had grown up with. If Yang Kai massacred all these heaven-opening realm masters, where would those brothers and senior sisters go? After hearing her words, many of the heaven-opening realm masters from Great Blood Continent revealed looks of shame, while Yun Xinghua was filled with gratitude. He had originally thought that he would definitely die, but who would have thought that there would be a chance for him to survive? Yang Kai looked at Guo and asked, "Is Commander Guo also of the same mind?" Guo said, "Since disciple has been reunited with my daughter, I have no other request." Understood. Yang Kai nodded and lowered his head to look at Yun Xinghua, only to see him looking at him with a pleading expression. When their eyes met, he seemed to be trying to squeeze out a smile, but his face was stiff and his smile was uglier than if he were crying. "Forget it." Yang Kai curled his lips, "I don't have any killing intent left from you father and daughter, so I'll spare their lives today." With a series of exhalations, the Great Blood Continent's heaven-opening realm masters all felt as if a large stone had been lifted from their hearts. Looking at each other, they found that their faces were covered in sweat and could only smile bitterly. The feeling of lingering in front of the gates of hell was truly unpleasant. *Sang, the black dragon spear brushed past Yun Xinghua's cheek and stabbed into the ground beside his ear. Yang Kai leaned over and said darkly, "Thank you for taking in such a kind-hearted disciple." "Yes, yes, yes." Yun Xinghua nodded repeatedly, "My Great Blood Continent will never forget Guo life-saving grace." Yang Kai continued, "However, you can avoid the death penalty, but you can't escape punishment." Taking out the loyalty and righteousness record, he flipped to the third page and said coldly, "Force out your essence blood and leave your name and aura here." The loyalty and righteousness record had a total of 9 pages. The first page had Chun Tianfei's name, the second page had Hei's name, and the third page originally had a name, one of old ancestor Mou's subordinates. Yang Kai had used that person to lure old ancestor Mou into a trap, but unfortunately, that person's life was too short. Old ancestor Mou sensed that something was wrong and killed him with a single palm strike. This caused the original name on the third page to disappear. Guo was grateful and didn't bicker with the Great Blood Continent's people, but Yang Kai wasn't willing to let them off so easily. Right now, the Void was lacking manpower, especially the number of heaven-opening realm masters. There were too few, and many things were inconvenient to deal with. If he could take in the Great Blood Continent's heaven-opening realm masters, at the very least, there would be someone to manage Star City in the Void's territory. Previously, he was still thinking of waiting for Lang Qingshan's group to advance to heaven-opening realm before dealing with Star City, but that would take at least a few years. The Great Blood Continent's heaven-opening realm masters would undoubtedly solve this urgent problem. Yun Xinghua, a fourth-stage heaven-opening realm master, would be able to oversee Star City and maintain order there. Although Yun Xinghua didn't know what mysteries this loyalty and righteousness record had, he instinctively felt that it wasn't anything good. However, at this moment, he was under the eaves, and the aura of a sixth-stage heaven-opening realm master was constantly locked onto him, so how could he resist? After all, in the past, under the suppression of graceful grace territory, he was a man who could endure humiliation. He understood the principle of being flexible, and very straightforwardly forced out his essence blood, leaving his name and aura on the loyalty and righteousness record. With a burst of bloody light, the three words Yun Xinghua appeared on the third page of the loyalty and righteousness record. Yang Kai grinned at him. A wise man submits to circumstances. You're very good. Only now did he move his foot away from his chest. Yun Xinghua silently sensed for a moment, as if he had faintly understood the mysteries of the loyalty and righteousness record. No matter how great the waves in his heart were, he didn't show the slightest dissatisfaction on the surface. Instead, he smiled. Yun Xinghua greets Master. In the future, if Master has any orders, this subordinate will go through water and tread on fire without hesitation. Yang Kai glanced at him with a fake smile. Naturally, he wouldn't believe him so easily, but as long as he had the loyalty and righteousness record, he wasn't afraid of this Yun Xinghua making any waves. Chapter 4207. Are these all the treasures of the Great Blood Continent? In the main hall of the Great Blood Continent, Yang Kai sat at the head of the table with Yu standing behind him. At this moment, he was holding a space ring in his hand and looking at Yun Xinghua, who was standing in front of him with a speechless expression. This guy had left his name on the loyalty list. Regardless of his character, he was already considered a member of the Void Land. The Great Blood Continent was located in the territory of the Pure Grace Pavilion, which was the territory of the Pure Grace Pavilion. Even if Yang Kai wanted to take over the entire Great Blood Continent and make it a subordinate sect of the Void Land, he was powerless to do so. Just imagine, if someone dared to do this in the territory of the Void Land, he would definitely not agree. If he really did so, the Pure Grace Pavilion would definitely make things difficult for him. Therefore, even if he was a little reluctant, Yang Kai could only give up the Great Blood Continent. However, he could give up the Great Blood Continent, but he had to take the people with him. Below Yun Xinghua, the more than 20 heaven-opening realm cultivators and many elite disciples of the Great Blood Continent had to migrate to the Star City in the territory of the Void Land. From now on, they would rely on the Star City and manage it for the Void Land. He believed that with a fourth-grade heaven-opening realm cultivator and several third-grade heaven-opening realm cultivators, the Star City should be well managed. Before leaving, he naturally had to take the Great Blood Continent's treasures with him. Yang Kai thought that the Great Blood Continent might be very poor. Otherwise, Gu Zhixin would not have targeted his disciple and snatched the two fourth-grade resources in Guomiao's hands. However, he really did not expect that a third-class force could be poor to this extent. In the treasury of the Great Blood Continent, there were less than 100,000 heaven-opening pills. The other cultivation resources added together were probably only worth 200,000 to 300,000 heaven-opening pills. In other words, the entire Great Blood Continent's treasury only had 400,000 heaven-opening pills. For someone like Yang Kai who could easily spend millions, these things were simply unbearable to look at. However, thinking about it carefully, the Great Blood Continent could not be blamed for being too poor. It was because they had made a fortune in the Great Void Realm that they had a lot of capital. In this trichiliocosm, an ordinary third-rate power would not be too rich. After all, their disciples needed all kinds of resources to cultivate. Taking the Great Blood Continent as an example, below Yun Xinghua, there were 20 to 30 heaven-opening experts who were elders, deacons, hall masters, and so on. These people had to be paid a certain amount each month. the minimum would be several hundred, while the maximum would be several thousand. This month's expenditure would be several tens of thousands of heaven-opening pills, and this was not even counting the other disciples below the heaven-opening realm. If the Great Blood Continent was like this, then it was the same for the other third-tier powers. Back then, in order to express their apology, the Great Moon Prefecture had only given Yang Kai 100,000 opening heaven pills. This was already a huge loss. There were very few people like Yang Kai, who had hundreds of millions of opening heaven pills. Yun Xinghua said in a panicked voice, replying to Master, this subordinate was in seclusion to break through and consumed a large amount of resources. This. He thought that Yang Kai was still not satisfied, so he repeatedly signaled to the other heaven-opening realm masters, as if he wanted them to gather some resources together to appease Yang Kai's anger. Although the many heaven-opening realm masters were extremely reluctant, they did not dare to disobey and all began to act. You can all rest. Yang Kai waved his hand and tossed the space ring in his hand to Yun Xinghua. Yun Xinghua asked in confusion, Master? Yang Kai picked up the teacup beside him and took a sip of tea, slowly saying, this belongs to your Great Blood Continent, so take care of it yourself. This king is not so greedy as to take your things. Yun Xinghua blushed with shame, Master is of noble character and unquestionable integrity, this subordinate is ashamed. Yang Kai sternly said, now, this king has an important task to entrust to you. Yun Xinghua hurriedly said, please instruct me, Master. Give me your universe scroll. Yang Kai gestured. Yun Xinghua hurriedly took out his universe scroll and handed it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took it and poured his strength into it, then tossed it back to him after a while. I've already marked out the location of the Void Land. Choose 1,000 people from Great Blood Continent and go to the Void Land to find someone called Lu Shui. Tell her that I asked you to go. Yun Xinghua respectfully replied, yes. He paused for a moment before probing, Milord, I wonder what this subordinate should do after meeting Lu Shui. Yang Kai glanced at him, help this king manage the star market in the Void Land's territory. Asterisk schwa schwa schwa, asterisk the 20 or so heaven-opening realm masters below all looked over. Yun Xinghua was also stunned, looking at Yang Kai in shock, Master wants me to manage the star market? He couldn't believe what he was hearing. For any force that could control a star market, the existence of a star market could be said to be one of the largest sources of income for that force. By extracting taxes and collecting rent from the star market, one could obtain large quantities of heaven-opening pills without taking any risks. Pure Swan territory also had a star market, but it was managed by the Pure Swan Pavilion, so Great Blood Continent couldn't interfere. The existence of a star market was of utmost importance to any force, and only those most loyal to their sect could manage it. Only this way could a force continue to exist. But now, Yang Kai was actually asking him to lead Great Blood Continent's people to manage the star market in the Void Land's territory. What? You're not willing? Yang Kai's expression sank. Yun Xinghua hurriedly said, I wouldn't dare. With Master's orders, even if it was a mountain of daggers or a sea of flames, this subordinate would not frown. It's just that the existence of a star market is of great importance. This subordinate is afraid he will fail Master. His heart was filled with suspicion. Was this some kind of trap Kai Yang had set for him? But that shouldn't be the case. Right now, his life and death could be decided with a single thought from the other party, so if he really wanted to do something to him, there was no need to use such a method. Yang Kai calmly said, my Void Land has just been established, and we don't have enough heaven-opening realm masters. If not for this, do you think it would be your turn to manage the star market? Although these words were not polite, to Yun Xinghua, they were like the sounds of nature. So that's how it is. It's actually because we don't have enough people. His heart filled with joy, but his expression remained unchanged. If that's the case, this subordinate understands. Master, rest assured, this subordinate will definitely manage the star market well and definitely won't disappoint master. He was quite shrewd, not revealing his emotions, but the other low-rank heaven-opening realm masters did not have this kind of self-control, and many of them revealed pleasantly surprised expressions, secretly excited. They had originally thought that since the Great Blood Continent had been breached, and even their leader had to be respectful in front of the other party, their future days would definitely be difficult. There were already quite a few people considering whether or not they should find an opportunity to escape. After all, they were all heaven-opening realm masters, so if they joined any force, they would definitely be accepted. Even if they became lone rangers, it would still be better than having to follow the whims of others. Who would have thought that they would actually have the opportunity to manage the star market? This was a very lucrative job. Although the star market was a mix of crooks and dragons, and there were all kinds of people, the star market was the place where transactions were the most frequent, and every transaction represented a large number of heaven-opening pills. Even among those forces that had the qualifications to manage the star market, the person chosen to manage the star market would have to undergo extremely strict examinations and many open and secret struggles before being chosen. And now, such an opportunity that countless people were fighting over was placed right in front of them. Sure enough, after surviving a great disaster, one would be blessed with good fortune. Just a moment ago, they had been worried about their own lives, but now, they had been struck by this great fortune. Everyone seemed to be able to see large amounts of heaven-opening pills pouring into their pockets, so how could they not be excited? Yun Xinghua could only bitterly smile. If he had known earlier that he would be helping Yang Kai manage the star market, how could he have resisted in the slightest? He would have already opened the spirit array and respectfully welcomed him inside. Yang Kai glanced at him meaningfully. Do your job well. As long as this king can see your sincerity, in the future, your cultivation won't be so poor. In time, it won't be difficult for you to increase your cultivation grade. Yun Xinghua hurriedly said, many thanks for master's trust, this subordinate will definitely not disappoint. Take this jade slip, when you arrive in the void and see Lu Shui, give it to her and she will make the arrangements. Yes. I'll give you 5 days to take care of everything in the Great Blood Continent. You can decide who to bring with you and how to arrange the rest of the people. I only want 1,000 people to enter the main star market. Saying so, Yang Kai stood up. This king still has other important matters to attend to. When this king returns to the void next time, I hope to see your results. Yun Xinghua bowed. Master, please wait and see. Respectfully sending off the master. The many heaven-opening realms also shouted in unison, respectfully sending off the master. Under everyone's gazes, Yang Kai led Yuhi into the lotus flower, which quickly turned into a streak of light that shot into the sky. When that streak of light disappeared from sight, Yun Xinghua let out a heavy breath. This time, he had really profited from a disaster. After pondering for a moment, he turned around and issued a series of orders, immediately setting the entire Great Blood Continent into motion. There weren't many disciples in the Great Blood Continent, but they weren't few either, around 6,000 to 7,000 people. Yang Kai only wanted 1,000, so the remaining several thousand couldn't be taken away. Moreover, this time, they would have to stay in the star market, so in other words, they wouldn't be able to return from the Great Blood Continent in the future. He naturally wanted to take away the 1,000 people with the best aptitudes, leaving the rest to find a way out for themselves. Perhaps they would seek refuge with other third-class forces or even the Pure Grace Pavilion, or perhaps they would become homeless, but the Great Blood Continent would definitely be swallowed up by the Pure Grace Pavilion. At the same time, in the lotus flower, Yang Kai looked at Guozian and his daughter in front of him, a wide smile on his face. I also want to congratulate Commander Guo and his daughter for reuniting. Guozian said, it's all thanks to Master. If not for Master's timely assistance, my father and daughter would have already returned to the underworld. Guo Miao also said, many thanks to Master for saving our lives. Yang Kai raised his hand, your father is someone from the Void Lands, so you are also a disciple of the Void Lands. When a disciple is in trouble, I naturally won't sit by and do nothing. Turning to Guoziyan, he said, this king said before that as long as it is within the limits of Guo Miao's ability, I will provide her with the best cultivation resources, but Guo Miao, what grade can your Dao seal withstand? Guo Miao's expression dimmed. Disciple feels that grade 4 shouldn't be a problem, grade 5 might be a bit difficult, but now, Guoziyan's expression also dimmed, thinking about how his daughter's good future had been ruined by that bastard Gu Zixin, he couldn't help but feel heartache. Chapter 4208. Since he can withstand the power of the fourth stage, then in the future, condense fourth stage resources and achieve the fourth stage of splitting the heavens, Yang Kai said. Guoziyan said, Miao already has the foundation of the second stage, so even if he condenses the power of the fourth stage, it won't help. In the future, he can only achieve the second stage of splitting the heavens. Master, there are many things waiting to be done in the void, so there's no need to waste resources. I will take care of Miao's cultivation in the future. Who said it's a waste? Yang Kai laughed. I'm afraid you've forgotten about Meng Hong. Young Master Meng Hong? Guoziyan was startled. He naturally recognized Meng Hong. After all, they had been together in the great cosmological realm for more than 10 years, and he clearly remembered what had happened during this period. Master, you mean, Yang Kai said solemnly, Brother Meng was originally condensing the power of the third stage, but after breaking and then re-establishing it, he has now condensed the power of the fifth stage. If he can achieve splitting the heavens in the future, it will be the fifth stage of splitting the heavens. It's 2 stages higher than the beginning. This lowly one also knows about this, but young Master Meng Hong only had this opportunity because he obtained some Tai Divine Purifying Water. However, Tai Divine Purifying Water is too rare, so it's impossible. Master, what is this? As he spoke, Guoziyan's eyes suddenly widened as he stared at a small jade bottle that appeared in Yang Kai's hand. The jade bottle shook, and the sound of liquid came from inside. This is the Tai Divine Purifying Water, Yang Kai said with a smile. Even though he had already guessed, when Yang Kai confirmed it himself, Guoziyan couldn't help but gasp. Even Yueha looked over in shock. In the land of none, the splitting the heavens couldn't enter, so they didn't know what good things Yang Kai had obtained there. Others couldn't find Tai Divine Purifying Water, but Yang Kai had a lot of it. The Tai Purifying Divine Water was a treasure that Yang Kai had obtained from the land of the ancients. With this divine water, we can cleanse the power in Guo Miao's seal. Fortunately, she has only condensed a single type of power, so it won't be difficult for her to cleanse it. I just don't know if Guo Miao has the courage to do so. Can you endure it? Guo Miao said excitedly, Master, do you mean that the Tai Divine Purifying Water can give me a chance to start over? She had never heard of the Tai Purifying Divine Water before. After all, she had been cultivating in the Great Blood Continent and had little contact with the outside world, so she was somewhat ignorant. However, this did not prevent her from inferring the effect of this item from the conversation between Yang Kai and Guoziyan. Not bad. Yang Kai nodded. Although I haven't used this Tai Divine Purification Water before, a friend of mine has. This thing can give you a chance to start over, but the risk is not small. After all, it's related to your Dao seal. If you're not careful, your foundation will be destroyed, and your future will be ruined. Moreover, in the process of cleansing your Dao seal, I'm afraid you'll have to endure great pain. Guo Miao said cautiously, Master, may I ask what happened to your friend in the end? Yang Kai smiled, although I went through a lot of hardships, I finally succeeded. A trace of determination flashed in Guo Miao's eyes. In that case, Master, please bestow this Tai Purifying Divine Water. Disciple is willing to give it a try. Have you thought it through? Yang Kai asked in a low voice. Guo Miao said, Disciple has thought it through. Disciple originally had a 4th grade aptitude, but now I am forced to condense the power of a 2nd grade. Even if I can safely advance to a 2nd grade in the future, I am afraid that I will not be satisfied. Rather than feeling unsatisfied in the future, it is better to give it a try today. Even if I fail, disciple will have no regrets. Guozian stood to the side, wanting to say something but hesitating, as if he wanted to stop Guo Miao, but every time the words came to his mouth, he swallowed them back down. At this moment, he could not help but sigh and give up the idea of stopping her. Yang Kai handed the Tai purifying divine water to Guo Miao and said with a smile, "Since you have the heart to make progress, then this king will fulfill your wish. However, you don't have to worry too much. When my friend took this item, he relied on his strong will to pass. Today is different. With Yuehe protecting you, I think you will be much more relaxed." "Yes." Guo Miao took the jade bottle and held it tightly in her hand. She did not seem to be holding the Tai purifying divine water, but her future. Turning her head to look at her father, Guozian gave her an encouraging look. Without hesitation, Guo Miao immediately went into seclusion to take the Tai purifying divine water. Yang Kai naturally did not allow it and instructed Yuehe to take good care of it. There were many secret rooms in the falling lotus flower. The two of them found a secret room and walked in. They opened the restriction and isolated the inside from the outside world. Guozian stood outside the door like an iron tower, pacing back and forth. His face was filled with worry and anxiety. Days passed, and the falling lotus flower passed through one large territory after another. 20 days later, they finally arrived at the large territory where the first inn was located. When Yang Kai first came here, he did not know much about this large territory. Only now did he learn from the map of the universe that this large territory was called the Thousand Birds Territory. There was a 2nd grade force, the Thousand Birds Sect. However, the star market here was not under the jurisdiction of the Thousand Birds Sect. There was no other reason. Although the Thousand Birds Sect was a 2nd grade force with a strong foundation, it was a subordinate sect of the Great War Heaven. As such, the true master of this star market was the Great War Heaven, one of the 36 paradises. In this trichiliocosm, there were as many 1st grade, 2nd grade, and 3rd grade forces as there were hairs on an ox. Many of them were subordinate forces. For example, in the Void Territory, the Void Land dominated a large territory. The other 3rd grade forces that lived in the Void Territory belonged to the Void Land and were the subordinate sects of the Void Land. Previously, when the Void Land was being built, those 3rd grade forces had also sent many people to help. The Void Land was like this, and most of the other 2nd grade forces were like this. For example, the relationship between the Pure Grace Pavilion and the Blood Great Continent was also a subordinate relationship. If a 2nd grade force could control a large territory, what about those blessed grotto heavens? Every blessed grotto heavens controlled more than one large territory. There were as many as 10, and as few as 7 or 8. Everything in these large territory was the foundation of these blessed grotto heavens. The Thousand Birds Territory was one of the large territory controlled by Great War Heaven, and the Thousand Birds sect was also a subordinate sect of Great War Heaven. If Great War Heaven had any summons, the Thousand Birds sect would not be able to resist, unless they did not want to continue living in the Thousand Birds Territory. For any blessed grotto heavens, supporting a 2nd grade force to rise up and replacing others was simply a matter of time. Yang Kai secretly rejoiced that the territory of the void was not under the jurisdiction of any blessed grotto heavens. Otherwise, the current territory of the void would probably have to bow down to a blessed grotto heavens and act according to their wishes. On the 2nd day after arriving at the Thousand Birds Territory, the tightly shut door of the secret room suddenly opened. Guozian, who had been guarding outside, saw this and asked nervously, "How is it?" Yuhi chuckled, "Go in and take a look yourself." With that, he turned his body and rushed into the secret room like the wind. A moment later, Yang Kai heard this fellow's carefree laughter. "Thank you for your hard work." Yang Kai nodded to Yu He. Yu He shook her head and said, "From the beginning to the end, I didn't do anything. She passed by herself." Guo Miao is a good seedling. Compared to when Meng Hong had used the Tai pure divine water, Guo Miao had a great advantage. Firstly, she had condensed a second-grade strength, which was 1 grade lower than Meng Hong's third-grade strength, and the effect of the Tai pure divine water was greater and faster. Secondly, she had condensed a second-grade strength for a very short period of time, and it was easier to wash it clean. Thirdly, she had only condensed a second-grade strength, while Meng Hong had condensed several. If Meng Hong could persevere, there was no reason for Guo Miao to fail. Guo Miao's current condition was not bad. She only needed to rest for a while before she could begin to lay the foundation for her own heaven-opening stage. Very quickly, Guo Miao walked out under Guo Ziyan's lead and thanked Yang Kai profusely. Yang Kai immediately took out a few fourth-grade cultivation resources and bestowed them, making Guo Miao extremely grateful. After another 2 days, they finally arrived at the Void Ferry of the Star City. Yang Kai accepted the falling lotus flower, paid some fees, and led Yu He and the others into the Star City in a grandiose manner. Looking at the vaguely familiar streets and the shops that had not changed much, Yang Kai could not help but sigh. The last time he came to the Star City with the lady boss and the others, he still owed a large debt. In the end, he had to rely on the lady boss to pay off the debt. At that time, he was even more wandering and alone. Now, only a dozen years had passed, and when he came again, he was already the master of the Void Land. Not only did he have heaven-opening stage experts like Yu He and Guo Ziyan, he also had future elites like Lang Qingshan and the Scabby Head. In more than 10 years, how much had changed? If the Star City in the Void Territory was a medium-sized star city, then the Star City in the Qianyao Territory was a large star city. There were crowds of people coming and going, and all kinds of goods were available. Compared to this place, the Star City in the Void Territory seemed a little shabby. Yang Kai was not unfamiliar with this place. After all, when he was collecting debts, he had almost run through the entire Star City. After more than 10 years, the Star City had not changed much, so he naturally would not get lost. He immediately led a group of people and walked towards the first stall with ease. This was the first time Guo Miao had come to a place like the Star City. She was full of curiosity towards this bustling place. Everything was new to her, and after walking for a while, she bought a lot of random things. Guo Ziyan followed her with a smile. No matter what his daughter liked, he just bought it. His doting feelings were obvious, as if he wanted to make up for all the guilt he had felt all these years. After walking 2 streets, Yu He, who was following beside Yang Kai, suddenly frowned. With a wave of her hand, a gentle force swept out. Her beautiful eyes coldly looked to the side, her expression alert. Before Yang Kai could react to what had happened, he turned his head to look when he sensed the commotion, only to see a tall and sturdy man staring at Yu He with a stunned expression on his face. This person had a fiendish appearance, and one could tell at a glance that he was not a good person. Coupled with his expression, he looked extremely comical. At this moment, one of his large hands was raised in the air. From the looks of it, he wanted to pat Yang Kai on the shoulder. However, he did not expect Yu He to react so quickly and stop him. In this instant of battle, this person also sensed Yu He's tyrannical strength and couldn't help but be shocked. Looking at this bear-like fellow, Kai Yang couldn't help but laugh. Shopkeeper Pei. This fellow was the 100 Refinement Hall's Pei Buan. Chapter 4209. Yang Kai did not expect that the first acquaintance he would meet after returning to Chidori Star City would be Pei Buan. More than 10 years ago, when Yang Kai went to the 100 Refinements Hall to collect a debt, he had dealt with this guy. As a result, he was tricked by this guy into fighting in the Azura field. Relying on that battle, Pei Buan made a lot of money, not only filling up the huge deficit of the 100 Refinements Hall, but also dealing with the investigation of the higher-ups and paying back the debt as promised. Yang Kai had a deep impression of this guy who looked like a bear. Is it really Brother Yang? Pei Buan also had a pleasantly surprised expression, as if he had seen a relative, appearing extremely eager and could not help taking 2 steps forward. He stood in front of Yang Kai and stared at him coldly. Pei Buan could not help but stop, his face twitching as he glanced at He in fear and smiled awkwardly. Just as Yang Kai had expected, he had seen Yang Kai's back in the crowd and was about to pat him on the shoulder to see what was going on, but before he could do anything, He had blocked him. Although that brush was light, it had to be known that Pei Buan was a 4th-stage heaven-opening realm cultivator and was not weak, but He had blocked him so easily, so she was obviously stronger than him. This woman was definitely a 5th-stage or even 6th-stage heaven-opening realm cultivator. Who was she? Pei Buan was puzzled. Young master, this is... He asked softly. Yang Kai said, shopkeeper Pei of the 100 Refinements Hall. I have had some dealings with shopkeeper Pei before. He looked Pei Buan up and down and said in surprise, such a fierce guy can be a shopkeeper? Can the 100 Refinements Hall make money? Won't the customers be scared away? Pei Buan almost spat out blood. Although Yuhi's words were unintentional, they had poked at his wound. The reason why he had tricked Yang Kai into going to the Azura field was that the 100 Refinements Hall had a huge deficit under his management and urgently needed a large number of heaven-opening pills to make up for it. If it were not for Yang Kai, how could he still be a shopkeeper here? He had already been summoned back by the power behind the 100 Refinements Hall to be punished. Pei Buan coughed lightly and said, young lady, the appearance of a human body is bestowed upon me by my parents. Although I, Pei Buan, am somewhat ugly, my heart is kind. He declined to comment, but since it was an acquaintance of Yang Kai, it was a misunderstanding. Moreover, in this star city under the jurisdiction of De Zhan Tian, no one dared to act rashly. She immediately retreated behind Yang Kai and watched coldly. Yang Kai chuckled as he looked at Pei Buan and said, shopkeeper Pei, what can I do for you? Pei Buan grinned meaningfully, it's nothing, it's just that I haven't seen little brother Yang for more than 10 years and I really miss you. Previously, this shopkeeper also went to the first inn to find Madame Lan to inquire about you, but Madame Lan only said that you had some matters to attend to and didn't tell me anything. Even if I wanted to find you, I didn't know where to go. Yang Kai was dumbfounded, why is shopkeeper Pei looking for me? Suddenly he became extremely vigilant, don't tell me you want me to help you go to the Azura field to fight again? Pei Buan immediately rejected, how can that be? It's fine if the Azura field fights happen occasionally, but how can I, old Pei, treat it as a long-term business? If that's really the case, the entire 100 Refinements Hall won't be enough for me to lose. It's just that little brother Yang did me a favor in the past and old Pei didn't properly thank you. All this time, I've been feeling guilty in my heart. Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously and said lightly, that matter in the past, we each took what we needed. Shopkeeper Pei, you don't have to worry about it. Pei Buan grinned, little brother Yang has a noble character and unquestionable integrity. Little brother Yang, are you going back to the first inn? Yang Kai nodded, yes, I'm going to the first inn. Oh. Pei Buan revealed a look of understanding, then I won't disturb little brother Yang. When you see Madame Lan later, please send my regards. If little brother Yang has time, please come to my 100 Refinements Hall as a guest. I will definitely welcome you with open arms. Of course, of course. Yang Kai cupped his fists. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Yang Kai left. However, he felt that Pei Buan's attitude towards him was a little too enthusiastic. He couldn't understand it, but he was too lazy to think about it. He threw it to the back of his mind and walked towards the first inn with anticipation. After passing through a few streets, Yang Kai finally arrived at the familiar shop. He looked up and saw the three big words "First Inn" shining brightly. The lobby was filled with people and guests. No matter where it was, as long as there was a first inn, it would always be this lively. After sorting out his thoughts, Yang Kai quickly walked into the first inn and came to the counter. The accountant was calculating on an abacus, making crackling sounds. Noticing that someone had arrived, he didn't even raise his head and said, 300 for accommodation, wine and dishes are included. Would you like to eat or stay? Yang Kai grinned and raised his hand to knock on the table. The accountant tilted his head and looked at Yang Kai with a pair of dead fish eyes. He quickly lowered his head and continued to work. He said, 300 for accommodation, wine and dishes are included. The veins on Yang Kai's forehead throbbed. He slapped the abacus and gritted his teeth. It's me. The accountant sighed and glanced at him. I know it's you. That's why I'm asking you. Would you like to eat or stay? Yang Kai was speechless. He turned his head and asked, where are Lao Bai and the lady boss? Lao Bai is busy in the kitchen. The lady boss has a business to do. The accountant lifted Yang Kai's hand and put it back on the counter. He stared at Yang Kai with his dead fish eyes. Yang Kai wanted to poke his eyes blind. He said in a muffled voice, eat. Please come in. The accountant gestured with his hand. Yang Kai strode in, followed by more than 30 people. They found several empty tables and sat down. Just as they sat down, a woman walked over. When she reached Yang Kai's side, she suddenly covered her mouth and exclaimed, Big brother Yang? Yang Kai looked up and smiled, Junior sister Luo? This woman was none other than Luo Hai. This woman was also a person with a hard life. She was originally working as a guide in Star City to earn some money. When Yang Kai was collecting debts, he was unfamiliar with Star City, so he hired her. Later, he recommended her to the lady boss and allowed her to stay in the first inn. Now it seemed that she was living a good life. Compared to the first time Yang Kai saw her, her face was much rosier. It seemed that because she saw Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes were full of surprise. Big brother Yang, you're back? Luo Hai still couldn't believe it. I'm back. Yang Kai said with a smile. He looked at her clothes and asked, did the lady boss arrange for you to work here? Yes. Luo Hai nodded. Suddenly, she seemed to think of something. Big brother Yang, wait for me. I'll tell Big brother Bai and the others. After saying that, she ran to the kitchen. A moment later, White and the chef rushed out. White was still dressed as a waiter. Usually, his aura was not obvious. No one would think that this guy was a 5th-grade sky splitter. The chef was wrapped in an apron. His fat body was indescribably agile. He held a butcher's knife in his hand. He came to Yang Kai and looked him up and down. He smiled and said, wait a moment. I'll make something delicious for you. Bai Chi sat next to Yang Kai. She threw the white cloth in her hand on the table and said with a smile, why did you come here? Don't you need to care about the void? Yang Kai said, the 9 heavens array has been set up. Don't worry about it for the time being. I'm here to ask the lady boss something. Bai Chi said, then wait a moment. The lady boss is taking on a business. It should be done soon. How are you? Yang Kai asked. How else? Same as usual. Bai Chi chuckled and said heartlessly. After a few words, someone slapped the table and said, waiter, why isn't my wine and food here yet? Bai Chi quickly got up and said, sit down. I'll come to you in the evening. I'll go entertain the guests first. After saying that, she went to work. Guozian and the others stared with their eyes bigger than eggs. They never thought that a fifth-grade sky splitter could be so willing to be a waiter. It should be known that the first master of Crimson Star, Zhao Baichuan, was only a fifth-grade sky splitter. If the guest who was clamoring just now knew that this waiter was a fifth-grade sky splitter, he might be so scared that he wet his pants. After a while, Luo Hai and White continuously brought out the best wine and food. Everyone had been rushing here, so their appetite was good. They immediately ate. After a while, a woman walked out of the inner hall with a smile, followed by several women dressed as maids. This woman had obviously come to the first inn to inquire about information. Based on her expression, she'd probably obtained the answer she wanted, and that was why she was so radiant. Not long after the woman left, another woman walked out of the inner hall. At the instant this woman appeared, the color in the heavens and the earth seemed to dim. Countless gazes in the hall shot over in unison, and the sound of many people swallowing their saliva resounded. The woman who left to inquire about information was extraordinary as well. She had an enchanting figure and a charming appearance, and it had already caused many men to stare blankly at her. But when the lady boss appeared at this moment, everyone knew what a peerless beauty was. Compared to the woman from before, the woman from before was overshadowed. The lady boss might not be the most beautiful, but she was absolutely capable of moving the hearts of men the most. When she appeared, the lady boss lightly touched her hair, and her beautiful eyes swept over and fixed on Yang Kai. But she quickly moved her gaze away and walked through the hall with a smile on her face. She occasionally spoke a few words with a guest, and she seemed to be extremely amiable. After walking around the hall, the lady boss arrived before the table where Yang Kai and the others were sitting. Yu-He quickly got up and gracefully bowed, "Elder sister." The lady boss smiled sweetly. It must have been a tiring journey. While speaking, she didn't stop. She brushed past Yang Kai, reached out her hand and tapped the back of his head lightly, and then leisurely left. Yang Kai was speechless. He didn't know what the lady boss meant by this. Letting Yu-He and the others stay here, he got up and followed the lady boss to the inner hall. A moment later, in front of the lady boss's room, Yang Kai gently knocked on the door. A lazy voice came from inside, "Come in." Yang Kai bared his teeth and pushed the door open. After entering the room, he looked back sneakily before closing the door. Turning his head to look, Kai Yang let out a muffled groan, almost spurting out blood from his nose. What he saw was the lady boss reclining on the couch, one hand supporting her cheek, eyes closed, while the other hand gently fanned herself. Her exquisite and graceful curves were imprinted in his eyes, and the pair of white thighs under her skirt made him dizzy. Her delicate jade feet were like the world's most perfect porcelain, shining with a charming luster. Chapter 42:10. What a scandal! Yang Kai quickly stepped forward and took a blanket from the side to cover the lady boss's legs. The lady boss looked at him and did not stop him. She smiled and said, "Why do you have time to come here? How are things in the void?" "It's fine." Yang Kai walked to a table and sat down. He took out a teapot and a teacup and poured himself a cup of water. The defensive array has been set up. It's all thanks to the good person recommended by the lady boss. "You didn't ask Great Master Wu Liang to stay?" the lady boss asked. Yang Kai shook his head and said, "The Great Master refused. He said that he was about to break through, so he left after setting up the array to find a place to cultivate in seclusion." The lady boss nodded and said, "Great Master Wu Liang's attainments in the array Dao are extraordinary, but he has always been a carefree person. It won't be easy for you to rope him in. However, this matter is not urgent. There will be opportunities in the future. If you can keep Great Master Wu Liang in the void, it will be of great benefit to you." Yang Kai took a sip of water and sighed, "I'm just afraid that he won't take a liking to our small temple." The lady boss chuckled, although the void is a little weak now, it won't necessarily have no great development in the future. That's in the future. Let's not talk about this. I came here this time because I have something to ask. Speak. Yang Kai said seriously, in the past, I was all alone and didn't have to worry about feeding my family. Now that there are so many people in the void, how can I maintain peace and stability and obtain the various resources that my disciples need to cultivate? I can't just sit around and eat until I run out of resources. If I really do that, there will be a day when I run out of resources. The lady boss heard him and said, your void's predecessor was the Kikikyo land. The Kikikyo land's geographical conditions are unique and can grow 7 kinds of spiritual fruits of the 5 elements. You can use them to refine the heaven-opening pill. That's what I was thinking. Yang Kai nodded and said, but lady boss, you also know my situation. The void now has the materials for refining pills, but no pill formula for the heaven-opening pill. Do you have the pill formula here? Of course, I have more than one. The lady boss looked at him with a smile, forget it, I'll sort it out later and give you all the pill formulas. Although there are many pill formulas for the heaven-opening pill in the entire 3,000 worlds, most of them are similar. Take them back and study them yourself to see which pill formula is suitable. Yang Kai was overjoyed. Thank you, lady boss. In his heart, he thought that the lady boss really did have a pill recipe here. This trip wasn't in vain. In addition to refining the heaven-opening pill, I suggest that you take control of the Star City as soon as possible. For any force, the existence of the Star City is of utmost importance. It can even be said that it is the foundation of their existence. Only by taking control of the Star City can you have an endless supply of resources. I've already started working on the Star City. I believe that after I return, the Star City in the Void territory will be under my control. The lady boss smiled and said, you're quite fast. With these 2 items, you can basically guarantee the cultivation needs of the disciples of the Void land. What are you worried about? Yang Kai said with a guilty conscience, there are a lot of people in the Void land, I'm afraid these 2 things aren't enough. The lady boss asked curiously, a little too much? How many? Yang Kai opened his mouth and reported a number. The lady boss couldn't help but be stunned. She had never heard of a second-grade force having so many people. She frowned slightly and said, although there are a lot of people, as long as they don't condense a Dao seal, they won't consume any resources. Why are you worried about this? Yang Kai smiled and said, I have to prepare for a rainy day. The lady boss pondered for a moment and said, your void land must have taken control of some Qian Kun worlds, right? That's right. Yang Kai nodded. Previously, those Qian Kun worlds were controlled by the 7 ingenious lands. Now that the void land had replaced them, it naturally took over those Qian Kun worlds. The lady boss said, you also jumped out of the Qian Kun worlds, so you shouldn't be unfamiliar with them. But even if you jumped out, don't look down on those Qian Kun worlds. Inside these Qian Kun worlds, there might be many cultivation resources of different grades. It's not just maybe, it's certain. It's just a matter of quantity and grade. Controlling these Qian Kun worlds is equivalent to controlling many cultivation resources. It can even be said that many middle and high-grade resources are found in these Qian Kun worlds. In the world of the 9 provinces you went to, I found many 5th grade and even 6th grade resources. Moreover, if you stay outside of the Qian Kun world for a long time, you will hear some news about this from time to time. For example, someone obtained a high-grade resource from an ownerless Qian Kun world, and then attracted countless people to investigate. Hearing this, Yang Kai's heart stirred and he couldn't help but think of the immortal tree. Strictly speaking, the immortal tree was something he had obtained from a secret realm in the territory of a lower star. Even the territory of a lower star could give birth to such a high-grade resource, let alone the Qian Kun worlds. he couldn't help but think of the star boundary. The star boundary must have given birth to many cultivation resources needed by the heaven-opening realm, but the star boundary had never produced a heaven-opening realm cultivator, so even if someone obtained it, they probably wouldn't know what it was. The territory of the void now controlled more than a dozen Qian Kun worlds, and each Qian Kun world was equivalent to a star boundary. As long as they were properly developed, was there a need to worry about not having enough cultivation resources? Yang Kai was suddenly enlightened. Although you have a large number of people in the void, there shouldn't be many people who need resources. As long as you can control Star City, refine heaven-opening pills on your own, and carefully mine those Qian Kun worlds, it will be enough for you to develop steadily. The lady boss earnestly instructed, you can also plant some spirit flowers and herbs in the void, and you can even open up some places in those Qian Kun worlds to plant. At that time, whether you refine spirit pills or sell them, it will be a source of income. I understand. Yang Kai solemnly nodded. Ever since he brought the 600,000 people to the void, he had been thinking about the future of the void, especially the matter of cultivation resources. It was like a mountain had been pressing down on his heart, and it was only at this moment that he finally felt relieved. There is one more thing I need to trouble the lady boss with. Yang Kai suddenly changed the topic. Let's hear it. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Lady boss, you also know my current situation. I have already condensed 4 of the 5 elements of yin and yang, and I am still missing the 2 elements of metal and yin and yang, but these high-rank resources are not easy to find. What I want to ask is, do you have any information on these 3 elements of high-rank resources? The lady boss opened her eyes and stared at him for a long time before asking, do you still want to reach the high-rank heaven-opening realm? Yang Kai quickly said, I've already walked half of this path and don't want to give up halfway. No matter how much resistance you encounter in the future. We can talk about the future in the future. The lady boss sighed softly, since you have already made up your mind, I won't stop you. I only hope that you won't regret it in the future. However, high-rank resources are hard to find, and even if they appear occasionally, they will attract countless experts to fight over them. With your current ability, you can't interfere at all. Of course I know that. Yang Kai nodded seriously. When the Golden Crow Divine Palace appeared, it attracted several high-rank heaven-opening realm experts and dozens of mid-rank heaven-opening realm experts to gather at the first inn. One could imagine how tempting these top resources were to those experts. Yang Kai didn't quite understand why they were fighting over these resources. It didn't make sense to say that it was for their own disciples. It couldn't be that the disciples of so many experts had the capital to directly refine 7th-grade resources, right? It was only later that he learned that these experts were fighting over the Golden Crow's corpse for their own sake. They could absorb and refine the fire attribute energy in the Golden Crow's corpse to strengthen the foundation of their mini-universe world, thereby increasing their own strength. Yang Kai giggled, but the first inn's job is to collect information, so you must know some secrets that others don't know, such as where to find high-rank resources of these 3 attributes. The lady boss glanced at him, feeling both annoyed and amused. What do you think high-rank resources are? Cabbages that can be picked up anywhere? I'm not afraid to tell you, I know where you can obtain high-rank yin and yang attribute energy, but you don't have the ability to obtain them. Where? Yang Kai's eyes suddenly burned with desire. The lady boss glared at him, took out her world map, tapped on it, and tossed it to Yang Kai, saying, see for yourself. Yang Kai poured his divine sense into it and couldn't help but be stunned. What is the meaning of these large territory? He found that the large territory marked out by the lady boss was different from the other large territories, as it was completely empty. In the other large territories, he could clearly see which forces and Qian Kun worlds existed, but these large territories were completely empty. The lady boss said leisurely, thousands of years ago, there were many forces and Qian Kun worlds in these large territories, but now they are all destroyed. Who did it? Yang Kai felt his scalp go numb. All the forces and Qian-Kun worlds in these large territories had been destroyed. What kind of violent power was this? Scorching sun, glowing moon. The lady boss said leisurely. Yang Kai was stunned, then he sucked in a breath of cold air and said in a trembling voice, "These two divine beasts, do they really exist?" According to legend, in the most ancient times, at the beginning of the world, there were two types of chaos qi that evolved into yin and yang, transforming into scorching sun and glowing moon. These were the oldest divine spirits in the world. These two divine beasts evolved into the four divine beasts, which gave rise to the dragon and phoenix divine spirits. It could be said that scorching sun and glowing moon were the source of all divine spirits, the common ancestors of all divine spirits. Yang Kai had obtained a divine spirit chart before, which listed all the known divine spirits of the 3,000 worlds. Although the divine spirit chart prioritized the dragon and phoenix divine spirits, the opening page introduced the scorching sun and glowing moon, but the author of the divine spirit chart believed that these two divine beasts no longer existed in this world. Who would have thought that he would learn about these two terrifying existences from the lady boss today? These were divine beasts above the dragon and phoenix divine beasts. They were the symbol of invincibility. If there were any creatures in this world that could contend with the giant divine spirit clan, then the scorching sun and glowing moon were definitely one of them. It could even be said that they were stronger than the giant divine spirit clan. Chapter 42:11. Zhuozhao and Yuying are natural enemies, like fire and water. They have been fighting for countless years, and those large territory were destroyed by the shockwaves of their battle, the lady boss slowly explained. The lady boss said slowly, many of the powers and Qian-Kun worlds that originally existed in those large regions are all gone. Yang Kai sucked in a cold breath. Just how violent would a battle need to be to destroy so many large territory? However, these two holy spirit ancestors did have the ability to do so. His mouth twitching, Yang Kai asked, "Lady boss, the yin and yang forces you speak of shouldn't be referring to these two, right?" The lady boss nodded, "That's right. They are yin and yang forces formed from the purest primal chaos force. The grade of the energy contained within them is extremely high, probably at the peak of the 9th grade. They completely meet your requirements." Yang Kai grumbled, "I don't want to die yet." What kind of joke was this? The shockwaves from the battle between these two could destroy several large territories. If he really dared to go over in his little the Emperor realm, he would probably be instantly killed. The lady boss chuckled, "At least you have some self-awareness." She paused for a moment before continuing, "But speaking of which, I'm not too sure whether Zhuozhao and Yuying really exist. I've only heard about this from others. However, those large territory are forbidden zones for life. No matter how high your cultivation is, whether you're at the 7th or 8th grade, as long as you dare to enter those large territory, you'll never be heard from again." Yang Kai's heart trembled as he memorized the locations of those large territory. He secretly decided that no matter what, he would definitely not enter those large territory in the future. Is there no other way? Yang Kai asked, unwilling to give up. The lady boss pondered for a long time before replying, "Let's wait for half a year. Perhaps there will be an opportunity after half a year, but it's just an opportunity." Yang Kai's eyes lit up, "What opportunity?" The lady boss gently shook her head. "I'm not sure yet. I'll tell you when I've confirmed the news. It's useless to tell you now. There might be some unforeseen circumstances." Since she didn't say anything, Yang Kai couldn't force her. He could only suppress the doubts in his heart. Anyway, he had nothing to do recently, so he nodded and said yes. Right at this moment, a delicate shout came from outside, "Where is Yang Kai? Get out here." Yang Kai was startled when he heard this voice. It was clearly a woman's voice, but he felt that it was extremely unfamiliar. Clearly, it was someone he did not know. Why would a stranger come looking for him? This filled him with doubts. The lady boss tilted her head and teased, "Stinky brat, did you get yourself into trouble somewhere? Lady boss, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want." Yang Kai shook his head solemnly. "I've always been a clean and honest person. How could I have any romantic debt?" "Really?" The lady boss had a look of disbelief on her face. She scanned the surroundings with her divine sense and was surprised. How could it be her? "Who is it?" Yang Kai asked. "You'll know when you see for yourself. Now that you've provoked her, you're in trouble." The lady boss had a look of schadenfreude on her face as she slowly closed her beautiful eyes and gently fanned herself, acting as if this matter had nothing to do with her. Yang Kai felt his teeth ache and could only push open the door and walk out. Before he reached the lobby, he heard the woman shout again, "Where is Yang Kai? Get out here quickly." Inside the lobby, many of the cultivator drinking wine stared at this woman with great interest. Guozian and the others glared at this woman. However, although this woman was tall and her cultivation was only in the emperor realm, she was not afraid even when facing a heaven-opening realm cultivator. Moreover, she dared to shout in a place like the First Inn, not putting anyone in her eyes at all. It had to be said that she was extremely courageous. From the inner hall, Yang Kai strode out. Seeing Yang Kai appear, this woman's beautiful eyes immediately stared at Yang Kai like a hawk. Boundless battle intent radiated from her body as her aura rose steadily. Her beautiful black hair danced without any wind. "I've been waiting for you for more than 10 years. You finally appeared," the woman gritted her teeth, her beautiful eyes filled with complex emotions, as if they were filled with accusations of blood and tears. Countless pairs of eyes turned towards Yang Kai in unison. This woman's words seemed to contain many hidden stories. Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at her. The woman continued, "Back then, you just left. Did you think you could escape just like that?" As soon as this was said, many people immediately cast disdainful gazes towards Yang Kai. Some people had already imagined Yang Kai and this woman falling in love, only for Yang Kai to abandon her in the end. He covered her red lips and said, "Young master, this lady is. It's not what you think." Yang Kai was a little speechless. Staring at the woman, he frowned and said, "Although I'm very embarrassed, I still want to ask, who are you?" The disdainful gazes instantly turned into disdain. The woman was also stunned. Her aura that had risen to the limit seemed to be pressed down by a mountain and suddenly withered. A cold murderous intent appeared on her beautiful face. "Have you forgotten who I am?" Yang Kai said a little awkwardly, "You look familiar. I don't quite remember. Can you give me a hint?" The woman clenched her fists and gritted her teeth as she said word by word, "Azura Field, Yu Luo Sha." The hall was suddenly in an uproar. Someone exclaimed, "What? She is the Yu Luo Sha who is ranked first on the Azura Field Earth ranking?" That's right, she really is Yu Luo Sha. I saw her fight with someone else in the Azura Field before, but at that time I was too far away and her movements were too fast. She dealt with her opponent in just a few moves, so I didn't get a good look. I heard that she is one of the several most outstanding disciples of the Azura Field. She is a core disciple with a high chance of reaching the 6th grade of Split the Heavens, just a single step away from that. Just who is this boy? Why is he so confused with Yu Luo Sha? Could he really have done something to her? This is going to be a good show, everyone in the hall began to discuss. Yang Kai finally understood. He pointed at Yu Luo Sha and said, "Oh, it's you." In the past, he had been tricked by Pei Buan into the Azura Field and fought with someone there. And that battle had been with this Yu Luo Sha. Yang Kai hadn't been in the 3,000 worlds for too long and his strength was far from what it was today. Even so, he was still able to look down on all other cultivator at his level. However, that battle had been won with great difficulty. The Azura field was one of the 36 paradise heavens and Yu Luosha was one of the core disciples of the Azura field, so she naturally wasn't easy to deal with. The Azura field was an industry of the Azura field. Almost every large star market had an Azura field where a cultivator could engage in life or death struggles. One reason was because they relied on this method to earn a massive amount of resources, and the second reason was because the Azura field allowed their disciples to enter and temper themselves. Every disciple of the Azura field had slaughtered their way out of the Azura field. They were all savage and cruel, killing people like flies. The Azura field was divided into 3 ranks: heaven, earth, and mortal. These ranks corresponded to the split the heavens, half-step split the heavens, and half-step split the heavens. In the past, when Yang Kai fought with Yu Luosha, this woman was ranked 4th on the mortal decree. But now, someone said that she was ranked 1st on the earth decree. From this, it could be seen just how great her growth had been in these past several years. Yang Kai hadn't paid too much attention to the fight that day. It was just a small microcosm of his life's hardships and wasn't worth remembering, but he hadn't expected that after more than 10 years, Yu Luosha would come knocking on his door. "Did shopkeeper Pei tell you that I've returned?" Yang Kai asked. No wonder when he saw Pei Buan, he had been so cordial. It was Pei Buan who had brought him to the Azura field. In these past years when Yang Kai hadn't been in Star City, Yu Luosha had likely looked for Pei Buan to ask about Yang Kai's whereabouts. Otherwise, Yu Luosha wouldn't have come knocking on Yang Kai's door so soon after he returned to Star City. "So what if I am?" Yu Luosha coldly glared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai frowned. "I wonder what junior apprentice sister Yu is looking for me for. I want to challenge you," Yu Luosha shouted. When these words fell, the cultivator in the lobby burst into an uproar. Who was Yu Luosha? She was the number 1 on the Earth ranking in the Azura field. It could be said that in the entire Star City, she was invincible under the heaven-opening realm. It had always been others who challenged her, but now she was actually taking the initiative to split open the sky and challenge someone else. Who was this guy to deserve such treatment from Yu Luosha? Everyone could almost foresee that when this news spread, Yang Kai's name would definitely rise to fame in Star City. "Challenge me?" Yang Kai was stunned. "Why is that?" Yu Luosha said matter-of-factly, "I lost to you back then, so I want to get my revenge." "Just because of this?" "That's right." Saying so, Yu Luosha suddenly threw a jade slip straight at Yang Kai. "3 days from now, I'll wait for you in the Azura field at noon." She coldly glared at Yang Kai before turning around and leaving. Yang Kai held the jade slip tightly, but before he could say a word, Yu Luosha had already disappeared, not giving him a chance to object at all. What a resolute woman. Yang Kai sighed and swept the jade slip with his divine sense. Sure enough, it was a letter of challenge. Bai Qi, who was walking out from the side with dishes, clicked her tongue and put the dishes on the table. She then ridiculed, "Boy, you're really charming, actually making this woman wait for more than 10 years. Don't make sarcastic remarks." Yang Kai curled his lips and turned his head to look outside, snorting, "Shopkeeper Pei, you're already here? Just come in, what are you sneaking around for?" Outside the door, Pei Buan grinned meaningfully as he poked his head out. Being exposed by Yang Kai, he didn't seem embarrassed as he strode over to the table and sat down before saying, "I must congratulate little brother Yang." "What's there to congratulate?" Yang Kai squinted at him. Pei Buan sternly said, "Being able to fight with Yu Luosha, and it was her who took the initiative to challenge you, regardless of whether you win or lose, brother Yang's name will soon spread all over Star City. If this isn't a happy occasion, then what is?" Yang Kai said indifferently, "Then shouldn't I thank shopkeeper Pei?" Pei Buan wore a bitter expression, "Brother Yang, don't blame me, I was forced to do this, I really had no choice." As he spoke, He wished he could shed bitter tears. You suddenly disappeared without a trace that year, but you don't know how annoying you Luoxia is. Chapter 42:12. The battles in the Azura field were extremely dangerous. Every day there would be a cultivator that would perish. For Yu Luoxia to make such a great name for herself and even rank first on the Earth Proclamation, she naturally wasn't someone to be trifled with. She wasn't someone who couldn't afford to lose, nor was she someone who had never lost before. On the contrary, at the very beginning, Yu Luoxia wasn't a core disciple of the Azura Heaven, but an extremely ordinary disciple. When she first entered the Azura field, she lost more than she won. Several times she was even beaten to the point of death, nearly dying. However, this woman had a special characteristic. Wherever she fell, she would stand up. Anyone that defeated her, she would challenge them back. If the first time wasn't enough, she would challenge them a second time. If the second time wasn't enough, she would challenge them a third time. She persevered and was tenacious to the extreme. During these years in the Azura field, she had defeated one powerful opponent after another. Her own cultivation also rose steadily. From the most ordinary disciple of the Azura Heaven to a core disciple, she had even condensed a 6th grade strength. She was only a single step away from reaching the 6th grade and opening the heavens. For so many years, she had defeated all those that had once defeated her, trampling all those that had once considered themselves invincible beneath her feet. Through these bloody battles, she had grown strong and healthy. From the 4th rank on the Mortal Proclamation, she had fought her way to 1st place. Then, she had ascended to the Earth Proclamation, killing her way to the Supreme Throne. There was only one exception. That was Yang Kai. In the past, she had fought with Yang Kai in the Azura field but had unfortunately been defeated. After she had bitterly cultivated for a period of time and wanted to challenge Yang Kai again, where was Yang Kai in Star City? At that time, Yang Kai had already been sucked into the great cosmological boundary. Since she couldn't find Yang Kai, she could only look for Pei Buan. But, how could Pei Buan know where Yang Kai was? He had asked the lady boss several times, but even she didn't know where Yang Kai was. She was a woman with a firm and resolute personality, one that wouldn't turn back until they hit a wall. She wouldn't give up so easily. In the lobby, Pei Buan was on the verge of tears. He wiped the corners of his eyes and said, "Brother Yang, please be merciful and save your elder brother. I'm about to be annoyed to death by that girl. She comes to find me almost every 3 days. For more than 10 years, she has never stopped. Can you imagine what kind of life I've been living all these years?" There were several times when Pei Buan was spending the night in the Spring Flower Snow Night Pavilion and Yu Luoxia actually kicked open the door. The sorrowful experience of more than 10 years was simply not worth mentioning to outsiders. "Is this the reason why you betrayed me?" Yang Kai looked at him coldly. Pei Buan smiled and said, "How can this be considered betrayal? Little brother Yang, if you return to Star City, even if I don't say anything, that little girl will know. I'm just letting her know in advance." His expression turned solemn as he said in a serious voice, "Go and fight. As long as you can fulfill that girl's wish, it doesn't matter if you win or lose." "Not interested." Yang Kai casually crushed the jade slip in his hand. Although he was only an Emperor Realm Master and had only condensed 4 kinds of strength, strictly speaking, he was not even half-step into the heaven-opening realm and did not even have the qualifications to enter the Earth ranking of the Azura field. He really did not have the slightest interest or will to fight with someone from the Emperor realm. Many heaven-opening realm cultivators had died at his hands, so how could a mere Emperor Realm Master be his opponent, no matter how outstanding her aptitude was? Pei Buan said in a panic, "Little brother, what are you doing? You won't not accept the challenge, right?" Yang Kai said in surprise, "Did I agree to accept the challenge?" Yu Luoxia left a challenge letter and left, completely speaking to herself. Yang Kai did not agree to it. 3 days later, whether he went or not would depend on himself. Pei Buen's expression changed. Don't be like this, little brother Yang. If you don't accept the challenge, that girl will definitely not let it go. You don't want to be followed wherever you go, eyeing you covetously, right? Yang Kai said, will she be like that? Pei Buen nodded seriously. From what I know of her, she will definitely be like that. The former number 1 on the human list was followed by her for more than half a year. In the end, he could not stand it and could only agree to fight with her. Yang Kai could not help but frown. If that Yu Luocha was really so difficult to deal with, it would be troublesome. Although it was not a big deal to be followed by someone, and he did not have any secrets that he could not let others know, it was still somewhat uncomfortable. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai nodded. In that case, I will go and meet her in 3 days. Pei Buen was overjoyed. Little brother Yang is righteous. Then, in 3 days, I will wait for you at the Azura field. After Pei Buen left, he said, young master, are you really going to fulfill the 3 days agreement? Yang Kai said, shopkeeper Pei also said that Yu Luocha is a persevering person. If I reject her this time, she will definitely do it again and again. Instead of tangling with her, it is better to cut the Gordian knot. Then young master must be careful. He covered her mouth and smiled. Yang Kai was stunned. What should I be careful of? What are you afraid of her doing to me? He said, I am afraid that young master will accidentally kill her. Although life and death in the Azura field is one's own responsibility, and even if someone dies in battle, they cannot seek revenge. But that Yu Luocha is after all a core disciple of the Azura field. If she is really killed by you, I am afraid there will be a lot of trouble. Yang Kai said, not to that extent. I have always been protective of the fairer sex. He turned to look at Lang Qingshan and the others. We may have to stay here for a while. If you all have nothing to do, you can go to the Azura field to train yourselves. Life and death battles are always the best nutrients for growth. It is useless to have such great strength but not know how to fight. Lang Qingshan and the others hurriedly agreed. Many of them showed eager expressions. After following Yang Kai for more than 10 years, each of them had grown tremendously, especially Lang Qingshan. Back then, he was just a little emperor who had just condensed his Dao seal. But now, he had already condensed several kinds of 5th-grade resources, and his strength had increased tremendously. However, in the great cosmological realm, there were very few opportunities to fight with others. This was because in the great cosmological realm, Yang Kai could cover the sky with one hand. There was no place for them to display their strength. It had to be said that the Azura field was an excellent place for them to train. After eating and drinking, everyone checked into a room to rest. What made Yang Kai indignant though was that the accountant was actually calculating with him, charging him 300 heaven-opening pills a night for each room. Yang Kai was now filthy rich, so how could he care about such a small amount? He checked into 10 rooms in one go. The news of the number 1 on the Azura field's Earth list challenging Yang Kai spread like wildfire and soon spread throughout Star City, causing an uproar. Yu Luocha was now famous and naturally attracted many people's attention. She was the representative of the strongest under the heaven-opening realm. This battle had attracted the attention of countless people before it even started. Many people were inquiring about Yang Kai's origin and were surprised to learn that he had defeated Yu Luocha more than 10 years ago. However, Yu Luocha's battle record had many defeats, so although they were surprised, no one was too optimistic about Yang Kai. After all, Yu Luocha's growth in the past 10 years was obvious to all. It could be said that she had improved by leaps and bounds. Those that were able to defeat her in the past could only look up to her now. That Yang Kai wasn't too far off. It was said that he had disappeared for over 10 years and only reappeared recently. However, no matter what sort of lucky chances he had encountered in these past 10 years, it was impossible for him to be Yu Luocha's match. When the time came, he would only be ravaged. The Azura field was one of the Azura field's greatest resource earners. Thus, no one was sparing no effort in creating hype for this battle. They had already set up extremely high betting lines, attracting countless cultivators to crazily place their bets. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The Azura field was buzzing with activity. Countless cultivators swarmed in, all for the sake of catching a glimpse of Yu Luocha's elegant demeanor. Ever since Yu Luocha obtained the number 1 position on the Earth Proclamation 3 years ago, she rarely fought. This was because under the heaven-opening realm, there was no one that could last more than 10 minutes against her. There was also no one that didn't know what was good for them and dared to challenge her. Today, she was finally going to fight. This naturally attracted countless people to rush in like a flock of ducks. Outside the Azura field, Yang Kai walked in with Yu He. Pei Buwan, who had been waiting here for a long time, stepped forward and greeted them warmly, laughing heartily as he said, "Brother Yang, you've finally come." It was only now that he could finally relax. Before he saw Yang Kai, he was afraid that Yang Kai wouldn't come. If that were the case, then not only would the Azura field's efforts these past few days be wasted, but it would also give him a headache. Yang Kai nodded to him, greeting him. "He's that Yang Kai. It should be him. He doesn't look too good. Look at the 2 followers behind him. He seems to be some playboy young master. How strong can such a person be?" Suddenly, there was a burst of discussion. Yang Kai looked around and saw that both sides of the street were lined with cultivators. All of them had curious looks on their faces. "These people are..." Yang Kai frowned slightly. Pei Buwan said, "These people are Yu Luocha's fans. You don't have to pay attention to them." Yang Kai was speechless. He didn't expect Yu Luocha to be so popular in Star City. However, it wasn't strange when he thought about it. That woman was beautiful and had a good figure. Which man wouldn't like her? Most importantly, her spirit of perseverance in the pursuit of victory resonated with many low-level martial artists. Naturally, it made people revere her. "That brat surnamed Yang, you have to endure a few more moves from senior sister Yu. Don't lose too badly." Someone suddenly shouted, causing the people around to laugh. "You're a man after all. You have to endure for at least 10 breaths of time. Don't embarrass us men. If you don't want to die, just admit defeat. Don't embarrass yourself." "Ha ha ha." The surrounding cultivator shouted at once. It sounded like they were cheering for Yang Kai, but their tone was full of ridicule. Obviously, they didn't think highly of him. Yu He's cold eyes swept across. The aura of a 6th-grade open sky suddenly filled the air. In an instant, the noise stopped. Even heaven and earth seemed to be frozen. Outside the Azura arena, it was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Pei Buwan's forehead was full of cold sweat. He quickly said, "Lady, please calm down." Yang Kai also smiled and said, "There's no need to lower yourself to their level." Yu He snorted and retracted her aura. Martial Peak, Chapter 42-13, I Won't Disappoint You. Yang Kai ignored the looks and comments of the outsiders and entered the Azura arena. He was immediately greeted by the sight of the heaven, earth, and mortal rankings, each of which contained 100 names. He casually swept a glance over the rankings and sure enough, he saw Yu Luocha's name right at the top of the earth rankings. It was shining golden and looked very dazzling. The list was constantly changing. From time to time, one of the names would slide down the rankings while others would vanish altogether. Those names that slid down the rankings belonged to the people who were defeated in the Azura arena, while those names that vanished from the rankings belonged to the people who died in battle. Yang Kai suddenly glanced towards the bottom of the mortal rankings and smiled, "That brat, Qing Shan, is doing pretty well. In the 95th position of the mortal rankings was Lang Qing Shan's name. 3 days ago, Yang Kai asked Lang Qing Shan and the others to enter the Azura arena for training. They immediately rolled up their sleeves and came over the very next day. Over the past few days, they didn't even return to First Inn. They were practically regarding the Azura arena as their home. In just 3 days, Lang Qing Shan had made his way into the 95th position of the mortal rankings. It went to show just how diligently he had been fighting. During their conversation, Lang Qing Shan's name suddenly jumped up the rankings and abruptly landed on the 89th spot. The name of the person who used to rank 89th slid down and stopped just below his name. At the same time, Yang Kai faintly heard an earth-shaking roar of cheers coming from a corner of the Azura arena. "Are you Yang Kai?" A person's voice sounded from the side. Yang Kai looked up and saw a few young men dressed as young lords walking over from not far away. They were followed by several low-rank Open Heaven Realm masters. It would seem that they came from a rather extraordinary background. There were 3 people in total and they were all dressed differently. One was dressed in black, one was dressed in white, and the other was dressed in green. The person who spoke just now was the young lord in green. He was holding a folding fan in his hand and pretending to be suave. While he was speaking, he couldn't help stealing a few glances at Yu-He with gleaming eyes. On the other hand, Yu-He's gaze was as sharp as knives. She gave him a vicious look, causing him to smile in embarrassment and reluctantly withdraw his gaze. "That's right, and you are?" Yang Kai politely cupped his fist. The young lord dressed in white announced, "You don't need to know who we are. All you need to know is that our interests are closely related to your victory or loss today." Yang Kai suddenly understood the situation. These people must have placed bets. A betting pool would be opened for every battle in the Azura arena and these wagers would have different odds to attract the cultivators watching to gamble. It stood to reason that he knew about this. After all, this was the reason why Pei Buwan suddenly earned such a large sum of money last time. His battle with Yu Luosha today would surely have a similar aspect. But, why did these people come to find me? Yang Kai had a sudden thought and looked at them in astonishment. Could it be that the 3 of you placed a bet on my victory? The young lord in white responded without a trace of politeness, "In your dreams. We might come from wealthy families and spend money like water, but we are not stupid enough to just throw money away. Why would we bet on your victory?" Yang Kai became annoyed. "If you favor Yu Luosha, then why did you come to me? Are these 3 people sick in the head?" The young lord in black raised a hand to pat Yang Kai on the shoulder and gave a sigh. "Junior brother Yang, the 3 of us actually quite admire your courage. We can't believe you have the guts to accept Yu Luosha's challenge. It's rare to see a young man as bold as you nowadays. I heard you defeated Yu Luosha more than 10 years ago. Is that true?" Yang Kai nodded in response. The young lord in black heaved another heavy sigh. "It is said that one can make great progress in 3 days, much less after more than 10 years. It is best not to think of her in the same way. You might have won against Yu Luosha in the past, but now," he gazed at Yang Kai with a pitying look and patted Yang Kai on the shoulder, "work hard to survive. You will only have hope for the future if you survive." Yang Kai chuckled and did not know how to respond. The young lord in green closed his folding fan. "That's not the main point. The main point is that you must survive for some time against Yu Luosha. The 3 of us are betting that you can hold out against that crazy woman for an incense stick at least." The young lord in white said, "Since you have the guts to accept Yu Luosha, I'm sure you have some confidence in your abilities. An incense stick should be fine, right?" Yang Kai was curious. "You can even make a bet like that?" The young lord in black replied, "Why not?" The Azura arena opened an extensive betting pool, and although the odds are lower, we can still earn a lot if we bet a lot. Yang Kai looked at the 3 of them and exclaimed in surprise, "Did all of you bet that I could hold out for an incense stick?" The young lord in black looked apologetic. Not all of us. I bet that you won't last for more than half an incense. Seeing Yang Kai glaring at him resentfully, he continued, there are even worse out there. Su Tang Tang bet 3 million open heaven pills that you will be defeated in 10 moves. That guy is nuts. So, junior brother Yang, you have to do your best. You must hold out for more than 10 moves, he added in a low voice, and lose to you Luo Sha within half an incense. I will treat you to a meal later. Yang Kai was so furious that steam came out of his nostrils. Did you Luo Sha send the three of you here to humiliate me? The three young lords smiled in embarrassment and quickly replied, of course not. Yang Kai snapped, didn't anybody bet that I would win? The three young lords exchanged glances with each other before shaking their heads in unison. They looked at Yang Kai like he was a lunatic. Yang Kai smiled and nodded, but his smile did not reach his eyes. Good, good. I will do my best not to disappoint the three of you then. The young lord in black brightened at those words and cupped his fists. Many thanks, junior brother Yang. If you survive the battle today, the three of us will definitely become your friends. Sure. Sure. Yang Kai smiled and nodded. Afterward, he parted ways with these three. Under the guidance of one of the people from the Azura arena, he walked into a room to wait for the Azura arena to prepare the battlefield. Then, he abruptly turned towards Pei Buwan. How much did you bet, shopkeeper Pei? Pei Buwan made an incoherent noise as his gaze wandered nervously for a bit before he raised a finger. Yang Kai smiled brightly. How long did you bet that I would last? Pei Buwan looked guilty. He hesitated for a long while, then he gave a flattering smile. An hour. Wow. Shopkeeper Pei, you sure think quite highly of me. Should I thank you? Pei Buwan immediately said, little brother Yang, it's not that this big brother is favoring an outsider over you. It's just that you Luo Sha's growth over the past 10 years is extremely terrifying. She is much stronger today than she was back then. But, I know that you are no ordinary guy either, little brother Yang. I'm sure you grew tremendously over the past 10 years, so you can definitely hold out for an hour. 3-1. He considered for a moment. Little brother Yang, do you want to bet a little? There is still time. It's no big deal even if you lose a battle. It's more important to earn some open heaven pills. Besides, now is the time when you need lots of cultivation resources for your cultivation. You won't get another chance like this if you let this chance slip by. 3-1. Those are some really stacked odds. Yang Kai secretly gritted his teeth. The Azura arena was obviously looking down on him by offering such odds. It could even be said that nobody who knew about this battle was optimistic about his chances at all. If the odds are so high just for me to hold out for an hour, then the odds of my victory against you Luo Sha should be even higher, right? 10-1. Pei Buwan answered solemnly, these are the highest odds that the Azura arena has ever offered in its history. There has not been any precedent of a higher offer. Yang Kai turned to look at Yu He. How many open heaven pills do we have left? Yu He immediately replied, we still have more than 360 million. Young master, are we going to place a bet? Bet everything. He waved his hand grandly. I'm going to force Azura arena to compensate me with the clothes on their back, down to their underpants. Yu He accepted the order and took her leave. Pei Buwan's mouth gaped open in shock. At first, he was shocked that a trivial Emperor Realm cultivator like Yang Kai had several hundreds of millions of open heaven pills in hand. It had to be said that even as the shopkeeper of the 100 refinings hall, the funds that passed through his hands were no more than tens of millions at most. Did he rob a cave heaven or a paradise over the past few years? How did he accumulate so many open heaven pills? A moment later, he was shocked at how decisively Yang Kai decided to bet all those open heaven pills in one go. It wasn't until Yu He departed that he finally came back to his senses and hurriedly said, little brother Yang, what are you betting on? You can't just randomly make such a bet. That's several hundreds of millions of open heaven pills. What if he loses? Just thinking about the possibility distressed Pei Buwan. None of your damn business. Yang Kai snapped angrily. Pei Buwan was in the wrong here, so he did not dare to say another word. A short while later, Yu He returned and reported with some dissatisfaction, "Young master, the Azura Arena only accepts a maximum bet of 100 million. I can't bet any more than that. I have asked Guo Ziyan and the others to rush over immediately." Yang Kai nodded gently. While they were conversing with each other, the door opened and an elderly man walked into the room. He swept a glance across the room and asked, "Which one of you is Yang Kai?" Yang Kai stood up, "Me. Please come with this old master. The battle is going to begin soon." After saying that, the elderly man turned around and led the way. Yang Kai had no choice but to follow the elderly man through corridor after corridor and soon came to a set of tightly closed doors. The doors were several meters high and at this moment, they were slowly opening. With the opening of those doors, an earth-shaking cheer that made one's blood boil with excitement came from within the Azura arena. "Please enter." The elderly man gestured forward. Yang Kai strode forward and entered the Azura arena. It was not his first time here, however, it had been more than 10 years since he last came. The reason his battle with Yu Luosha this time attracted so much attention was also thanks to the diligent efforts of the Azura arena. The entire battlefield was so vast that it was impossible to see the end at a glance. He turned out to be standing on a platform and 1,000 meters opposite him, Yu Luosha stood on another platform in tight-fitted clothes that revealed her graceful curves. She was looking in this direction with a burning fighting spirit. The doors behind both of them slowly closed and at the same time, numerous barriers were activated inside the Azura arena. A transparent light barrier covered the entire battleground in order to prevent fallout from the battle from spreading outside the arena. Following the activation of the barrier, the environment of the entire battlefield changed rapidly as towering ancient trees rose from the ground. It was a strange sight to see. The environment in the Azura arena would change randomly, which was something Yang Kai had known for more than 10 years. The last time he fought Yu Luosha, their battle had taken place in a desert. This time around, it seemed to be a forest. Soon after, a booming voice sounded throughout the Azura arena, explaining the rules. The voice was neither fast nor slow, but it was very penetrative. It clearly resounded in one's ears despite the clamoring noises of the countless cultivators in the stands. Martial Peak, Chapter 42-14, Instant Kill. Under the watch and cheering of countless people, Yang Kai stood on the platform and smiled brightly at Yu Luosha, who stood opposite him before lightly asking, "Junior sister Yu, can I admit defeat?" Yu Luosha's beautiful eyes narrowed at those words, "Are you mocking me?" Her pretty face was filled with rage and her tender fists were tightly clenched. She had waited for more than 10 years for this moment, also she could have a proper fight with him. Now that he had finally returned to the Star City, how could she possibly accept a result like that? "I guess it won't work after all." Yang Kai gave a leisurely sigh. "My original intention was to admit defeat immediately. After further consideration, I came to the conclusion that a woman with as much pride as you would not give up even if I admit defeat. You will definitely continue to pester me in the future. In that case, I figured I might as well fight you and create a chance for you to land the winning blow. That way, I can resolve this troublesome matter. Create a chance for me to land the winning blow." She gritted her teeth, uttering those words with great emphasis as though she had suffered great humiliation. Her chest heaved erratically. "Indeed." Yang Kai remained calm. "Judging by your words, you seem certain that I am not your opponent," she said coldly. "There is no one beneath the open heaven realm who is my opponent." He looked at her nonchalantly. Even if she had a calm temperament and her mind was as tranquil as an ancient well, she still could not help becoming angry at his words. "Senior brother, are you not worried that these nonsensical words of yours will come back to slap you in the face later? I was certainly no match for you more than 10 years ago, but I am different from before. I'm afraid it won't be so easy for you to defeat me like you did back then." Yang Kai nodded. "I know that you have grown tremendously over the past few years, junior sister Yu. However, this senior brother has not been idle either. It's just that this senior brother is very kind to women. Junior sister, you have such a pretty face. It would be bad if your beautiful face was injured in the fight. Why don't we do this instead? Junior sister, why don't you take the initiative to admit defeat?" The conversation between these two might be taking place within the Azura arena, but every single word that was spoken was transmitted clearly through the barriers and into the ears of the cultivators in the audience. Everybody heard it loud and clear. The originally noisy audience abruptly fell silent. Everybody stared at Yang Kai in dumbfounded amazement. In the next moment, an uproar louder than the noisy chattering just now erupted from the audience. Countless people mocked Yang Kai for boasting shamelessly. Some even clamored for Yu Luosha to beat Yang Kai black and blue. The commotion in the audience was extremely loud for a while, drowning out even the voice that was reading out the rules. Yang Kai turned to look at the audience and shouted furiously, "Shut the hell up, you bunch of trash. You'll soon be compensating me with all your bets." Yu Luosha tilted her head to look at him and faintly said, "If it's about how glib one's tongue is, then I admit I am not your match, senior brother. We don't need to compete in that regard. I will admit defeat." Yang Kai chuckled, "Looks like we still need to fight in the end. Huh. I never wanted to let this situation develop this far. However, you are wholeheartedly pursuing the peak of the martial Tao. For an opponent like you, this senior brother can only show my respect for you by going all out." After saying that, his expression abruptly changed. His originally faint and nondescript aura suddenly erupted outward like a tsunami. The sudden change was so great that Yu Luosha couldn't help narrowing her eyes. She instinctively surged the power in her body as a crimson blood mist instantly permeated the air around her. At the same time, the voice that had been explaining the rules in Azura Arena also finished and shouted in a low voice, "Life and death shall be decided in battle, let the match begin." Hong! The platform beneath Yang Kai's feet exploded without warning and turned into countless pieces of gravel that shot out in all directions. His entire body turned into a stream of light as he charged towards Yu Luosha and appeared just 10 meters away from her in an instant. Yu Luosha's expression changed greatly as a chill spread from the soles of her feet to the top of her head. In her vision, what charged towards her was not an Emperor Realm cultivator who had yet to even reach the half-step open heaven realm but an ancient ominous beast that crossed through time and came from prehistoric times. The violent aura wrapped around her, causing her to become unable to breathe. It felt like her entire body was being pressed under a mountain and she didn't even have the strength to move a single finger. Meanwhile, the ferocious beast stretched out a claw while charging towards her and reached for her face, tearing through space and causing the world to collapse wherever it passed. Yu Luosha was shocked. She had made a name for herself in the Azura arena. Ever since she advanced into the Emperor realm, she had fought in the Azura arena and experienced at least 1,000 battles over the years. During this time, she met both strong and weak opponents. The most difficult opponent she had ever fought was during the battle where she took first place in the Earth rankings. In order to reach the top of the Earth rankings, she first had to defeat the previous top ranker. Her opponent had been on par with her in terms of strength and they were both in the half-step open heaven realm, only one step away from advancing into the open heaven realm. Her opponent had also condensed 6 types of sixth-order elements and was a core disciple of another cave heaven. Their battle lasted for half a day before they could determine the winner between them. However, even the previous top ranker in the Earth rankings had been extremely cautious when challenging her. They had taken their time to figure out each other's strength before they went all out towards the end of the battle. Who would charge in so violently and savagely from the start? What scared Yu Luosha even more was the sense of oppression that Yang Kai gave her. Countless people had looked down on Yang Kai and believed that he was not her opponent, but she had never once thought that way. How could the person who defeated her 10 years ago be weak? As he mentioned just now, she had shown tremendous growth during these past 10 years. But likewise, he could not have been idling away either. That was why she never underestimated him. On the contrary, she had always regarded him as an opponent who could put up a hard fight against her. Nevertheless, she immediately realized she had underestimated him when he actually made his move. Compared to his shocking imposing aura, she felt like a firefly in front of the bright moon, absolutely insignificant. At that moment, she felt as though the person before her was an invincible existence. Be that as it may, she was a core disciple of Azura Heaven and had experienced hundreds of battles before, so she quickly composed herself. Her aura surged as the strength inside her body exploded outward. Kicking off the platform lightly, Yu Luosha gave a wave of her hand. Flower petals shot out and rained down on Yang Kai, each one dancing through the air and formed from the purest power she could condense in an ever-changing and unpredictable storm. She had condensed sixth-order elements, so the strength she wielded displayed as such. The golden flower petals were like indestructible swords, representing the metal element. The red flower petals were like blazing flames, representing the fire element. Meanwhile, yellow represented the earth element, green the wood element, white the water element, and black the yin element. Thousands of flower petals danced to form an imposing array that could shred everything to pieces and covered Yang Kai in an instant. Even so, Yu Luosha did not feel the slightest sense of triumph. On the contrary, her heart pounded as though an inexplicable sense of crisis was looming over her. Then, she saw a large hand in the shape of an eagle's claws stretching out of the flower storm. Countless petals destroyed the man's clothes, but they were blocked by a dirt-yellow light barrier. Sparks flew from the contact between the flower petals and that light barrier, while no harm befell his body at all. How can that be? She practically exclaimed in shock, her heart sinking to the bottom of the abyss. The myriad flowers array was basically her trump card. She generally did not use this move because it consumed too much strength, and ever since she climbed to the top of the Earth rankings 3 years ago, few people have been able to force her to use this move again. The only ones who could force her to use this move were opponents in the half-step open heaven realm. These people had all condensed the 5th order or 6th order elements and were also the elite disciples of various cave heaven or paradises. Faced with Yang Kai's head-on charge that resembled a ferocious ominous beast, she immediately brought out her trump card. She originally thought that it would stop him for a moment, maybe even cause him to fall into a precarious situation, but who could have imagined this result instead? Hong. Before she could understand what was going on, Yang Kai's figure burst out of the myriad flowers array. Countless flower petals shattered with a loud explosion, turning into bits of light that shot out in all directions like a meteor shower. Yu Luosha stared blankly forward, only to see that Yang Kai's expression was still as tranquil as an ancient well. His eyes were as cold and cruel as ice. Roaring to inspire herself, her tender body tensed and a boundless blood mist gushed out of her, turning into a sea of blood that drowned both of them inside. The audience was completely silent as countless people stared blankly at the sea of blood in the Azura arena, unable to comprehend what had just happened. It wasn't until 3 breaths later that somebody murmured, "Did that Yang Kai just destroy Yu Luosha's myriad flowers array?" Nobody answered the question. The myriad flowers array had indeed been destroyed and Yang Kai had emerged from it without being bothered in the slightest. The main question was, how did he do it? Nobody had seen clearly. Before anybody could figure out the answer, the sea of blood in the Azura arena began squirming madly as though struck by a powerful impact. The sea of blood shattered and the figures of 2 people swiftly fell out of the sky. Under everybody's gaze, those figures suddenly vanished. Even though it had only been for a moment, almost everybody saw Yang Kai grabbing Yu Luosha by the face with a large hand and viciously smashing her towards the ground. Yu Luosha was not willing to just give up and admit defeat. Both her slender jade hands and long legs, every part of her body had been transformed into a weapon that bombarded Yang Kai indiscriminately. On the other hand, Yang Kai remained as stubborn and unchanging as a mountain. Motionless, he ignored whatever attacks she unleashed against him. Hong. The entire Azura arena shuddered and countless cultivators in the audience also felt the ground shaking beneath them. A cloud of dust rose up at the spot where the two fighters landed. Numerous ancient towering trees crashed to the ground, forming a straight line that stretched out for several hundreds of meters. The scene was chaotic and the figures of both Yang Kai and Yu Luosha could no longer be seen amidst the dust. Everybody hurriedly lifted their heads and looked up at the sky where a huge projected image of the battle between those two under the effects of the spirit arrays in the Azura arena stood. What entered their eyes made them draw a deep breath of cold air in surprise. Inside that enormous light barrier, Yang Kai was kneeling with one knee on the ground. He had one large hand pressing against the ground, his black hair and clothes flapping from the impact. As for Yu Luosha, she was smashed into the ground with her face still in the grip of his hand. The long stretch of empty space behind them resembled a large mouth, mocking soundlessly. Martial Peak, Chapter 42:15, Compensation. The entire arena was silent. Everybody looked up stupidly at the projection in the sky. They couldn't help feeling a sense of absurdity, almost as though they were stuck in a dream. Yu Luosha had been utterly defeated. The top ranker in the Earth rankings. The woman who was only one step away from advancing into the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. The woman who was said to be an existence that was invincible among those beneath the Open Heaven realm. She had been defeated in an instant. Moreover, the person who defeated her was a little-known man by the name of Yang Kai. How could this be? How could there be something so ridiculous in the world? Countless people frantically rubbed their eyes and pinched their thighs, hoping that everything was just an illusion. Unfortunately, the reality of the image burned into their eyes was extremely clear. It could not be more real. Yu Luosha had been defeated by Yang Kai. She seemed powerless to fight back against the violent attacks of the other party. Furthermore, no more than 10 breaths had passed since the beginning of the battle. Inside a certain private room, 3 young lords dressed in black, green, and white respectively were staring fixedly at the Azura arena in shock. They were the 3 young lords who spoke to Yang Kai previously. Their mouths were gaping so wide that they could practically stuff their own fists into them. After a while, the young lord in black suddenly let out a cry of surprise. He turned around and shouted furiously, "Why did you pinch me?" The young lord in white looked extremely depressed. "I wanted to see if I was dreaming." The young lord in green wiped at the cold sweat on his forehead. "I can't believe that senior brother turned out to be so strong." Thinking back to the various advice they gave Yang Kai just now and how they asked him to hold out for longer, they couldn't help shuddering all of a sudden. Inside another private room, Pei Buwan slumped limply into the chair. His entire being looked like a balloon that had run out of air. His complexion had also gone white as a sheet as he was murmuring to himself, "It's over. It's over. It's all gone. My 10 million open heaven pills." After saying that, he clutched at his chest as though he was so heartbroken that he could not breathe. He coldly snorted, "Serves you right." She had no goodwill towards this shopkeeper of 100 Refinings Hall who bet 10 million open heaven pills on Yang Kai's defeat. Inside the Azura arena, Yang Kai slowly stood up and reached up to brush the hair out of his face. Lowering his head to take a good look at Yu Luosha, who was lying unconscious on the ground, he smiled in satisfaction. "I didn't injure her pretty face." As expected, I'm somebody who cherishes women indeed." His words were transmitted throughout the Azura arena via the spirit arrays, so everybody heard him clearly. His tone might be warm and kind, but his words sent a chill down the backs of countless people. Before this battle, the entire Star City believed that Yu Luosha was the strongest master below the Open Heaven realm. Nobody could be her opponent as long as the Open Heaven realm masters did not step forth. However, Yang Kai had knocked out the future rising star of Azura Heaven in less than 10 breaths. If Yu Luosha was the strongest master below the Open Heaven realm, then what did that make Yang Kai? Besides, his offensive had been so violent and ferocious. He gave off the vibe that he was going to skin her alive right from the start. Those were not the actions of a person who cherished women, right? Just how shameless could he be to utter such words? Sneak attack. How dare you perform a sneak attack? How shameless. A furious yell suddenly rang out in the Azura arena. That shout was particularly jarring in the silent arena. In the next moment, the others joined in. Countless people accused Yang Kai of being shameless and despicable. They claimed that he must have maliciously launched a sneak attack, otherwise, Yu Luosha would not have been defeated in one blow. Yang Kai swept a cold gaze over the audience and scolded, "You bunch of trash. If you're willing to gamble, you must be willing to lose. You're all just bitter because you lost everything down to your underwear, right? Ha ha ha." He burst into maniacal laughter, inciting the anger of all the people in the arena, tempting them to rip his corpse into 10,000 pieces. Nevertheless, his words were the truth. Countless people went bankrupt because of this battle. After all, everybody had looked down on Yang Kai before the battle began, and almost everybody placed a bet on Yu Luosha as a result. The odds might be lower, but it was just as the young lord mentioned before, if they bet more, then they would win more. Unfortunately, Yang Kai smashed their beautiful dreams to pieces with brute force in less than 10 breaths. It was no wonder that they were accusing him of being despicable and launching a sneak attack. Strictly speaking, Yang Kai had not launched a sneak attack. He only made his move after hearing the voice saying, "Let the battle begin." There were no doubts regarding whether or not he had launched a sneak attack. It was just that some of those people were not happy about losing. That was why they threw those accusations at him. It wasn't until this moment that the voice explaining all the rules earlier rang out again. This time, it sounded extremely dry, "Winner, Yang Kai." In the next moment, a man slipped into the arena and stopped in front of Yu Luosha. He reached out 3 fingers to check whether she was still breathing. When he confirmed that she had just passed out and was in no danger, he seemed slightly relieved. He then bent down and picked her up. Then, he raised his head and glared at Yang Kai furiously before leaving in a hurry. Yang Kai scratched his nose, knowing that he made himself stand out too much. The person who carried Yu Luosha away was most likely one of Azura Heaven's disciples. Yu Luosha could be considered one of the Azura Arena's golden signboards, so now that he smashed that signboard to pieces, it would be strange if he did not attract some grudges. Yang Kai had not wanted to stand out, it was just that Yu Luosha was just too bull-headed. She would not have given up and would simply continue to pester him in the future unless he gave her a taste of despair. Fortunately, Azura Heaven was one of the 36 Cave Heaven and the Azura Arena was its primary business. Even if Azura Heaven was upset with him, it would not stoop so low as to secretly get rid of him. Besides, it was not that there was no precedent of Azura Heaven disciples dying in the Azura Arena. Azura Heaven had never held a grudge against others because of something like that. As far as the Cave Heaven was concerned, death was deserved if one was lacking in talent. Seeing as the countless cultivators in the audience were still cursing endlessly, Yang Kai decided to ignore them and leisurely walked towards the exit instead. At the exit, he saw the elderly man who led him into the arena previously looking at him as though looking at a ghost. The attitude of the elderly man at this moment was much more polite than the nonchalant attitude from before. Upon returning to the waiting room, Yang Kai immediately saw Pei Buwan sitting there wallowing in depression and laughed. "Shopkeeper Pei, why are you acting like that? It's only 1 million open heaven pills. Just think of it as a monetary loss that allowed you to avoid disaster instead." Pei Buwan gritted his teeth. "What do you mean by 1 million? It was 10 million. 10 million. How bold, shopkeeper Pei." Yang Kai teased. When he questioned Pei Buwan earlier, Pei Buwan had only raised a single finger in response and did not provide an exact answer, hence, he mistakenly thought that Pei Buwan had bet just 1 million against him. Who could have known that Pei Buwan had bet 10 million instead? "Little brother Yang, you've ruined me." Pei Buwan's facial features were scrunched up together as he was literally on the verge of tears. "If you had such ability, why didn't you let this big brother know in advance? If I had known, I would have bet on you." Yang Kai was amazed. "I sent you he to place an enormous bet on myself, didn't I? Shopkeeper Pei, you were the one who did not believe in me. How can you blame me?" Pei Buwan was rendered speechless when he thought back on it. Yang Kai had dared to bet on his own victory with such confidence, so how could he be uncertain about his chances of winning? It was just that Yu Luo Sha's invincible image was so deeply rooted in Pei Buwan's heart that he did not dare to believe in Yang Kai. Such a great opportunity to make a fortune had been placed right in front of him, but he had failed to grasp the opportunity. It had to be said that the odds against Yang Kai were 10 to 1. Pei Buwan lifted a hand and slapped himself hard in the face. His chest was hurting as though somebody was squeezing his heart, making it hard for him to breathe. While they were speaking, one of the people in charge of the Azura arena walked in. That person glanced at Yang Kai before glancing at Pei Buwan, who was grieving as though he had lost his parents. That person nodded in acknowledgement. "Junior, you are here too." Pei Buwan suppressed the sorrow in his heart and hurriedly got to his feet. "Old Zhou." Old Zhou said, "You lost your bet? How could you lose if you are together with nephew Yang?" Pei Buwan reacted as if he was struck by lightning but said nothing, feeling as though somebody had rubbed salt into his wounds. Old Zhou ignored Pei Buwan and cupped his fist at Yang Kai, nephew Yang. Although Yang Kai did not recognize this person, he echoed Pei Buwan's words and cupped his fist. "Old Zhou." Old Zhou smiled. "Today's battle has really opened this old master's eyes, nephew Yang." Yang Kai politely responded, "Old Zhou, you are too polite. I was just lucky." Old Zhou stared at Yang Kai meaningfully. "Defeating Yu Luo Sha in 10 breaths cannot be considered luck. The disciples of Azura Heaven are not that easy to defeat. If just any random person could defeat the disciples of Azura Heaven, then Azura Heaven would have lost the right to call itself one of the 36 cave heavens a long time ago." Yang Kai asked, "Why did you come here, Old Zhou?" Old Zhou handed over a space ring. "Before the battle started, you bet a 100 million open heaven pills on your victory, right? This contains your bet and your winnings." Yang Kai immediately took the space ring in high spirits. Sweeping his divine sense to check the contents, he exclaimed in surprise, "This number seems a bit higher than it should." Combined with his original bet of 100 million, the Azura Arena should only need to hand over 1 billion open heaven pills to him. Such a large sum of open heaven pills was not something just any great force could bring out so easily. Only a place like the Azura Arena where countless open heaven pills flowed through every single day could do something like that. But, what surprised Yang Kai was that the space ring seemed to contain more than 1 billion open heaven pills. 2 billion. Old Zhou confirmed. Yang Kai was puzzled. Where did the extra 100 million come from? Old Zhou smiled. "Nephew Yang, your strength is extraordinary. In the future, your name will surely spread across the 3,000 worlds, so this old master will not play games with you. That extra 100 million is a form of compensation from Azura Arena." "Compensation for what?" "Nephew Yang, Please do not set foot in any of the Azura arenas of any of the star cities ever again. Old Zhou replied bluntly. Yang Kai could not help blinking in surprise. However, he soon understood what old Zhou meant. He had displayed a terrifying power that was strong enough to crush any opponent under the open heaven realm in his battle today. It was a given that nobody could be his opponent if he were to set foot in another Azura arena again, and if everybody bet on his victory, then how would the Azura arena make money? The Azura arena was one of the most important foundations of Azura heaven, which delivered large amounts of open heaven pills to it every day. If the Azura arena kept suffering losses, then Azura heaven would be in trouble too. It was only natural for old Zhou to consider the future. Be that as it may, he took out 100 million open heaven pills to offer as compensation without even batting an eyelid. It could be seen just how wealthy and powerful the Azura arena was. Pei Buwan was dumbfounded. As far as his memories went, this was the first time the Azura arena had ever offered such generous conditions to a cultivator. Azura heaven was one of the 36 cave heavens after all. Aside from the other cave heavens in the outer universe, there was no need for Azura heaven to give face to any other great force. After all, Azura heaven had that kind of power. Martial Peak, Chapter 42:16, Exposure and Warning. Yang Kai smiled at old Zhou. What if I refused? Old Zhou calmly said, you have no reason to refuse, nephew. Fighting life-or-death battles in the Azura arena might be able to help a person grow extremely fast, but there is no point in participating if you are simply going to one-sidedly crush your opponents. Even you Luo Sha could not last for more than 10 breaths against you. There are few below the open heaven realm in this vast universe who have the qualifications to stand before you. You won't be able to meet a suitable opponent even if you enter the Azura arena again. In that case, why would you waste your time by returning to the Azura arena? Besides, even if you do enter the Azura arena again, the Azura arena can adjust the odds so while we won't make money, we can minimize our losses. That is why I believe that you have no reason to refuse. What do you say, nephew Yang? Yang Kai considered those words for a moment and nodded. What you say does make sense, old Zhou. Old Zhou grinned lightly at Yang Kai. So, do we have a deal? Yang Kai laughed. It's not like I can't agree to never set foot in the Azura arena again. But, I have to ask that you restrain junior sister you, old Zhou. I'm worried that she might not be convinced even after the battle today. Old Zhou replied, please don't worry about this, nephew. Xiao Yuer might be stubborn, but she is not a fool. I'm certain that she will not challenge you again when she knows that she cannot defeat you and that her actions will only humiliate herself once more. Nevertheless, this old master will restrain her. And, about the compensation. He raised an eyebrow at Yang Kai's words. Nephew Yang, do you think that it is too little? Yang Kai rubbed his fingers together and said slyly, how can there ever be such a thing as too many open heaven pills? Old Zhou pondered for a moment and came to a decision. This old master can give you another 50 million. What do you think, nephew? Yang Kai's expression became stern. 50 million doesn't sound that nice. Why don't you round it up to a whole number instead? Old Zhou's expression became stiff. Nephew Yang, you should show some propriety. Don't be too greedy. This is already the limit that this old master can provide under his authority. If you ask for more, this old master will have to pay you out of my own pocket. If you agree to this deal, you will not only receive a large amount of open heaven pills but also the friendship of Azura heaven. This is a very good deal for you. After saying that, his eyes flashed for a moment and he looked at Yang Kai seriously before adding, coincidentally, this old master heard of a name recently. That name is exactly the same as yours, nephew Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled. The 3,000 worlds is extensive. There are trillions upon trillions of living creatures scattered across the vast universe. I'm sure there are people out there with the same name as me. Old Zhou gently nodded, indeed. It's not strange for a few people to have the exact same name and surname. What's strange is that this person's cultivation is also similar to yours. Don't you find that rather strange, nephew Yang Kai? Yang Kai's expression changed and his eyes flashed. What else did you hear about, Old Zhou? Old Zhou said slowly, I also heard that this Yang Kai was involved in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary incident. He made a huge fortune there and even condensed several high-rank open heaven elements. It seems he is very ambitious and intends to break through to the high-rank open heaven realm directly. Say, nephew Yang Kai, don't you agree that this person has no fear of the heavens? Yang Kai quickly replied, cultivators all seek to reach the peak of the material Tao. How is that having no fear of the heavens? It is difficult for a rogue cultivator to directly achieve the high-rank open heaven realm. This old master believes that this person will suffer a catastrophe in the future since he does not have any background nor support to rely upon. If he does not survive the catastrophe, then things would simply end with his death. What if he survives the catastrophe? Yang Kai looked at Old Zhou. Old Zhou studied Yang Kai for a moment and gave a soft chuckle. If he can survive the catastrophe, then this old master will cut off his head for him to kick around like a ball. Yang Kai couldn't help but coldly snored in response, don't get too high and mighty with your words, Old Zhou. Like water that has been spilled, the words you speak can never be taken back again. Old Zhou shook his head, that is fate. If this old master says that he won't be able to survive the catastrophe, then he won't. Forcefully pushing forward will only cause his soul to be extinguished. This old master hopes that he can change his mind as soon as possible. If he only takes a step back, then all will end well, otherwise, it will be too late for regrets by the time the catastrophe strikes. Yang Kai looked livid. Then, Old Zhou abruptly changed the subject, there's no point in speaking about such irrelevant matters. Nephew Yang, have you considered the offer this old master has given you? Yang Kai stretched out his hand, hand it over. Old Zhou smilingly took out another space ring and handed it to Yang Kai. That space ring contained an impressive 50 million open heaven pills. He said meaningfully, nephew, this old master has a word of advice for you. Those who understand how to be flexible will rise higher. Yang Kai muttered, many thanks for your advice, Old Zhou. I will keep your words in my heart. Old Zhou gave Yang Kai a measuring look and seemed to see the determination in his eyes, thus, he sighed and shook his head before taking his leave. Next to them, Pei Buwan bowed and sent Old Zhou off. It wasn't until Old Zhou was gone that he looked at the two space rings in Yang Kai's hands with an envious look. Those space rings contained a whopping sum of 1.25 billion open heaven pills. It was an amount he would never earn even if he worked all his life. A moment later, he suddenly jumped in fright, little brother Yang, why is your expression so terrible? Yang Kai randomly came up with an excuse, I was wounded by Yu Luo Sha. Pei Buwan was surprised for a moment, then a wave of understanding washed over him. I guess the battle just now was not as easy as it seemed on the surface. Yang Kai probably paid a heavy price to defeat Yu Luo Sha within 10 breaths, it's just that it doesn't show on the surface. Shopkeeper Pei, until we meet again. Yang Kai cupped his fists and led Yu He away, his expression still as gloomy as before. He knew that he could not hide his identity after what happened in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, or the fact that he had condensed a high-rank elements and was intending to reach the high-rank open heaven realm directly. So many people had witnessed what happened in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary after all. It was a given that the news would spread out. It was only a matter of time. Calculating the time, nearly 2 years had passed since he came out of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. If Azura Heaven could learn about the events inside the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, then it would not be surprising for them to know about him. Looking for a person in this vast universe was no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. Unfortunately, Old Zhou had noticed something during this battle in the Azura arena and ascertained that Yang Kai was the same person mentioned in those rumors. Yu Luosha had condensed the sixth-order element powers after all. She could be considered an invincible existence among those below the open heaven realm. As such, one needed to have a greater heritage than hers in order to defeat her within 10 breaths. If Azura Heaven was already aware of this fact, then that was probably the case for all the other cave heavens and paradises. Yang Kai had always known from the proprietress that his journey towards the high-rank open heaven realm was not going to be easy, and he was very likely going to be suppressed by the various cave heavens and paradises. It was just that he had never revealed himself in the eyes of the world before. He had simply taken over Void Land and quietly strengthened himself. It could be considered a fairly stable lifestyle. On the contrary, he had been completely exposed after the battle today. In any case, it was not something that could be helped. Even without today's battle, it was simply a matter of time before his whereabouts were discovered by those who were interested in him. Unless he hid himself in Void Land forever and never showed his face anywhere, it was impossible to remain anonymous. Be that as it may, there was no need to worry about being suppressed for the time being. He had only just condensed 4 elements after all. There was still a long way before he could advance into the open heaven realm. Even if the cave heavens and paradises planned to suppress him, they would not make their move so quickly. They had reputations to worry about, so they had to be mindful of how they took action. A cultivator's road to advancing into the open heaven realm was long. In addition, there were many variables that could affect the final outcome. Just like the wooden boards that make up a wooden barrel, how much water a barrel could hold depended entirely on the shortest board. They only needed to ensure that his water barrel had a single wooden board that was below the high rank to get the results they wanted. Upon considering all of this, Yang Kai felt a little more at ease. Old Zhou's words today might seem like nothing more than kind advice, but they were actually a kind of warning, one that came from the various cave heavens and paradises. He did not dare to say that it was the will of all the cave heavens and paradises, but their opinions would likely be quite consistent when it came to this matter. After passing through a long and dark corridor, the bright light ahead seemed to welcome him. Yang Kai tightly clenched his fists and looked up into the sky with a smirk on his lips. Forget a trivial warning. Even if I have to make the entire world my enemy, my determination to achieve the high-rank open heaven realm will not be shaken. Brat, why are you smiling so exaggeratedly? Bai Qi's face suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai with an infinitely curious expression. Yang Kai was astonished. What are you doing here? Old Bai chuckled and waved the space ring in his hand slightly. Yang Kai blinked and quickly caught on to the meaning. Did the proprietress ask you to place a bet? Old Bai delightedly replied, it's a good opportunity to make a fortune. Who would willingly miss out on such an opportunity? The proprietress prepared this long ago. Those who did not know Yang Kai might not have been optimistic about his prospects, but the proprietress knew him very well. How could she not know how strong he was? She started preparing for Bai Qi to place a bet the moment Yang Kai decided to accept Yu Luosha's challenge. It's a pity. The proprietress did not have many open heaven pills on hand, so we could only place a 30 million wager. Bai Qi complained with some dissatisfaction. Yang Kai was dumbstruck. The proprietress had placed a bet of 30 million with 10-to-1 odds, in other words, she had won 300 million open heaven pills. Combined with the 1.25 billion open heaven pills that he received, the Azura arena must have lost basically its entire betting pool this time. There was no saying how long it would take for them to recover from these losses. We'll have enough money for the auction now. Heh heh heh, Bai Qi chuckled softly. Auction? Yang Kai immediately became interested when he heard those words. Where is the auction? Wind and Cloud Auction House. Thousand Birds Territory Star City had an auction house by the name of the Wind and Cloud Auction House. It was a place Yang Kai was familiar with as it was an industry owned by Wind and Cloud Paradise. Back when Yang Kai and Old Bai went there to collect debt payments, Wind and Cloud Auction House had made all sorts of excuses to avoid paying them. The two had been so annoyed that they snuck into the auction and made multiple malicious bids, which resulted in the auction being ruined. The person in charge of the Wind and Cloud Auction House at the time was a fourth-order Open Heaven Realm Master by the name of Yun Zhenhua. Due to the malicious bids that Yang Kai and Bai Qi made during the auction, most of the auction items had basically fallen into their hands. However, they refused to settle the bill with Open Heaven pills. It stood to reason that Yun Zhenhua would not let this matter slide, so he imprisoned them inside Wind and Cloud Auction House. This provoked the proprietress, who subsequently flew into a rage and attacked Wind and Cloud Auction House as a result. Thus, a grudge was formed between them because of this incident. Later, Yun Zhenhua teamed up with Yu He, Qin Ji, and Ling Chunqiu to ambush the proprietress. Yun Zhenhua was ultimately killed on the spot and his soul was extinguished inside the Sealing Yang domain of Golden Rainbow Province when Yang Kai used his last Mia Meng Golden Feather. When Yang Kai heard Bai Qi mention the word auction, Wind and Cloud Auction House immediately came to mind. Bai Qi sneered, "First In and Wind and Cloud Auction House are at odds with each other. How could we possibly participate in any of their auctions? This time, we are participating in an auction held by Red Cloud's auction house." Knowing that Yang Kai was not very familiar with the Star City, he went on to explain, Red Cloud's auction house is owned by Red Cloud's Cave Heaven. Their heritage is far greater than Wind and Cloud Auction House and they have branches in many star cities. Furthermore, they tend to hold a large-scale auction in a random star city every 5 years or so. The large-scale auction this time will be held in Thousand Birds Territory Star City. Marshall Peak, Chapter 42:17, Red Cloud's Auction, Red Cloud's Auction House? Yang Kai gently nodded. When will this auction take place? Half a month at the earliest to 1 month at the latest. Bai Qi winked at Yang Kai. Rest assured, the proprietress knows that you will be interested in something like this, so she will surely bring you along with her. But, it won't be easy for you to find any high-rank materials there. High-rank materials generally do not appear even at an auction of this scale. As far as I can remember, high-rank materials have only appeared in an auction twice over the last 100 years. Both times, people went crazy in an attempt to compete for those resources. Yang Kai said, I am aware of that. Even if there were no high-rank materials, it would be great if there were sixth-order materials. The great emperors were currently cultivating in retreat back in Void Land, so their consumption of sixth-order materials was great. Leaving aside the great emperors, even Yu He needed sixth-order materials for her cultivation now. During his journey, Yang Kai passed through several star cities but only managed to purchase one sixth-order material. It would be best if he could obtain some in the auction. He currently had more than 1.5 billion Open Heaven pills, so even for sixth-order materials, he had enough to purchase up to several dozen. Unfortunately, a competition of this level would surely be extremely fierce and it would cost him a lot of unnecessary money. Returning to First Inn, Yang Kai went to the proprietress to inquire about the auction before entering retreat in peace when he learned that it would not be held until half a month later. At present, his cultivation was stuck in an awkward position. He was unable to proceed without suitable resources. However, it was not a problem for him to comprehend the various powers in his body and consume dragon blood pills to further enhance his dragon clan bloodline. He consumed dragon blood pill after dragon blood pill, and though he could not sense any obvious changes in his body, he was certain that his dragon vein was continuously being purified. The golden divine dragon source was also subtly affected by these changes. What left him feeling speechless was that he had been comprehending the wood, earth, and water element powers in his body for so long, but even so, he had failed to gain insight into another divine manifestation like the golden crow casts the sun. The power of a divine manifestation was boundless, and it had always been a power that only those in the high-rank open heaven realm possessed, but Yang Kai had comprehended a divine manifestation as an emperor realm cultivator. He did not dare to claim that there was no precedent before him or that there would not be similar occurrences in the future, but it was still an astonishing feat. It could already be considered a lucky coincidence for him to have comprehended the golden crow casts the sun, therefore, it was undoubtedly extremely difficult for him to repeat it. Nevertheless, Yang Kai was not discouraged. He would immerse his mind in comprehension whenever he had the time. Even if there were no benefits, it could still be regarded as a kind of accumulation. He believed that these accumulated experiences would lead to qualitative changes eventually. Time passed while Yang Kai was cultivating in retreat, and in the blink of an eye, a month passed. He knocked on the door and entered to inform Yang Kai that the auction was starting. Only then did he stop cultivating, adjusted his clothes, and strode out of the room. The proprietress was waiting for him in the hall, and when she saw him, she nodded lightly and called out, "Let's go." Then, she led the way ahead. There were a total of 4 people on this trip. The proprietress was the leader, followed by Yang Kai, and Bai Qi. Although their numbers were few, except for Yang Kai who was in the Emperor realm, the other 3 were in the 5th order open heaven realm and above. It could be said to be a very powerful lineup. Along the way, they passed through numerous bustling streets and came to the entrance of a shop within an incense stick of time. There was a plaque above the entrance of the shop with the characters "Red Cloud's Auction House" written on it in shining gold. Yang Kai looked up and saw that the characters seemed to contain a mysterious power, constantly twisting and changing in his eyes. It was very mysterious. A chill gripped his heart as he realized that this plaque must have been written by an extremely powerful open heaven realm master. These words most likely contained the martial truth of that master. It was not harmful, but it gave off a profound feeling. There was no doubt that this was one of the ways for Red Cloud's auction house to demonstrate its strength and heritage. Beneath the plaque, numerous cultivators of Red Cloud's auction house hurried back and forth to guide the people participating in the auction into the auction house with bright smiles on their faces. Before the 4 of them could arrive at the door of Red Cloud's auction house, somebody greeted the proprietress. Yang Kai glanced in that direction and discovered that the person was a mid-rank open heaven realm master. As for what order that person was in, he could not infer from the situation. The proprietress seemed to be very friendly with the other party, so she smiled and exchanged a few pleasantries. Under Yang Kai's perception, he found that many barriers had been placed inside the room to prevent outsiders from spying into it. The private room faced one side of the auction hall, with a transparent crystal partition to block out prying eyes and noise from the outside. Everything in the hall could be seen through the transparent crystal partition, however, nothing inside the room could be seen if a person were to glance at the room from inside the hall. The proprietress was the shopkeeper of First Inn, moreover, her cultivation was in the 6th order open heaven realm. It was only natural that she was qualified to enter a room like this. Yang Kai glanced around his surroundings and discovered that there were dozens of similar rooms. In other words, at least several dozen mid-rank open heaven realm masters were participating in this auction. Such a large-scale auction could only be described as a grand occasion. It was much grander than the auction he participated in back at Wind and Cloud Auction House. After the 4 of them took their seats, the maidservant immediately served several platters of fruit. The spirit fruits on the platters were crystal clear and very fragrant. Yang Kai randomly grabbed one and tasted it, only to have his mouth filled with sweetness in an instant. Thus, he quickly grabbed another and tossed it to Yuhi. Yuhi caught the fruit with a small smile and began to eat in dainty bites. Yang Kai had only eaten 2 when he saw Bai Qi storing these spirit fruits into his space ring. His actions made the maidservant in the room snicker softly while the proprietress glared at him fiercely. However, Bai Qi was very thick-skinned and did not seem to care. He even winked conspiratorially at Yang Kai. The hall was soon bursting at the seams with people, and a short while later, the sound of gongs and instruments played. The lights in the auction hall dimmed, leaving only a single beam of light that shone in the center of the stage. The light was emitted from a strange stone on the roof. At that moment, be it in the hall or the various private rooms, everybody's eyes were drawn to the stage. At some point, a thin and stiff-faced old man had appeared in the middle of that beam of light. He bowed in a circle and said, "Many thanks to all our honored guests for taking the time out of their busy schedules to participate in the auction held by Red Cloud's auction house. Many of you have worked tirelessly to travel here from great distances. If nothing else, this old master guarantees that this auction will not disappoint you. Without further ado, let the auction officially begin." The old man was probably from Red Cloud's auction house and was in the Fourth Order Open Heaven realm at least. When he finished speaking, the light in the hall brightened considerably. A tall maidservant walked out from backstage, carrying a tray with a sweet smile on her face. The maidservant walked over to the old man's side where he raised his hand and removed the red cloth covering the tray. The first item on auction is a 6th order scarlatine sand. There are a total of 999 grains of sand. If those beneath the open heaven realm were to refine and absorb them, they would have a chance to obtain the scarlatine sandstorm divine ability. The effects of this divine ability are extremely powerful and cover an extensive area. It is capable of taking a person's life without any trace. The reserve price for this item is 10 million open heaven pills and each subsequent bid cannot be less than 500,000. Those who are interested may place their bids now. The hall flew into an uproar while the sound of many people inhaling sharply came from the various private rooms. A cultivator required 7 elements to advance into the open heaven realm. They were yin, yang, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Among these 7, the yin and yang elements were much rarer. As such, compared to the other 5 elements, they were also more expensive. Yang Kai himself had a lot of experience in this matter. Regardless of whether it was the wealth he obtained from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary or the purchases he made at all the star cities he passed through along his journey, yin and yang element treasures were far more difficult to find than those of the 5 elements. As a consequence, the price for them became much more exorbitant despite being in the same order. Red Cloud's auction house was definitely worthy of its reputation as a direct industry of a cave heaven. Their first item was already a material of the yin element. Moreover, it was a 6th order material. It was understandable that Red Cloud's auction house wanted to use the first auction item to create enthusiasm. In doing so, they would draw out the excitement and anticipation of the people participating in the auction. Most auctions would carry out similar practices. It was just that bringing out a 6th order yin element material right from the start was beyond most people's expectations. 6th order materials were hard to find after all. Even the mid-rank open heaven realm masters participating in this auction would not have the chance to obtain such materials under normal circumstances. As soon as the remarks of the old man handling the auction rang out, the atmosphere felt like a handful of salt was thrown into a pot of boiling oil and the sounds of bidding rang out incessantly. In the span of 10 breaths, the base price of 10 million rose to 15 million. Not to mention, the price was not final yet. 16 million, 17 million, 18 million. The price soon passed through the 20 million mark. 21 million, 22 million. It was not until the price reached 23 million that the bidding gradually died down until only 2 parties were fighting over the material left. This price had far exceeded the value of a typical 6th order material. Even if it was a yin element material, the actual value should not be over 20 million. It had to be said that Yang Kai only spent 17 million to purchase a 6th order material in one of the star cities on his way here. The price of this yin element treasure was much higher. Not to mention, the price was also driven up by the bidding. Nevertheless, 23 million had far exceeded the limits of what most people could accept. Marshall Peak, Chapter 42:18, Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill. Not everybody became rich overnight like Yang Kai or had several billion open heaven pills in their possession that could be spent without a care in the world at will. In the 3,000 worlds, any low-rank open heaven realm master who could gather several hundreds of thousands of open heaven pills could already be considered wealthy. Only mid-rank open heaven realm masters had the qualifications to accumulate several million open heaven pills. On the other hand, high-rank open heaven realm masters were the only ones that could possess tens of millions of open heaven pills. Be that as it may, that was only relevant towards the financial resources possessed by individuals. How much money one would have when backed by a great force was a whole other matter altogether. The stronger a person was, the more wealth they could accumulate. At the same time, their consumption was also greater. Take Yu-He for example. If she were to cultivate without regard for anything else, she would consume at least tens of thousands of open heaven pills a day. That was why it was extremely difficult for any open heaven realm master to accumulate wealth. Money did not simply rain down from the heavens, therefore, 23 million was truly a huge sum. Unless one was in urgent need of this sixth-order scarlatine sand, they would not stubbornly bid for it. A sixth-order material was very different from a seventh-order material. Although they were scarce, it was not as though they could not be found. The two people who were still bidding among themselves were undoubtedly eager to purchase the scarlatine sand. It might be for their own use or it might be in preparation for their juniors or disciples. Yang Kai turned to look at the proprietress. "Proprietress, are you not going to bid?" The proprietress was in the sixth-order open heaven realm, so it was just right for her to refine this sixth-order scarlatine sand. Yet the proprietress lazily replied, "These things are useless to me for the time being." Yang Kai was taken aback by her words, but he immediately understood what she meant. She had most likely reached a bottleneck in her cultivation. She advanced into the sixth-order open heaven realm a long time ago, so she was probably already at its peak. It stood to reason that she did not need the scarlatine sand to enhance the heritage of her small universe. If she went one step further, she would be in the seventh-order open heaven realm. It was just that, she once made a heart demon oath to crush the headquarters of several great forces. As long as she did not fulfill the requirements of this oath, she would never break through to the seventh-order open heaven realm. She had flattened Yu-He's small orchid palace, but Golden Rainbow Province and Boundless Altar were still thriving. Golden Rainbow Province might have the word province in their name, but it was a genuine second-class great force. Needless to say, Boundless Altar was also a second-class great force. Moreover, Qin Ji and Ling Chunqiu were both in the fifth-order open heaven realm. When Yang Kai led Yu-He to attack Blood Swan Continent previously, it had taken him quite a bit of effort to succeed, and Blood Swan Continent was only a third-class great force. With the proprietress' current strength, it was a hopeless wish to trample flat the headquarters of a second-class great force alone. It wouldn't work even with Yu-He and Bai Chi's cooperation. The defensive grand array of a second-class great force could not be regarded in the same category as the defensive grand array of a third-class great force. It was impossible unless one could find a chance to slowly kill off the mid-rank open heaven realm masters of these two great forces, one by one. This was a matter that needed further consideration. Since the proprietress had no need for the sixth-order scarlatine sand, Yang Kai could make his move without scruples. The price of the scarlatine sand had been raised to 24 million open heaven pills. It was just that the two open heaven realm masters fighting over this material had to consider their choices carefully before they made a new bid at this point. After all, the price increased by 500,000 every time they bid, which was not a small sum. At this juncture, Yang Kai's voice resounded throughout the audience, 25 million. On the auction stage, the old man with the stiff expression who looked like all the people in the world owed him money immediately looked over in this direction. His voice became a little excited. "The guest from room A3 has bid 25 million open heaven pills." Are there any higher bids? Schwa schwa schwa. Many people in the hall also turned to look at Fursten's private room, hoping to catch a glimpse of the person who placed a bid at the last moment. Unfortunately, they were obstructed by the array and could not look into the private room. The old man from Red Cloud's auction house gave 2 more consecutive calls. Then, one of the people who made a bid previously quickly shouted out, 25, 5 million. Without waiting for the other person to finish speaking, Yang Kai immediately followed up, 26 million. His tone was brisk but not stressed, revealing his confidence in his wealth and his determination to win. Sure enough, nobody else made a bid after that. The old man banged the gavel 3 times to sound the final offer, and Yang Kai won the bid for the scarlatine sand. The first auction item had gotten things off to a good start. It was sold for an astoundingly high price that was nearly 20% higher than market value. Thus, the lively atmosphere in the auction hall instantly became burning with anticipation. The second auction item was only a 4th-order material, but it still sold for a price that exceeded market value by 10%. 4th-order materials were easy to find and could be found in any star city. However, it had to be said that each material had its own characteristics. A cultivator might be able to realize various divine abilities and secret techniques by refining these materials. For that reason, the price and level of competition for materials might differ slightly even though the materials were of the same element or in the same order. Take the scarlatine sand for example. If a cultivator beneath the open heaven realm refined and absorbed this material, they might be able to realize a divine ability like the scarlatine sandstorm. Another example would be the Yuan magnetic divine stone. The Yuan magnetic divine stone could allow cultivators to comprehend the Yuan magnetic divine light divine ability. Take the various water element treasures as another type of example. Despite being classified as water element treasures, one might be the crystallization of the drizzling rain that snuck in with the spring wind during the night to moisten the earth in silence. Another might be a drop of water so heavy that it weighed 10,000 kilograms. There might even be a liquid poison that corrodes everything it touches. If a certain material in the same order and the same element could allow a cultivator to realize a more powerful and effective divine ability, then its price would naturally be higher than average. That was why cultivators would usually put great thought into choosing the materials they condensed for their yin, yang, and 5 elements, unless they had no choice. Given a choice, they would combine the unique characteristics of their physique and consider the various differences of each divine ability to select the most appropriate option. Yang Kai had never encountered this problem before. That was because he never had a choice. High-rank materials were already extremely hard to find, and it was already a great fortune just to come across any one of them. How could he afford to be picky about his choices under those circumstances? But then again, the 4 powers that he had condensed so far were all extremely impressive existences even among high-rank materials, therefore, there was nothing for him to regret. All the auction items chosen by Red Cloud's auction house today were the rarest and most precious materials in their respective orders. They could allow a cultivator to realize various extraordinary divine abilities and secret techniques, so they naturally attracted many people to compete for them. A lot of items were presented and none of them went unsold. Moreover, every auction item was sold for a high price. Yang Kai himself placed many bids and bought a considerable number of 4th-order materials of the yin and yang elements, filling the gaps in his shopping spree from before. As for the 5th-order materials, he still showed no intention of buying them at all. There would be a steady stream of 5th-order materials with the gourd vine living in Voidland, so there was no need to purchase them from external sources. Moreover, the gourd vine in itself was a whole entity that could produce all 7 types of powers. Yang Kai was curious to see if a cultivator would experience any special changes if they completely refined all their yin, yang, and 5-element powers from the gourd vine. Cultivation materials of various orders were not the only things sold at the auction. There were also many pills, herbs, secret arts, secret techniques, and artifacts. Seeing these items really opened Yang Kai's eyes to the world. 4 hours later, the auction was halfway through. Another maidservant walked onto the auction stage with a tray in hand. The old man from Red Cloud's auction house lifted the red cloth and everybody looked in that direction only to see a jade bottle. There was a jade slip placed next to the jade bottle, thus, everybody immediately understood that this auction item was most likely some sort of spirit pill. It was just that nobody understood the reason for the jade slip. Just as everybody was whispering among themselves, the old man picked up the jade bottle and gave an explanation. Ladies and gentlemen, the next auction item is this bottle of spirit pills in this old master's hand. I will be honest with you, there is only one spirit pill in this bottle. This item is useless to those in the open heaven realm and above, however, it will be of great benefit to those beneath the open heaven realm, especially for those who are about to advance into the open heaven realm. After hearing those words, many of the open heaven realm masters in the private rooms instantly lost interest in the item. On the other hand, many of the cultivators in the hall immediately paid closer attention. The cultivators in the hall were generally weaker and most of them were below the open heaven realm. Since this spirit pill was useful for those below the open heaven realm, it stood to reason that this item would catch their interest. A heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill, which also comes with the pill recipe for this spirit pill. The starting price is 2 million open heaven pills. Honored guests, please place your bids. Unlike the previous chorus of voices calling out their respective bids, the entire auction hall fell silent after the old man finished speaking. Thousands of cultivators in the hall stared at the stage blankly, seemingly having trouble believing their ears. Just moments ago, the old man had announced that the spirit pill was only useful for those beneath the open heaven realm after all. That was why they mistakenly believed that the price would not be too high. Who could have known that the reserve price would be 2 million open heaven pills? For a moment, they thought that they had heard wrongly. On second thought, how could the person presiding over this grand auction make such a mistake? But, if it was not a mistake, then which person below the open heaven realm could afford the price of 2 million open heaven pills? More importantly, just what was this so-called heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill? Just as everybody in the hall was mired in confusion, a somewhat uncertain voice came from one of the private rooms in B block. Is this heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill some kind of spirit pill that can increase the success rate of a cultivator advancing into the open heaven realm? The old man on the stage nodded, indeed. After a brief silence, an uproar broke out in the hall. Countless cultivators stared at the jade bottle with a burning look in their eyes, almost as though the jade bottle contained some sort of substance that drew their eyes to the bottle like a magnet. Not everybody could succeed when advancing into the open heaven realm. Despite going through all sorts of hardships in addition to spending a great deal of time, energy, and resources to condense their yin, yang, and 5 elements, there was still a huge risk when trying to actually break through to the open heaven realm. If one could not withstand the yin, yang, and 5 elements or the impact of heaven and earth splitting apart in one's body, then it would undoubtedly end with one's soul being extinguished. There was no other possibility. That was why cultivators, no matter who they might be, would only choose to do what they could within the limits of the strength that they could withstand. If a person's limit was the 3rd order, their life might not be endangered if they were to forcibly condense 4th order elements, however, they would surely face a disaster when advancing into the open heaven realm. Many bearers who left the grand ancient ruins boundary would eventually face this problem. They had been forced by the divine spirits to condense powers that exceeded their limits, so their advancement into the open heaven realm would become a life-or-death catastrophe. Take Ding Yi for example. His inherent aptitude was not bad, but it was not enough for him to withstand a 7th-order power. Unfortunately, he was forced by Bai Fong to condense a 7th-order fire element. It placed a huge burden on his body every time he exerted this power, so the dangers surrounding his advancement would be even greater. Be that as it may, even a cultivator who had chosen to work within their limits faced the risk of failing during their advancement into the open heaven realm. Splitting heaven and earth in one's own body required one to harmonize yin, yang, and the 5 elements to mutually enhance and suppress each other. Furthermore, the process of forming a small universe in itself was an extremely difficult task. This aspect had nothing to do with the order of the open heaven realm that one was trying to achieve. Marshall Peak, Chapter 42:19, He has world source liquid. Many people could die on the spot even if they were only advancing into the first order or second order open heaven realm. Of course, it was less likely for a person to fail when trying to advance into a lower order of the open heaven realm under the same conditions. That was an indisputable fact. There was no method or auxiliary aid to improve this situation in the entire 3,000 worlds, much less a spirit pill that could help to improve the success rate of a cultivator in advancing into the open heaven realm. There might have been such knowledge in the past, but as time went on, this knowledge was lost or eliminated for various reasons. It was no wonder that the audience was in an uproar when this heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill appeared at auction in Thousand Birds Territory, Star City. That was something that had been lost with the ages after all. On the stage, the old man said, "Although I cannot say that this heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill is able to guarantee absolute success in one's advancement, it can increase the success rate by 50%. There was another commotion in the hall. Increasing the success rate by 50% was a terrifying figure. It could almost be said that as long as a cultivator was fully prepared, success in the advancement into the open heaven realm was guaranteed. Many tyrannical divine senses extended outward from the various private rooms, hoping to catch a glimpse of the heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill. If this heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill was a genuine product, then the starting price of 2 million open heaven pills was definitely not expensive. If one were to consider that this deal also came with the pill recipe, it could even be said to be an extremely cheap transaction. After all, who did not have several juniors or disciples with excellent aptitude? Used in the right place, this spirit pill could create a very powerful master. How could the worth of such a master be measured by a mere 2 million open heaven pills? Even a price of 20 million would be worth it. It was just that. What could their spying tell them? It didn't take long for these divine senses to be retracted in disappointment. The person who spoke just now asked, "This king would like to go on stage to inspect the item. Can you accommodate my request?" Red Cloud's auction house seemed to have anticipated this situation, so the man's request had only just rung out when the old man on the stage nodded in response, "Of course." The door to a B block private room opened and a middle-aged man with a brave and heroic figure walked out. He came to the stage in a few steps and cupped his fist to the old man before he carefully picked up the jade bottle. Opening the bottle cap, he studied the contents carefully and took a sniff of its fragrance. His eyebrows would wrinkle slightly before relaxing again from time to time. Having only heard of the existence of the heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill, he himself had never seen it before, therefore, he could not determine whether this heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill was the real deal either. A short while later, he put the jade bottle down and picked the jade slip up. Closing his eyes, he perceived the contents of the jade slip for a moment. Then, he slowly shook his head. He placed the jade slip down and turned around to return to the private room. Although the jade slip contained the pill recipe for the heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill, there were many seals placed on the jade slip. There was no way to catch a glimpse of the full pill recipe without breaking these seals. That person's examination would only allow him to observe what Red Cloud's auction house allowed, such as the main ingredients needed to refine the heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill. The old man on the stage said, "Are there any others who would like to come and inspect the items? You are free to come and have a look for yourself." There were indeed many people who wanted to check the items, and so for the next quarter hour, many open heaven realm masters filed out of the private rooms and approached the stage to investigate the spirit pill and its recipe. Even the proprietress could not contain her curiosity and went to take a look. When she returned, Bai Qi asked, "Proprietress, is that a genuine product?" To which she replied, "Red Cloud's auction house is directly owned by Red Cloud's Cave Heaven. With their reputation at stake, they will not make fraudulent claims regarding auction items. The item itself should be real, but what? But, even if that item is genuine, don't think that you can refine another heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill with that pill recipe. One of the main ingredients has long since gone extinct. Do you think they would have offered up the pill recipe if there was a way to refine the spirit pill themselves?" The realization struck Bai Qi, the pill recipe is useless, but they offered the pill recipe together with the spirit pill. That will give people the illusion of having received a great bargain, so the price will naturally go up. Yang Kai asked curiously, "What is the main ingredient that has gone extinct?" Before the proprietress could answer, he heard somebody inside one of the private rooms exclaim loudly, "World Source Liquid is a treasure that can only be formed when new worlds are born. Where will we find something like that? This pill recipe is useless." Useless. Yang Kai was stunned by those words. World Source Liquid? The proprietress nodded, "That's right. The main ingredient that has long gone extinct is World Source Liquid. Unless you can find a newly formed world. Why do you have such unnatural expressions?" She looked up only to see Yang Kai and Old Bai staring at each other with extremely strange looks. Old Bai blinked and pointed at Yang Kai, "He has World Source Liquid." Bai Qi was disturbed by Qin Ji, Ling Chunqiu, and Yu He during his advancement into the open heaven realm back in the Sealing Yang domain and nearly lost his life as a result. In the end, Yang Kai had given him World Source Liquid with the mentality that giving a dead horse medicine couldn't harm it. That was what pulled him back from the brink of failure. He would not be alive today if not for Yang Kai. Consuming World Source Liquid was a wonderful experience. It felt as though his entire being had been transported back to the time when the world was first created, allowing him to witness the beginning of heaven and earth splitting apart. Even now, he could still recall the experience vividly. Both the proprietress and Yu He turned to stare at Yang Kai with their beautiful eyes, unable to hide their surprise. "You really have World Source Liquid?" Yang Kai nodded woodenly. "Where did you find World Source Liquid?" The proprietress was extremely shocked. He explained, "The universe world I came from had a sealed world that still retained the primordial atmosphere from when the world was just formed. I entered that place once before and obtained the World Source Liquid by chance." While Yang Kai was speaking, another person in the auction hall spoke up, "May I ask where you obtained this heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill and its pill recipe?" The old man on the stage replied, "To tell you the truth, this heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill and its pill recipe were both obtained from a universe cave heaven. The universe cave heaven was quite ancient, dating back at least a few hundreds of thousands of years. As for the specific details regarding the great senior who left behind this universe cave heaven, please forgive this old master for having no comment." Understandable. That person responded and stopped asking questions. Inside the private room, Yang Kai frowned slightly and asked, "What is a universe cave heaven? Is it a universe world?" The proprietress shook her head slowly, "No. A universe world is a universe world. Likewise, a universe cave heaven is a universe cave heaven. There are also universe paradises. A universe cave heaven is the legacy left behind by an eighth-order open heaven realm master after their death. On the other hand, the legacy left behind by a seventh-order open heaven realm master is known as a universe paradise." Yang Kai was only more confused by her explanation and asked in puzzlement, "What do you mean?" So she tried to explain, "How should I put it? You know that open heaven realm masters have to split heaven and earth apart in their bodies to form a small universe, right? Possessing a small universe is what defines the open heaven realm. For an open heaven realm master to strengthen themselves, they need to increase the heritage of their small universe. The greater their heritage, the greater their strength. Nevertheless, there is still a difference between a universe world and a small universe, regardless of how powerful that small universe is. Yang Kai still did not quite understand her explanation. Still, she continued, but, if a cultivator advances into the high-rank open heaven realm and reaches the 7th order open heaven realm, their small universe will transform into an actual universe world, which is almost indistinguishable from a real universe world. His entire body shuddered at those words, almost indistinguishable. The small universe of high-rank open heaven realm masters can even accommodate living creatures or allow countless people to settle down peacefully in it. It can be said that they themselves are walking universe worlds. In fact, most high-rank open heaven realm masters will bring living creatures, sometimes even humans, into their small universes once they reach the 7th order open heaven realm. If these living creatures and humans live and flourish within their small universe, then the small universe will be filled with life and will experience further development. Since doing so strengthens the small universe, it correspondingly strengthens the cultivator as well. Yang Kai was dumbfounded as it was his first time hearing such information. But then again, he had not been in the outer universe for long and had next to no interactions with high-rank open heaven realm masters, so it was only natural that he was unfamiliar with such things. If he had not participated in the auction today, he might not have had access to such information for a very long time. As for what is the difference between a small universe and an actual universe world, the proprietress continued her explanation. When a high-rank open heaven realm master is about to die, he can choose to seal off his small universe. In that case, his small universe will not collapse and disappear with his death. Instead, it will be preserved as a peculiar existence that transforms into a universe paradise or a universe cave heaven. These universe paradises and universe cave heavens contain all the wealth of these high-rank open heaven realm masters. You will enjoy great benefits if you ever manage to enter any one of them. Yang Kai immediately understood. In other words, Red Cloud's auction house obtained the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill and its recipe by entering a universe cave heaven left behind by a dead ancient 8th order open heaven realm master. Is that right? That's probably the case. She gently nodded. Throughout the ages, the 3,000 worlds have given birth to countless high-rank open heaven realm masters, so even if only a small part of them chose to seal off their small universes at their moment of death, there are still countless universe cave heavens and universe paradises out there. It is just that not many people know where these universe cave heavens and universe paradises are located. Bai Qi smiled widely. Just because something is very rare doesn't mean that there are none out there though. There are always people with heaven-defying luck who will receive the opportunity to obtain the legacy of such seniors. Their cultivation will generally soar as a result. During their conversation, the bidding for the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill had already started in the auction hall. Everybody knew that the main ingredient for refining the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill was long extinct. Even so, the spirit pill was a genuine product, thus, the bidding scene was extremely lively. In less than 10 breaths, the price of the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill had climbed from the starting price of 2 million open heaven pills to 10 million open heaven pills. Moreover, it was still rising at an extremely fast rate. Leaving aside the powerful effects of the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill that might even save the life of an important disciple or junior and rescue the future hope of a great force at a critical moment in the future, just the pill recipe alone had research value. It might be possible to find substitute ingredients from existing materials. It did not matter even if the authentic Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill could not be refined. As long as a similar imitation product could be refined, it would bring in a steady stream of income for any great force. Among the many mid-rank open heaven realm masters in the private rooms, which one of them was not a sect master or elder who held real authority in their respective great forces? It was only natural that nobody was willing to give up on something that could benefit their entire sect. If they succeeded in their attempt, they could even make a huge contribution to their great force. The people who claimed that the pill recipe was useless earlier were either too biased or wanted to mislead the others and reduce their competition. Marshall Peak, Chapter 42-20, Friend, you're being excessive. It was a pity that all the mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters were all intelligent people. How could they change their minds just because of somebody's casual remarks? Many of the cultivators in the hall secretly felt helpless. They originally thought that since the starting price for this spirit pill was only 2 million Open Heaven pills, the final price would not be too high. Who could have thought that so many of the mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters would be so determined to bid for this item from the very beginning? Therefore, many of the cultivators in the hall immediately gave up hope. This item was not something weaker cultivators like them could even dream about having. Only those backed by a powerful great force had the qualifications to participate in the competition. After 30 breaths, the price had risen to a whopping 15 million Open Heaven pills. In another 10 breaths, the price became 19 million Open Heaven pills. The entire hall was in an uproar. Up until now, the Scarlet Sand that Yang Kai acquired at a price of 26 million was the highest priced item sold at the auction. Since then, no other auction item has sold for more than 5 million. And now, the price of the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill in addition to its recipe had quickly broken through 20 million and might even surpass the price of the Scarlet Sand. It was just that a price like this had more or less reached the upper limits of the price range. There was only one Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill after all. The pill recipe might be valuable, but it was not guaranteed that one could obtain any results from researching it even after purchasing the item. If one could not figure out a replacement for the main ingredient, which was the famed world source liquid, then all the previous efforts would be in vain. The Open Heaven Realm Masters present were not fools. Even with the backing of their respective great forces, 20 million was not a small sum. It was not an amount that could be waved around casually, hence, only 3 private rooms continued to bid for the auction item after the price exceeded 20 million. A short while later, another party bowed out of the bidding. Only Room A5 and Room B2 continued to compete against each other fiercely. The moment one party made an offer, the other party would immediately follow suit. It would seem that they were extremely interested in the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill and its pill recipe. When the price exceeded 25 million, the Open Heaven Realm Master in Room B2 suddenly let out a gloomy sigh and spoke up loudly, "Brother Teng Wang, this auction item is very useful for this ye. Can you concede to me this once? This ye will be very grateful and will owe you a favor, which will surely be repaid in the future." The moment this person's voice rang out, the proprietress looked pensive and soon muttered, "It's those two?" Yang Kai became curious, "Proprietress, do you know those two?" She replied, "If I'm not wrong, then the person in Room B2 is Yi Jian of Thunderclap Hall while the other person Teng Wang of Clear Heart Palace. No wonder they are willing to go to such lengths to bid for this item." Sure enough, the person in Room A5 responded, "Brother Yi Jian, are you saying that this item is useless to me just because it is very useful for you? I am going to win this auction." Yi Jian sighed, "Why do you have to do this? Competing between ourselves will only benefit others. Why don't we do it this way instead, Brother Teng Wang? This ye only wants the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill. If you are willing to back down, this ye will share the pill recipe with you. What do you think?" Teng Wang laughed, "What a coincidence. I was just about to suggest the same thing. Brother Yi Jian, if you are willing to back down, then I can also share the pill recipe with you." Inside Room B2, Yi Jian fell silent for a moment before he revealed his dissatisfaction. "So, you plan to compete with this Yi to the end, Brother Teng Wang? Brother Yi, feel free to quit early if you don't think you can win. That way, both sides won't have to suffer so much." "Humph. You sure are arrogant, Brother Teng Wang. It's not like this. He does not know exactly how much Clear Heart Palace can afford to spend here. Since you stubbornly insist, Brother Teng Wang, then let's compete to the end. We'll see who has the last laugh. The conversation between those two ended there, but nobody spoke another word, and the auction hall suddenly fell into a strange silence. Inside room A3, Old Bai curiously wondered, "Proprietress, these two guys are only interested in the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill. Although they are doing this for their juniors, isn't the price a little too high?" The proprietress explained, "You don't understand. They have their reasons to compete so desperately. Let's talk about Teng Wang of Clear Heart Palace. He received a legacy disciple several hundred years ago. That disciple has extremely outstanding aptitude and was expected to advance into the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm directly. However, rumor has it that he damaged his Dao seal during a battle, therefore, he has not dared to advance into the Open Heaven realm even though hundreds of years had passed since then. He has been holding off on condensing his final element power. If Teng Wang could obtain the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill, then his disciple could try breaking through. It is very possible that it will lead to the birth of a Sixth Order Open Heaven realm master in Clear Heart Palace. So that's how it is." Yang Kai understood. "What about Yi Jian of the Thunderclap Hall?" Old Bai asked. The proprietress continued her explanation, "Their situations are similar. It is just that, in the case of the Thunderclap Hall, it is one of Yi Jian's sons who forcefully condensed Sixth Order elements despite not having the necessary aptitude. There was nothing to worry about at the beginning, but as the powers condensed in his Dao seal began to increase, the dangers subsequently became greater. Without some external aid to stabilize his breakthrough, I'm afraid Yi Jian's son will never reach the Open Heaven realm. He will die the moment he tries to advance. However, this dilemma will be solved with the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill." Yang Kai nodded in understanding. Compared to a Sixth Order Open Heaven realm master, 20 million Open Heaven pills is definitely a worthwhile investment. If they can obtain a Sixth Order Open Heaven realm master, then their heritage will increase like a rising tide that lifts all boats. Why would they worry about a trifling 20 or so million Open Heaven pills? She nodded. "That is the case. Why else do you think these two parties are competing so fiercely?" "I understand now." Yang Kai nodded again and placed a bid without warning, 25 million. The proprietress just glanced lightly at him, not feeling surprised. Since he had World Source liquid in his possession, there was no reason for him to ignore this auction. If she were in his shoes, she would also participate in the bidding. The reason Yang Kai kept quiet earlier was just that he could not be bothered to waste his energy. He currently had several billion Open Heaven pills in hand, so it could be said that he was very wealthy. Only by placing his bid at the last moment to finalize the offer could he display his overwhelming confidence. It also served as a method to screen out other bidders to a certain extent. Almost everybody in the hall looked towards room A3 the moment Yang Kai's bid rang out. Yi Jian and Teng Wang's last bid was only slightly over 20 million after all. Yang Kai had added almost 4 million Open Heaven pills to the bid in one go. It truly was as the saying went, it never rains but pours. It was absolutely shocking the moment he made his move. Nevertheless, they immediately understood when they realized that it was the private room belonging to the person who bought the Scarlet Een sand earlier. Yang Kai was a person who spent 26 million to purchase one portion of Scarlet Een sand. It stood to reason that he would not care to spend another 25 million to purchase the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill and its pill recipe. 26 million. Teng Wang's voice came out from room A5. Yang Kai was stunned upon hearing that. Teng Wang and Yi Jian had clearly reached a point in their bidding where they could no longer afford to bear the cost. That was why the price increase was not large with each bid they made. If not for that, he would not have increased the price to 25 million in one go. It was to make Teng Wang and Yi Jian back down in the face of difficulties. Teng Wang had reached his limits, so why did he suddenly add another million to his bid this time? Before Yang Kai could understand the situation, Yi Jian's voice rang out from room B2, 27 million. Could it be that those two were just acting just now? Yang Kai was a little confused. Nevertheless, he could not be bothered to think too much about it. Unlike these two who were interested in the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill, he was only interested in the pill recipe. More so since he had world source liquid in his possession. The pill recipe might be useless to others, but it had the potential to play a huge role in his hands. Naturally, he needed to obtain the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill as well. If he could study the finished spirit pill, then he could understand the pill recipe much faster. Otherwise, it would take a lot of time and effort to refine a spirit pill just by referring to the pill recipe alone. Yang Kai immediately followed up after Yi Jian, 30 million. The sound of people inhaling sharply could be heard throughout the hall. Even the old man presiding over the auction looked surprised. It would seem that he never expected this item to reach such a high price. The auction house would assess the value of each item and estimate a price before the bidding even began. Red Cloud's auction house had estimated the value of this heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill and its pill recipe to be around 20 million or so. But now, it has exceeded their estimation by 50%. Moreover, it seemed that this was not the end yet. This was a huge pleasant surprise for the auction house. Be that as it may, the auction house would surely hope that the price would go as high as it possibly could. After all, who would dislike earning more money than expected? 31 million. Teng Wang's voice sounded like he was gritting his teeth. It was no longer as calm and relaxed as before. 32 million. Similarly, Yi Jian's voice was anxious and annoyed. Yang Kai couldn't help scratching his head and murmuring under his breath, "What is up with these two?" He initially thought that 25 million open heaven pills would be the final price for this item. Who could have expected Teng Wang and Yi Jian to continue even though he went so far as to raise the price to 30 million? On the other hand, the proprietress was as intelligent as she was beautiful and solved the mystery with a single sentence: "They are probably cooperating with others." Cooperating? Yang Kai glanced over suspiciously. She replied, "Both Teng Wang and Yi Jian mentioned previously that they only wanted the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill. That was why they both refused to back down earlier. However, there are so many great forces present here. Not everybody desires the spirit pill. On the contrary, more people will be interested in the pill recipe. It is probably that one or more great forces have approached Teng Wang and Yi Jian with a proposal to share the pill recipe if they win the auction. In that case, those great forces will only need to contribute a few million open heaven pills each. If they pooled their contributions together, they would gain the chance to obtain a rare pill recipe. Even if the pill recipe proves useless afterward, the losses for them will not be too large." After listening to her explanation, Yang Kai immediately understood. It was the truth that the previous price of over 20 million had reached the limits of what Teng Wang and Yi Jian could bear. Being so cautious when increasing their bid had not been an act. Rather, the reason they could be so bold at this point was that they received financial aid from others. If you wish to continue bidding, then you only need to bid once more. She smiled slightly. Even if they received funding from others, the amount would not be too large. Slightly over 30 million should be their limit. They won't follow up again unless they are insane. As such, Yang Kai did not hesitate. 35 million. Inside room A5, Teng Wang was furious and roared, "Who is this fellow who is playing jokes with this king? Announce your name." Yi Jian also said, "Friend, you are being excessive." The proprietress sneered and spoke for the first time, "Why are you making so much noise just because this great ant is bidding for something? Go ahead and increase the price if you have the money. If not, then shut up. Don't embarrass yourselves here." Marshall Peak, Chapter 42-21, Twists and Turns. Madame Lan? Teng Wang's voice coming from room A5 rose by an octave. It is this queen. Do you have something you wish to say? And no, of course not. So it is Madame Lan, huh? Since you have interest in this item, Madame Lan. This Wang will respectfully withdraw. His voice sounded a little bitter and reluctant. Although his disciple required the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill, the price of 35 million open heaven pills was simply too expensive for him. Even if he had somebody helping him from the shadows, they had reached the limit they could afford. He was powerless to continue pushing forward. Rather than offending Lan Yurua, it was better to take this opportunity to earn her favor. Besides, there was no guarantee that his disciple could successfully advance into the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm even if he did manage to win the bid on the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill. Any investment was bound to come with certain risks. If his disciple were to fail in the advancement process, the loss of several millions was enough to shake Clear Heart Palace's foundation. Now that the price for the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill and its pill recipe had been raised to 35 million in one go, Teng Wang had no choice but to withdraw from the bidding. Even Yi Jian from room B2 fell silent. On the stage, the old man from Red Cloud's auction house waited for a short moment before asking, "The gentleman from room A3 has placed a bid of 35 million open heaven pills. Are there any higher offers?" The entire venue was silent. The old man probably knew that the price of this item had reached its limit. The auction house's original valuation of this item was only 20 million open heaven pills, while the current price had nearly doubled that estimation. Thus, he no longer hesitated and shouted, 35 million, going once. 35 million, going twice. Inside room A3, Yang Kai was silently making plans. Once he obtained the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill and its pill recipe, he could immediately begin his research to see if he could fully understand its recipe and refine it. If he succeeded, then there was no need to worry about the Void Land's finances again in the future. A spirit pill that could increase the chances of success of a cultivator breaking through to the open heaven realm was an all but non-existent commodity, even in the 3,000 worlds. Void Land's wealth would soar in a short period of time just by selling a few such spirit pills for several million open heaven pills each. Besides, he had quite a lot of world source liquid that was required to refine this spirit pill. This Yi has something to say. Please temporarily halt the auction. Just as the old man was about to call out the final confirmation, Yi Jian's voice rang out from within room B2. Yang Kai furrowed his brow and couldn't help glancing in the direction of room B2. What is Yi Jian up to? He instinctively sensed that the bidding for this auction item would not go smoothly. Fortunately, he currently had more than 1 billion open heaven pills in his possession. It could be said that he was very rich, so he was not worried even if Yi Jian managed to borrow some money or find somebody to help provide funds. The old man on the stage said, "Hall Master Yi, please speak if you have something to say." The door to room B2 opened all of a sudden. A fair and beardless middle-aged man walked out of the room with a solemn expression. Yang Kai guessed that that man was Yi Jian. Yi Jian arrived on the stage in a few steps. He cupped his fist at the old man and handed over a space ring. His lips wriggled slightly as though he was silently whispering something to the old man. The old man looked suspicious at first, but his expression stiffened when he heard what Yi Jian said to him and soon revealed an expression of great astonishment instead. Immediately after that, he checked the contents of the space ring and looked up at Yi Jian again. "Hall Master Yi, are you certain? This item is extraordinarily valuable." Yi Jian gently nodded with a look of determination. The old man continued, "If you insist, Hall Master Yi, this old master will not persuade you otherwise. Please wait a moment." After saying that, his divine sense surged as though he was communicating with somebody else. A long while later, he nodded and said, Red Cloud's auction house has agreed to your request, Hall Master Yi. Please return to your seat for now. Many thanks. Yi Jian cupped his fists with a serious expression. Turning around, he bowed in the direction of room A3, Madame Lan, this you would like to apologize in advance. Please don't take offense at my following actions. The proprietress stared at the stage calmly before she suddenly whispered, Brat, you've met a real challenger. You'd best prepare for some heavy bleeding. What do you mean? Yang Kai had yet to understand what was going on. At that moment, Yi Jian returned to room B2 and immediately shouted, 40 million. After hearing that shout, Yang Kai finally understood what the proprietress meant. Yi Jian had increased the price by 5 million open heaven pills in one go. This not only required great courage but also immense wealth. Moreover, he had never increased the price by such a large margin before when he placed his bids previously. It was almost as though he was a different person altogether. Hence, Yang Kai felt his teeth hurting. The old man on the stage lifted the space ring in his hand up high. For your information, Hall Master Yi has just pledged an item to the auction house. Please forgive this old master for not disclosing the value of this item. However, Hall Master Yi has the ability to bid and provide payment. He provided an explanation because he was worried that other people might misunderstand. The price of the auction item was terrifyingly high after all, so he might be suspected of deliberately driving the price up otherwise. Yang Kai slowly let out a breath and gazed towards room B2 pensively. The space ring in that old man's hands contains the item that Yi Jian pledged just now. Just what did he pledge for him to have the courage to raise the price by 5 million in one go? More importantly, where is his bottom line? He might have over 1 billion open heaven pills in his possession, but he did not wish to waste his money for no reason. If only I knew Yi Jian's bottom line, then I can minimize my losses to the best of my abilities. Unfortunately, I don't even know what item he pledged. How can I figure out his bottom line? Hall Master Yi placed a bid of 40 million. Are there any others with a higher bid? The old man shouted. Yang Kai considered for a moment and cautiously threw out a bid, 41 million. 45 million. Yi Jian followed up without hesitation. Yang Kai was stunned. The proprietress commented, there is a difference between a disciple and a son after all. It looks like Yi Jian is determined to compete with you. Teng Wang's disciple required the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill, as did Yi Jian's son. It was just that Teng Wang pulled out of the competition when the price reached 35 million. On the other hand, Yi Jian was still stubbornly trying to win. It was obvious that he loved and cherished his son deeply. Also, he believed that his son would definitely advance into the sixth order open heaven realm as long as he had the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill. Why else would he be so fixated upon this item, even if they were father and son? Why don't you discuss with him to each pay half? You take the pill recipe while he takes the spirit pill. I'm sure he won't reject your offer. The proprietress suggested. Yang Kai considered for a moment before shaking his head. The heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill has never appeared before. In order to refine this spirit pill, the results will be different if I can study a finished product first. Once the spirit pill falls into his hands, it will be difficult for me to research the spirit pill again. There is no other way then. With the spirit pill in hand, the hopes of refining a heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill would increase significantly. Although it would cost him a lot of open heaven pills, this investment was undoubtedly worth the money. 46 million. Yang Kai raised the bid once more. 50 million. Yi Jian's voice trembled slightly. Even if he could afford to pay this amount, the terrifyingly high price was still heartbreaking. After placing his bid, he added, Madame Lan, my son is young and foolish. He made a huge mistake and desperately needs this heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill. Only then will he have the hope of progressing forward. Madame Lan, please listen to my request. The proprietress pretended not to hear and said nothing in response. After all, she was not the one who was participating in the auction, it was Yang Kai. Although she used her identity to scold Teng Wang earlier, it was only her way of helping Yang Kai. How could she say anything under these circumstances? Seeing that there was no response from room A3, Yi Jian felt his heart sinking to the bottom of the abyss. Sure enough, a voice soon came from that direction to place a higher bid. The price was increased by just 500,000. Inside room B2, Yi Jian's expression crumbled, looking like he had aged several dozen years. Beside him, a young man with large eyes and thick brows smiled bitterly. "Father, let's forget it. This price is far too high." Yi Jian clenched his fists tightly. "No. I have not lost. I can still continue." The young man said, "It's enough, father. Even if the item we pledged far exceeds 50 million in value, that is a treasure that belongs to the sect. If the losses we suffer are too high, it will be difficult for us to provide a sufficient explanation when we return. Father, let's stop here." Yi Jian muttered painfully, "I am aware of that. How can I not be? But, you..." The young man smiled bitterly. "Don't worry, father. In the worst case, I will simply never advance into the open heaven realm. Who knows? Things might change in the future. There is no need to waste so much money at this juncture, especially since everyone else in the sect also requires a lot of resources for cultivation. You don't need to worry too much about me." Yi Jian opened his mouth to speak but finally let out a heavy sigh. The old man on the stage called out the countdown. Finally, the bidding for the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill and its pill recipe came to an end. The auction item was sold at a terrifyingly high price of 55 million open heaven pills. The old man presiding over the auction had maintained a stiff expression on his face throughout, but his complexion was quite ruddy at the moment. He felt as though he had gotten the greatest bargain in the world. This round of bidding also caused countless people to become hooked to the excitement. Be it the regular cultivators in the hall or the open heaven realm masters in the private rooms, they had never witnessed such a brutal and unexpectedly complex bidding war before. When the price first hit 20 million open heaven pills, everybody thought that it would be the limit. Who could have known that Teng Wang and Yi Jian would secretly receive funding from others? Thus, the price rose to 30 million. By the time the price exceeded 30 million, everybody thought that it was the end. Who could have expected somebody to appear out of nowhere and forcibly compete with Yi Jian for the auction item? The price was raised to 50 million as a result. Throughout the history of all the auctions in the 3000 worlds, the only other time an auction could beat this round of bidding in terms of price was when high-rank resources appeared in the world. This was only halfway through the auction as well. The second half of the auction had yet to take place, so who could say what other good things might appear? It might have been that the auction had reached a climax, so the auction house decided to take a short break. During the break, Red Cloud's auction house delivered the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill and its pill recipe over. Yang Kai paid the 55 million open heaven pills and received his items. Nobody had ever seen the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill before, so they were very interested in the item. The jade bottle was passed around between the proprietress, Old Bai, and Yu He. On the other hand, Yang Kai carefully studied the pill recipe. After some investigating, he was secretly speechless. It was apparently not difficult to refine the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill. He was confident he could refine the spirit pills with his abilities. It was just that many ingredients were required. There were a total of 9 main ingredients. Leaving aside the world source liquid, there were 8 others. In addition, there were a total of 72 kinds of adjuvants and many were herbs he had never even heard of before. Marshall Peak, Chapter 42-22, The Map and the Jade. Yang Kai handed the pill recipe to the proprietress for a look, and after a while commented, "The 72 auxiliary ingredients are quite common. Aside from the world source liquid, the remaining 8 main ingredients are all pretty rare, but they can be found if you are determined to find them. It's just the price, won't be cheap." Yang Kai asked, "Proprietress, how much do you think it will cost to refine this spirit pill?" She pondered for a moment, "At least 100,000. The production cost of a heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill was 100,000. That was not inclusive of the failures during the refining process. If the costs of the failures during the refining process were included, then it would double the price at the very least. So, it would be 200,000. Naturally, that was just the cost of the other materials excluding the world source liquid. If the cost of the world source liquid was included, world source liquid had practically gone extinct as it could only be formed when new worlds were first created. Therefore, the value of something like that could not be measured. In any case, the cost was extremely high. One could not be fooled by Yang Kai's current spending, where he could move several tens of millions at a time. For most cultivators, accumulating open heaven pills was an extremely difficult task. Even third-class great forces could not accumulate more than several tens of millions of open heaven pills with the strength of their entire sect. However, if he could successfully refine the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill, then the price of a single heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill would not be measured in just 1 or 2 million open heaven pills. Just like how Teng Wang was willing to increase the price to 30 million for a spirit pill, not to mention Yi Jian, who was willing to quote a terrifying price of 50 million open heaven pills. Needless to say, this price was only feasible because this was an auction. Moreover, the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill was the only one in existence. The price would not be as high if the spirit pill was mass-produced for sales. Be that as it may, selling the spirit pill for several million was not an issue. Which great force would not have several highly valued disciples? Just by spending several million on a heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill, they could ensure that their disciple had a smooth advancement, which would result in the enhancement of the sect's future hope and strength. Yang Kai's eyes brightened, as though he could see the grand Tao of fortune right in front of him. In addition, if the refinement of this spirit pill were successful, it would be highly beneficial to Void Land in the future. Instructing Yu He to bid at her discretion during the subsequent auctions, Yang Kai picked up the jade bottle and took out the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill. Then, he carefully scraped off a layer of pill powder and began to examine it carefully. As time passed, the auction started up again. Yang Kai completely immersed himself in the research of the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill, constantly deducing the refinement process in his mind. He paid no attention to anything else, unable to extricate himself from his research. He did not know how long had passed when he suddenly heard a gasp of exclamation coming from beside him. Unable to help himself, he pulled his mind back to the present and looked to the side. Old Bai was staring at the stage with an expression of shock, almost as though an amazing item had appeared on the stage. Even Yu He and the proprietress looked solemn. Yang Kai frowned, not knowing what was going on. Just as he was wondering about the situation, he heard the old man on the stage say something, "Ladies and gentlemen, you have not misheard. This old master is holding a map of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Although it is not complete, it should cover at least 20% of the entire Blood Monster Cave Heaven's territory. It might be even more. The auction house has made a total of 100 copies of this map. They will be sold in batches of 10 during the auction. The starting price is 500,000 open heaven pills. Please place your bids." The moment the old man finished speaking, numerous voices calling out various bids rang out incessantly from the private rooms. Even the proprietress joined in. Yang Kai was confused. "Old Bai, is the Blood Monster Cave Heaven part of the 36 Cave Heavens?" It had not been long since he first arrived in the outer universe, but it had not been a short time either. There were countless great forces in the 3,000 worlds, so he might not be familiar with most of them, but he had at least heard of each of the 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises. Upon further consideration, he had never heard of the name, Blood Monster Cave Heaven, before. Old Bai licked his lips and said, "The Blood Monster Cave Heaven is not one of the 36 cave heavens. It is a universe cave heaven." Yang Kai was stunned. Then, he immediately exclaimed in a loud voice, "A universe cave heaven." He had just heard the proprietress mentioning the existence of the universe cave heavens and universe paradises. She claimed that a universe cave heaven was the small universe left behind after the death of an 8th order open heaven realm master, while a universe paradise was the small universe left behind after the death of a 7th order open heaven realm master. There was a high possibility that they contained the wealth of a high-rank open heaven realm master accumulated over their lifetime. Anybody who could encounter one was bound to experience leaps and bounds in their growth. Yang Kai had taken a great interest in this topic when listening to the proprietress' previous explanation, but he never expected that such a lucky coincidence would fall into his lap. Red Cloud's auction house was auctioning off the map of a universe cave heaven. This shocked him very much. If Red Cloud's auction house can produce such a map of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, doesn't that mean that they've already entered it before? Old Bai's gaze was burning intensely. "You don't understand. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven is an extremely special universe cave heaven in the 3,000 worlds. It is the legacy left behind after the death of an 8th order open heaven realm master by the name of Blood Monster Divine Monarch. Unlike other universe cave heavens and universe paradises that are concealed from outsiders, the Blood Monster Cave Heaven is a sealed world known across the 3,000 worlds. Moreover, it opens once every 200 years. Any cultivator under the open heaven realm can enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. If you are lucky, you can obtain all sorts of precious resources. You might even obtain the inheritance of Blood Monster Divine Monarch." Yang Kai jumped in surprise. The inheritance of Blood Monster Divine Monarch. The small universe left behind after the death of an 8th order open heaven realm master would contain his entire lifetime's worth of assets and his true inheritance. It was only natural that it would attract countless people's attention. Even if he was currently rich enough to buy a country, Yang Kai couldn't help coveting those riches. He was tempted to rush into the Blood Monster Cave Heaven right now to explore the place thoroughly. Although the Blood Monster Cave Heaven has opened countless times since the death of Blood Monster Divine Monarch and many of the resources have been taken by others before us, there are many who obtained great benefits each time the Blood Monster Cave Heaven opened. It generally resulted in their strength soaring. Calculating the years, the Blood Monster Cave Heaven is indeed about to open again. Red Cloud's auction house planned this all out. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven was about to open and Red Cloud's auction house suddenly brought out a map for this auction. It was obvious that they were planning to use this opportunity to earn a huge fortune. Yang Kai licked his dry lips. "How long before the Blood Monster Cave Heaven opens?" Old Bai said, "Around half a year or so." Yang Kai suddenly recalled something when he heard those words. Glancing at the proprietress, he asked her a question. "Proprietress, you previously asked me to wait for half a year for an opportunity. Could it be related to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven?" When he asked her to help him keep an eye out for high-rank resources, she had returned a less than optimistic answer. She only told him that he had to wait for half a year for a possible opportunity. Judging by the situation, it was most likely related to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Sure enough, the proprietress nodded. "Somebody once found a 7th order material inside the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. That place might have what you need." Yang Kai's eyes couldn't help blazing with excitement. Thinking about it again, it was not surprising. That was the small universe left behind after the death of an 8th order open heaven realm master after all. It contained all the wealth accumulated by Blood Monster Divine Monarch during his lifetime. What were 7th order materials in comparison? There might even be eighth-order materials inside. While they were conversing with each other, the first round of bidding for the map of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven ended. The cultivators in 10 of the private rooms had won the maps, though everybody was very restrained in their bidding. The starting price was 500,000 and the final price was only 700,000. Red Cloud's auction house had brought out 100 copies after all, so there was no need to compete too hard. After several rounds of auction, all 100 copies of the map had been sold. The entire process had only taken an hour or so. They were basically sold at prices ranging from 7 to 800,000 open heaven pills each. Yang Kai silently made some calculations. Just from the map alone, Red Cloud's auction house obtained a profit of close to 70 million open heaven pills. Thus, he couldn't help feeling extremely envious. If Void Land could have such skills one day, then he had nothing to worry about anymore. Right after the map was sold, the old man on the stage took out a piece of jade that was one part of two halves. This is the next item for auction. It might be an array jade, it might also be a key. This jade came from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. As soon as those words rang out, the audience was shocked. The auction house had first sold off 100 copies of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven's map. Then, they brought out this jade from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven to auction. Anybody could tell that the Blood Monster Cave Heaven was probably about to open. This jade might come from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, but nobody knows what it is used for. That is why this old master mentioned that it might be an array jade or even a key. We don't even know what kind of benefits one will obtain after this jade plays its role. Nothing might come from it. It might be a complete waste of money. But, what if it turns out to be the key to Blood Monster Divine Monarch Treasure House? Upon hearing that sentence, many people secretly scolded the old man for being a treacherous old dog. He obviously knew that the Blood Monster Cave Heaven contained the wealth accumulated by Blood Monster Divine Monarch throughout his life. The value of his treasure house could only be imagined. It would be amazing if this jade turned out to be the key to the Blood Monster Divine Monarch's treasure house. One unknown piece of jade. The starting price is 1 million. Ladies and gentlemen, please place your bids. The old man had only just finished speaking when Yang Kai immediately shouted, 10 million. Inside the private room, the proprietress and the others turned around in unison to stare at him as though they were looking at a fool. What's wrong? He scratched his nose awkwardly. The proprietress sighed and explained, since Red Cloud's auction house is willing to auction off this jade, then they must have sent their own disciples to test its uses before. It is only after confirming that the jade cannot be used for anything that they are willing to bring it out. How can you start off bidding 10 million? Yang Kai couldn't help looking blank. She teasingly continued, it doesn't matter. You have a lot of money, so you can act as you please. Yang Kai did not understand. What do you mean? She gave him an amused look, you can be willful because you are rich. He was rendered speechless. As if to verify her words, nobody else in the auction house placed a bid, aside from him. The old man waited for 10 breaths and quickly said, Room A3 has placed a bid of 10 million open heaven pills. Are there any higher offers? 10 million going once. 10 million going twice. Congratulations to the gentleman in room A3. The transaction was finalized. Yang Kai nearly spat blood. Only then did he understand that he had been overly eager. Leaving aside whether or not the jade would be useful, even if it turned out to be useful, there was no guarantee what kind of benefit it would bring. It could be said that this was an extremely risky investment. Aside from someone extremely rich like him, who would purchase this jade at such a high price? If the price was only 1 million open heaven pills, the other great forces might have been willing to take a gamble. However, he had directly offered 10 million from the beginning. Who would be willing to follow up his offer? The corners of Yang Kai's mouth twitched, but he soon comforted himself in his heart, who knows? I might be able to obtain something great from this. Even if I don't. Well, it's not that expensive. Marshall Peak, Chapter 42-23, Senior Brother Gua. The jade was the final item. The old man on the stage gave a polite speech on the stage, thanking everybody who participated in the once more. Only then did he announce the successful conclusion of the auction. Many of the cultivators in the hall stood up and left. However, the proprietress remained motionless. She simply sat there calmly, as if waiting for something. Yang Kai was puzzled but did not ask any questions. Instead, he began to take stock of what he had obtained from this auction. He had bid for quite a few things. Aside from the 6th order scarlatine sand and the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill, he purchased many 4th order materials. He also, of course, won the auction for the jade at the end of the auction. While he was researching the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill, he had made a move several times to bid for several 6th order resources. The auction house had delivered those items a long time ago. All in all, he had spent around 150 million open heaven pills. These expenses were not a small sum to other people, but it was within an acceptable range for Yang Kai. Be that as it may, no high-rank resources had appeared even in such a high-end auction, so he couldn't help feeling a slight sense of disappointment. Even the 6th order materials were not many. It could be seen that his hopes of finding the high-rank resources he needed in places like various auction houses were not very realistic. Yang Kai soon finished taking stock of his newly acquired items and then returned to working on the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill. He had already finished studying the pill recipe. Be it in terms of the materials or the refining process, the technique was not very difficult for him. There should be no problem as long as he practiced diligently and overcame a few failures to accumulate experience. At present, he was studying the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill itself. In the eyes of others, a spirit pill was nothing more than a spirit pill that could be consumed and used for different purposes depending on the medicinal efficacies it contained. However, for an alchemist, a finished spirit pill contained an extensive amount of information. An accomplished alchemist could even deduce the pill recipe for refining a particular spirit pill just from studying a finished spirit pill. They might not be able to decipher everything, but it was not difficult to deduce an almost complete pill recipe. Although Yang Kai was devoted to the martial Tao, he also had deep attainments in the alchemic Tao. Now that he had the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill and its pill recipe in hand, he could learn many things from these two items. He placed the bit of pill powder that he scraped off from the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill earlier into his mouth and savored the taste carefully. His expression changed continuously. From time to time, he would suddenly frown or show a look of epiphany. His mind was racing like crazy, creating sparks from the collision of his thoughts. An hour later, he finally pulled his mind back to the present with much greater confidence in his ability to refine the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill. At this moment, the door opened all of a sudden. The old man with a stiff expression who presided over the auction just now pushed open the door but did not enter the room. He simply stood at the entrance of the room while stretching his hand out in a polite gesture. "Madame Lan, please come this way." The proprietress was not surprised and simply nodded lightly before standing up. Afterwards, the old man turned around and led the way. Yang Kai followed behind the proprietress and asked curiously, "Where are we going?" The proprietress didn't even turn around as she sent a divine sense transmission to him. "Didn't you want to find some high-rank materials? We're going to try our luck. But, I can't guarantee whether any high-rank materials will appear or whether you can obtain them even if they do." He was stunned. "What do you mean?" She said, "So many mid-rank open heaven realm masters came today. Did you really think they came here just for that auction?" Upon hearing those words, Yang Kai immediately realized that the situation earlier was strange indeed. Some good stuff had appeared in the auction, enough that they could even cause the mid-rank open heaven realm masters to compete for those resources. Even so, most of the people in the private rooms had not made any bids from beginning to the end. Aside from the second to last round when they bid for the map of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, they mostly remained as nothing more than spectators throughout the entire auction. Most of the open heaven realm masters in those private rooms came from various far-flung great territories, with some being trillions of kilometers away. There was no need for them to put so much effort into coming here just to end up as a spectator, right? If they're not here for the auction, then what are they here for? He wondered. The proprietress replied, they only joined the auction to take part in the excitement since they were already here. They are actually here for the exchange meeting after the auction. An exchange meeting. Yang Kai raised his brow at those words, gaining a vague understanding of the situation. There are many who obtain treasures but do not have a use for them, nor do they wish to put them up for auction. Even if they obtained open heaven pills, they would still need to go out and search for the items that they really need after all. As such, they prefer to exchange items with each other in private. For example, if I need a 6th order earth element treasure but only have a 6th order fire element treasure, I can trade with somebody else during this exchange meeting. Since both items are 6th order materials, their prices are pretty similar. In this way, the exchange can be carried out and everybody is happy with the exchange. I got it. Yang Kai nodded. But, you should not get your hopes up. High-rank materials are hard to find. Even if they appear, you might not get your hands on them. Yang Kai grinned, the only thing I fear is that they won't appear. If they do appear, then I will get my hands on them even if I have to use money to beat them into submission. The theoretical price of a 7th order material was around 150 million open heaven pills. Naturally, that was just in theory. If one were to include a premium for its rarity, it was acceptable for its price to range from 170 to 180 million. Would those people refuse to sell if Yang Kai threw out 200 or 300 million open heaven pills at them? In any case, those were open heaven pills he won through gambling. It was not heartbreaking to spend them. Thus, Yang Kai was secretly looking forward to the exchange meeting. Under the old man's guidance, the group of 4 passed through several corridors and came to a secret room. There were quite a few people already waiting inside, and they were clearly the open heaven realm masters who sat in the private rooms during the auction earlier. When those people saw the proprietress, many of them nodded at her lightly. Inside the secret room, everybody was randomly seated. There was a large table in front of them and several platters of spirit fruits were placed there to enjoy. The seating arrangements formed a circle with a 1-meter-high platform placed right in the middle. The platform was made entirely of flawless white jade. Madame Lan, please make yourself comfortable. The old man spoke briefly before turning around to leave. He was probably going to invite others to this place. The proprietress led Yang Kai and the others over to an empty spot and sat down before taking a look around. There were already quite a few open heaven realm masters inside the secret room. Some of them were alone while some of them arrived with several people in tow, just like the proprietress. Yang Kai also saw many Emperor realm cultivators like himself, looking around curiously just like him. These Emperor realm cultivators were probably the juniors or disciples of the open heaven realm masters. They were probably using this opportunity to learn more about the outside world. While he was looking around his surroundings, Yang Kai saw 2 familiar figures. It was a man and a woman, one young and one old. They were none other than Old Zhou and Yu Luo Sha of Azura Heaven. Thinking about it again, it was not strange. Red Cloud's auction house and Azura Arena both had establishments in Thousand Birds Territory Star City. It was only natural that they were invited to participate in an auction here. In Thousand Birds Territory Star City, these two were not the only businesses belonging to first-class great forces. Wind and Cloud Auction House was an industry of wind and cloud paradise, Gathering Virtue Emporium was an asset of 9 stars paradise, and even 100 Refinings Hall was supported by one of the paradises. At this moment, the representatives of these first-class great forces gathered inside this secret room. Old Zhou of the Azura Arena smiled and nodded at Yang Kai. Yang Kai returned the greeting with a bow. Yu Luosha was looking at Yang Kai with a complicated expression, but she also nodded in greeting. There was no hostility in her demeanor, rather, her fighting spirit was burning. Thus, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a sense of respect for this woman. He believed that she would definitely achieve great things in the future. The previous battle had not affected her martial heart negatively in any way, instead, it became the driving force for her to strive to become even stronger. There was no sign of Pei Bu-wan anywhere, as he probably lost everything the other day, so he did not have the money to participate in this exchange meeting. During this waiting period, countless people kept entering the secret room, found seats, and sat down. All of a sudden, a middle-aged man with a golden crown on his head appeared at the entrance. He was dressed in luxurious robes and the aura around him was extremely powerful. A tall girl with picturesque features followed behind him. Her cultivation was not high. Like Yang Kai, she was only in the Emperor realm. Her intelligent eyes studied her surroundings with great curiosity, giving her an ethereal feeling. Many young juniors couldn't help glancing in her direction with a look of admiration and adoration on their faces. Likewise, Yang Kai glanced over in that direction just in time to see the middle-aged man leading the tall and slender girl in their direction. The middle-aged man arrived not far from him within a few steps. The proprietress stood up and gave an elegant bow. Senior Brother Gua. Old Bai also respectfully greeted the middle-aged man. Greetings, Senior Gua. Surprised, Yang Kai and Yu He hurriedly got to their feet. Judging from the tone of the proprietress and Bai Chi's voices, they seemed to be familiar with this middle-aged man surnamed Gua. Their relationship also seemed to be rather intertwined, otherwise, the proprietress would never address the man with the title, Senior Brother. It had to be said that most mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters were the ones to greet the proprietress first when they encountered her. After all, the order of etiquette also served to represent the level of their respective statuses. In other words, this man surnamed Guo was more powerful than the proprietress. Yang Kai was secretly speechless. Judging by the way the proprietress addressed this man, could it be that they had a senior brother-junior sister relationship with each other? Senior Brother Gua smiled slightly. Junior Sister Lan, there is no need to be so polite. Please take a seat. After saying that, he took the lead and sat down. Only then did the proprietress return to her seat. He then said, "It has been several dozen years since we last saw each other. You have a noble bearing as usual, Junior Sister Lan. It is truly gratifying." She replied with a slight smile, "Many thanks, Senior Brother Gua. You are as handsome as usual." He laughed, "I've gotten old. I can't compare with the younger generation anymore." Suddenly, he turned to look at Yang Kai with a measuring gaze. Then, he narrowed his eyes and asked, "Isn't this the boy who defeated Yu Luosha in the Azura Arena?" Yang Kai suddenly had the illusion that he was being stared at by the ancient ominous beast under that measuring gaze. For a moment, he felt as though he was being crushed under the pressure of a dozen mountains and could barely breathe as a result. Martial Peak, Chapter 42-24, What the hell do you count for? Fortunately, that terrifying pressure soon dissipated into nothing, almost as if the feeling just now had been nothing more than an illusion. Yang Kai bowed, "Greetings, Senior Gua." "Yes, it's very similar." Senior Brother Gua nodded repeatedly. Yang Kai was taken aback. He didn't quite understand what those words meant at first, but he soon understood. Senior Brother Gua was referring to his appearance. It was the reason why the proprietress had taken such good care of him in the past, as well as why he addressed him as young master. Apparently, his appearance was very similar to that of the proprietress' younger brother, Lan Tingyu. One's appearance was determined by the heavens, so he was unable to change anything about his appearance. Besides, there were trillions upon trillions of living creatures in the 3,000 worlds. It was not surprising that some people would look similar to each other. Yang Kai did not feel that his appearance had caused him any trouble, rather, it could even be said that it had brought him great luck. If not for that, how could a humble person like himself become acquainted with somebody like the proprietress in this vast universe? They might look alike, but they are two different people. The proprietress smiled softly. I was very shocked when I first met this brat. Senior brother Gua gently nodded. Once this matter is over, let me bring this boy back to meet the old man. His aptitude is not bad. If he is personally taught by the old man, he will surely have great accomplishments in the future. The old man? The proprietress' expression changed slightly. Is that what he wants? Senior brother Gua shook his head in response. The old man has not heard about this yet. I only just learned about it myself when I arrived here. Her expression became gloomy and uncertain as she glanced at Yang Kai worriedly and shook her head. Senior brother Gua, this boy does not belong to First Inn. If you wish to bring him back to meet the old man, you will have to ask him for his opinion. Not part of First Inn? He seemed a little surprised by those words. Yang Kai was a little confused by the flow of the conversation. He did not know who this old man they were talking about was, but a person who could be addressed so formally by two sixth-order open heaven realm masters could not be a trivial person. Senior brother Gua laughed. Since he does not belong to First Inn, then there's no need to ask you. He turned to look at Yang Kai and continued, Kid, do you have any interest in joining Xian Yuan Cave Heaven? Xian Yuan Cave Heaven? Yang Kai was shocked. Each of the 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises were extremely famous. They had more than one great territory under their command, were known as first-class great forces in the 3,000 worlds, and every one of them was led by high-rank open heaven realm masters. Out of all of them, Xian Yuan Cave Heaven was ranked in the top 10 even among the 36 cave heavens. Yang Kai had long since guessed that this person by the name of Senior Brother Gua came from a very powerful background. There was a high possibility that Senior Brother Gua came from one of the 36 cave heavens or the 72 paradises. It wasn't until this moment that Yang Kai learned that he belonged to Xian Yuan Cave Heaven. Did that mean that Xian Yuan Cave Heaven was the great force behind First Inn? Why else would the proprietress and Senior Brother Guo address each other as Senior Brother and Junior Sister? Senior Brother Guo said, the aptitude of you Luo Sha from Azura Heaven is pretty amazing. The fact that you can defeat her in one move must mean that your aptitude is even more impressive. An aptitude like that is enough for you to join Xian Yuan Cave Heaven. What do you think? If you are interested, you can follow me back to Xian Yuan Cave Heaven once this matter is over. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. If a cave heaven had tried to recruit him when he first arrived in the 3,000 worlds, he might have joined them eagerly without a second thought. That way he could enjoy the cool shade under a big tree after all. Backed by such a powerful force like Xian Yuan Cave Heaven, his future would be very promising. He wouldn't even need to worry about his cultivation resources. He would only need to ask his elders for what he needed and somebody would immediately satisfy his needs. Unfortunately, the current Yang Kai was no longer the same person who just arrived at the outer universe. He was now in charge of Void Land and had more than 600,000 people under him. What would happen to Void Land if he left? Besides, his path to becoming a high-rank open heaven realm master would most likely be cut off halfway if he joined Xian Yuan Cave Heaven. The proprietress once mentioned that only those disciples with excellent aptitudes who were born into and grew up in the various cave heavens and paradises had the qualifications to achieve the high-rank open heaven realm directly. That was because the cave heavens and paradises had no need to worry about their loyalty. However, Who would dare to allow the birth of a high-rank open heaven realm master if they were an outsider? What if that person cultivated to the level of a ninth-order open heaven realm master? Who could suppress them then? Especially somebody like Yang Kai, who only joined as a disciple halfway through. Nobody could guarantee his loyalty towards the sect. After considering all this, Yang Kai vaguely realized something. He had exposed his identity in the Azura arena, so many people probably had their eyes on him now. Senior Brother Guo was just one of those people. It was only because he was an old acquaintance of the proprietress that he took the lead to try and win Yang Kai over. If I agree to join Xian Yuan Cave Heaven, I will only be allowed to achieve the 6th order heaven realm at most. I will never be allowed to achieve the 7th order open heaven realm. Yang Kai turned to look to the side, and sure enough, the proprietress was staring at him in anxiety and worry. He made up his mind seeing that and carefully said, "Many thanks for your praise, Senior Guo. Unfortunately, this junior has too many obligations to fulfill and must regretfully refuse your kindness." Senior Brother Guo became livid upon hearing those words. His stern and majestic eyes suddenly transformed to become a bottomless abyss, almost as though he wanted to drag Yang Kai's soul into them. "I can't believe this Senior Guo immediately turned hostile the moment we disagreed. He truly is subject to shifting moods." Yang Kai trembled for a moment, feeling his Dao seal vibrating uncontrollably. Sparks danced in his vision as he grit his teeth and shouted, "Senior Guo, are you trying to silence the witness to your crime?" He originally hoped to cause a scene large enough to attract the attention of the people around him so that this Senior Guo would be more mindful about taking action. This was Red Cloud's auction house's territory after all, so he would not be allowed to do whatever he wanted. To Yang Kai's surprise though, his voice never came out. His mouth opened and closed like a goldfish stranded on land, making him look extremely funny. "Senior Brother Guo." The proprietress let out a sharp cry. All of a sudden, the terrifying pressure disappeared. The power that was tugging at Yang Kai's soul and Dao seal also vanished without a trace. He came back to his senses and saw Senior Brother Guo looking at him with a smile, almost as though what he experienced earlier was all an illusion. But, cold sweat drenched his entire body, and he knew that what he felt just now was not a figment of his imagination. "Your appearance is similar, as is your attitude. I just hope that the path you walk won't be that similar." Senior Brother Guo uttered that sentence meaningfully, "Otherwise, the ending that will befall you won't differ much either. Junior Sister Lan, you don't wish to see history repeating itself, right?" The proprietress' expression was extremely dark as she snapped, "Senior Brother Guo, please mind your own business. I will take care of this boy myself. That would be for the best." He nodded. "It took a lot of effort for the old man to settle that matter for you in the past. You wouldn't want to cause trouble for him again, right?" Rubbing his chin, he abruptly changed the subject. "Speaking of the old man, I suddenly remembered something. When the old man brought the golden crow's carcass back, he was muttering about how most of the essence from its body was missing for some reason. It's obvious now that it was the doing of this brat." Only then did Yang Kai finally realize who the old man Senior Brother Guo kept mentioning was. The golden crow's carcass had fallen into the hands of the owner behind First Inn, an old man known as C2 Kong. Before handing the golden crow carcass over, Yang Kai had absorbed most of the golden crow's true fire and to condense his fire element power. He originally thought that he had been very secretive about what he did, but who could have known that his actions had been noticed so quickly? Judging by the current situation, C2 Kong belonged to Xian Yuan Cave Heaven, and First Inn was indeed backed by the powerful force. The proprietress spoke firmly, "Please don't speak nonsense, Senior Brother Guo." Senior Brother Guo sneered, "I was just speculating. What are you so nervous about, Junior Sister Lan? Even if it is true, the old man failed to notice the issue on the spot, so you don't expect him to come after this brat after so long, right? What would come of the old man's pride? At his age, what he cares about the most is face. He would not do something that would slap himself so terribly. His expression turned cold and his voice became solemn. There is no evidence regarding this matter, but is your intention to take down the Golden Rainbow Province and the Boundless Altar, or is this also this senior brother talking nonsense? She replied calmly, what are you talking about, senior brother Gua? This junior sister does not understand. He turned to look at her, don't give me that nonsense. These two great forces held a grudge against you in the first place. It was only because the old man and the other great forces intervened in the past that this matter was settled calmly. Not too long ago, you caused another huge ruckus. Did you think you could hide the truth? Do you think you can still stand here alive if the old man had not intervened again when you killed Yun Zhenhua of Wind and Cloud Paradise? She looked at him leisurely, what do you know, senior brother? He said, even if Yun Zhenhua provoked you first, you should not have killed him. He belonged to Wind and Cloud Paradise after all. In the end, the old man had to clean up your mess again when you killed him. She became angry, are you saying they are the only ones who can attack me and I can't defend myself? What kind of logic is that? He retorted, with your strength as a sixth-order open heaven realm master, running away would be a piece of cake for you. Why should I run? They dared to provoke this great ant. In that case, this great ant will dare to slice off their necks. I will cut down every single person they send after me. I'll see just who in the 3,000 worlds would dare to provoke me again. She said furiously. He slowly shook his head, stop causing so much trouble and manage first improperly. She stared at him fixedly, is that what the old man wants? He replied, it's what I want. What the hell do you count for? She threw a contemptuous look at him. He sighed, the old man is getting on in age. How long more do you think he can continue to shelter you? What will you do when all your enemies come at you simultaneously following his death? Forget your enemies. Many people don't like you even within the cave heaven. Let them come. I'll take the opportunity to settle my grudges against them. She gnashed her teeth together, damn it. The old man has lived for so long, why isn't he dead yet? His mouth fell open in shock and he looked speechless. After a long time, he angrily muttered, brainless woman. Then, he turned to the tall girl next to him and said, remember this martial Aunt Lon of yours. Don't be like her in the future, otherwise, you will never get married. Look at her, even now, nobody is interested in her. That's the reason. The young girl pursed her lips and smiled. On the other hand, the proprietress glared fiercely. Senior brother Gua ignored the proprietress and pointed at Yang Kai. Don't forget this person's face either. Don't ever become his enemy. You should ask him to rescue you if you are ever in danger. The young girl nodded obediently. Her beautiful eyes stared at Yang Kai seriously for a moment before she replied softly, I've memorized it. Yang Kai was stunned by those words. He did not understand the meaning behind senior brother Gua's words. This young girl looked like one of Xian Yuan Cave Heaven's elite disciples at a glance. Also, what kind of danger would she face that he would need to rescue her from? Marshall Peak, Chapter 42-17, Red Cloud's Auction. Red Cloud's Auction House? Yang Kai gently nodded, when will this auction take place? Half a month at the earliest to 1 month at the latest. Bai Qi winked at Yang Kai, rest assured, the proprietress knows that you will be interested in something like this, so she will surely bring you along with her. But, it won't be easy for you to find any high-rank materials there. High-rank materials generally do not appear even at an auction of this scale. As far as I can remember, high-rank materials have only appeared in an auction twice over the last 100 years. Both times, people went crazy in an attempt to compete for those resources. Yang Kai said, I am aware of that. Even if there were no high-rank materials, it would be great if there were sixth-order materials. The great emperors were currently cultivating in retreat back in Void Land, so their consumption of sixth-order materials was great. Leaving aside the great emperors, even Yuhi needed sixth-order materials for her cultivation now. During his journey, Yang Kai passed through several star cities but only managed to purchase one sixth-order material. It would be best if he could obtain some in the auction. He currently had more than 1.5 billion open heaven pills, so even for sixth-order materials, he had enough to purchase up to several dozen. Unfortunately, a competition of this level would surely be extremely fierce and it would cost him a lot of unnecessary money. Returning to First Inn, Yang Kai went to the proprietress to inquire about the auction before entering retreat in peace when he learned that it would not be held until half a month later. At present, his cultivation was stuck in an awkward position. He was unable to proceed without suitable resources. However, it was not a problem for him to comprehend the various powers in his body and consume dragon blood pills to further enhance his dragon clan bloodline. He consumed dragon blood pill after dragon blood pill, and though he could not sense any obvious changes in his body, he was certain that his dragon vein was continuously being purified. The golden divine dragon source was also subtly affected by these changes. What left him feeling speechless was that he had been comprehending the wood, earth, and water element powers in his body for so long, but even so, he had failed to gain insight into another divine manifestation like the golden crow casts the sun. The power of a divine manifestation was boundless and it had always been a power that only those in the high-rank open heaven realm possessed, but Yang Kai had comprehended a divine manifestation as an emperor realm cultivator. He did not dare to claim that there was no precedent before him or that there would not be similar occurrences in the future, but it was still an astonishing feat. It could already be considered a lucky coincidence for him to have comprehended the golden crow casts the sun, therefore, it was undoubtedly extremely difficult for him to repeat it. Nevertheless, Yang Kai was not discouraged. He would immerse his mind in comprehension whenever he had the time. Even if there were no benefits, it could still be regarded as a kind of accumulation. He believed that these accumulated experiences would lead to qualitative changes eventually. Time passed while Yang Kai was cultivating in retreat, and in the blink of an eye, a month passed. Yuhi knocked on the door and entered to inform Yang Kai that the auction was starting. Only then did he stop cultivating, adjusted his clothes, and strode out of the room. The proprietress was waiting for him in the hall, and when she saw him, she nodded lightly and called out, "Let's go." Then, she led the way ahead. There were a total of 4 people on this trip. The proprietress was the leader, followed by Yuhi, Yang Kai, and Bai Qi. Although their numbers were few, except for Yang Kai who was in the Emperor realm, the other 3 were in the 5th order open heaven realm and above. It could be said to be a very powerful lineup. Along the way, they passed through numerous bustling streets and came to the entrance of a shop within an incense stick of time. There was a plaque above the entrance of the shop with the characters "Red Cloud's Auction House" written on it in shining gold. Yang Kai looked up and saw that the characters seemed to contain a mysterious power, constantly twisting and changing in his eyes. It was very mysterious. A chill gripped his heart as he realized that this plaque must have been written by an extremely powerful open heaven realm master. These words most likely contained the martial truth of that master. It was not harmful, but it gave off a profound feeling. There was no doubt that this was one of the ways for Red Cloud's auction house to demonstrate its strength and heritage. Beneath the plaque, numerous cultivators of Red Cloud's auction house hurried back and forth to guide the people participating in the auction into the auction house with bright smiles on their faces. Before the 4 of them could arrive at the door of Red Cloud's auction house, somebody greeted the proprietress. Yang Kai glanced in that direction and discovered that the person was a mid-rank open heaven realm master. As for what order that person was in, he could not infer from the situation. The proprietress seemed to be very friendly with the other party, so she smiled and exchanged a few pleasantries. Meanwhile, Yang Kai looked around and was secretly surprised. In such a short time, he saw many mid-rank open heaven realm masters entering the auction house with their followers or their juniors. Some did not have obvious auras while others displayed wanton arrogance. There was no shortage of masters in the 5th order and 6th order open heaven realm. This discovery both shocked and delighted him. Yang Kai was shocked that the auction had attracted so many masters to this place, and these people were only the ones that he saw. There were probably more that he did not see. On the other hand, what delighted him was the presence of so many masters. It could only mean that a lot of good things would be offered during the auction. Why else would these masters travel for billions upon billions of kilometers from various great territories to come here? The proprietress was very well connected, and she immediately greeted several masters in a very short time. They lingered around the entrance for a full incense stick before the proprietress led their group inside. Under the guidance of a young maid working in the auction house, they stepped into a private room. The private room was not that big, but it was more than enough to accommodate 4 people. On the other hand, Yang Kai was a little stunned as he gripped his space ring in his hands. He had spent 26 million to buy a 6th order scarlatine sand, but that was because it was a Yin element material. Yin element materials were much rarer, so their prices tended to be on the higher side. Most 6th order resources were worth around 17 or 18 million. Thus, he originally believed that he had a promising chance of obtaining the echoing thunder purple bamboo. Who could have known that the old man of Red Cloud's auction house would not choose him? It would seem that it was not a pricing issue. Rather, the Divine Fire Union probably offered something that the old man was more interested in. The first transaction had gone smoothly, and the old man stepped down from the platform after a few polite words. A figure immediately flew up and stood on the platform. It was a petite woman. She bowed with a bright smile and lightly parted her red lips to speak. The value of what this mistress wants to exchange is not that great. Please excuse me, senior brothers and senior sisters. While saying so, she took out her item. Yang Kai looked up and his eyes immediately brightened. What she had taken out was a bug-like thing with a fiery red body that was slightly more than a palm length long and as thick as an arm. When his divine sense swept over this item, Yang Kai could even sense the vitality coming from it. This worm was a living creature. A 10,000-year fire silkworm. If fed properly, it will produce a 10,000-year fire silkworm chrysalis every 10 years. The order of the fire silkworm chrysalis is uncertain. It might be 3rd order, 4th order, or 5th order. There is even a possibility it will be 6th order. It all depends on your luck. The woman looked down with a smile. She was smiling so brightly that her eyes were crescent-shaped. This mistress would like to exchange this item for a few 5th order resources. The attributes are not limited and the number is. Naturally, the more the better. She stuck her tongue out playfully. The people below immediately showed interest in this item. The 10,000-year fire silkworm was extremely rare. If one could get their hands on it, then they could harvest an open heaven material every 10 years in the future. Although the order was uncertain and completely based on luck, the winning factor lay in the fact that it was continuous. There would always come a time when it would produce 5th order and 6th order materials. In the short term, this would definitely be a huge loss. But, in the long run, it would be a money-making business. It was just that this kind of item was not suitable for individuals. After all, the investment was bound to be big and the break-even cycle was very long. On the other hand, it was very suitable to become part of the heritage of a great force. Yang Kai was also rather interested in this item. Void Land might have a divine medicine like the gourd vine that could continuously produce 5th order materials, but there was no means of producing 3rd order, 4th order, or 6th order resources. If he could bring this 10,000-year fire silkworm back with him, then it would help offset this deficiency. Junior sister, what does the fire silkworm eat? Someone asked. She turned to look in that direction and smiled. Naturally, it eats items of the fire attribute. It eats anything in the fire attribute and is not a picky eater. Does it mean that the more valuable the food we feed it, the higher the order of the silkworm chrysalis produced? Theoretically, that should be the case, but it also produced a fifth-order silkworm chrysalis when I previously fed it with some broken fire crystals and fire jades. On the other hand, it only produced a third-order silkworm chrysalis when I occasionally fed it with some first-order or second-order fire element materials. This fire silkworm is very naughty. Many thanks, junior sister, for clearing up the confusion. The speaker cupped his fists. A few other people also asked some questions and she answered all of them, one by one. There were some questions that she herself had never encountered before, so she could not provide any answers. A short while later, everybody made their bids. Yang Kai also handed over the space ring that contained the 20 million open heaven pills from the previous round of bidding after consulting the proprietress' opinion. Quite a few people were interested in this fire silkworm, so the woman received more than a dozen space rings in total. After checking through the rings, she kept only one of them and returned the rest. What left Yang Kai feeling speechless was that he had not been chosen either this time around. The price of 20 million open heaven pills was definitely not a low price. Since the other party did not select his space ring, then it could only mean that she was more interested in the other bids. Judging from this situation, it would seem that open heaven pills were not omnipotent. It was true that mid-rank open heaven realm masters also needed open heaven pills, but in comparison, they seemed to value various cultivation resources even more. This discovery left Yang Kai feeling speechless. He originally hoped to throw a huge sum of open heaven pills to bid for the high-rank materials he needed if they appeared here. Who could have expected this situation? It stood to reason that he would definitely succeed if he was willing to harden his heart and throw out 100 million open heaven pills in the transaction. However, he was not a fool. How could he possibly make such a money-losing move? He secretly felt that this method of transaction was hugely advantageous for the person standing on the platform. That was because the bidders had no idea what the bottom line was like for the others. There was no way to tell what kind of item the others were offering in exchange, so there was no way for the bidders to up their offer. On the contrary, it would maximize the interests of the person standing on the round platform. Even if the bids offered were unsatisfactory, that person could simply choose not to trade with the others. There would be no loss for either party. The woman's 10,000-year fire silkworm was successfully traded. After she stepped off the platform, many others consecutively stepped onto the platform. They would first display the items that they wanted to trade, then put forward their own requirements before waiting for the others to bid for their item. Most of them managed to trade their items for other items that they wanted. There were also some whose requirements were too high or too niche, which naturally led to the failure of their request. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.